Hey everybody. You guys let me know if you can hear me okay. Just getting started this morning. And I wanted to share what we're working on. Just getting started this morning. And I wanted to share what we're working on. Just getting started this morning. And I'm hearing my own voice. Give me 1 second. There we go. I had it playing in Discord as well. Okay, so what we're working on today is I've got a list. So wrapping up the level 3 adventure, updating the formatting, clarifying some things. I'd like to take a look at the legendary monsters, give them another pass, make some core rules edits. I got a bunch of edits back from the editor, like typos, and this should be an in dash instead of an m dash and that kind of thing. Looking at some possible Oathsworn tweaks, so just very, very minor tweaks. If Double King has time, he might join us and we'll chat about some spell upcasting tweaks. And then also might do some map drawing. So yesterday I was able to get some maps done, or one map in particular. Let me go and show you. What. So definitely taking some inspiration from JP Couvert and his cool maps. So like here, I saw this one. This is his Temple of the Waking Thread thing. I really liked the isometric map. Let me see if I can. So it's like a really cool like isometric map. And I like that. I like that a lot. So I wanted to try something similar. So what we have. So what we're doing. Hey Edward. Hey Jess Grimano. Hey James. Good to see you guys. So I've done so actually before we get into the maps and stuff, let's just do a quick review of updates and changes that we've made so far. So I have the table of contents. Hooray! I've got the table of contents done. Table of contents, if you don't know, is like a super big pain. I've added some spot art and reorganized some things throughout. I've fleshed out the what to avoid section, improved the adventuring rewards and such, secret spells. Gold and lodging boons has been added, as well as regular boons. A few extra boons there. So we've added some information on like how much gold per level, different lodging boons. So you can roll or pick one of these, or you can pick like some minor boons, or if you pay like extra gold, maybe a major boon or an epic boon even. So if you stay with Elrond and Rivendell, he might just bless you with a temporary epic boon until you long rest again. So that kind of thing is pretty sweet. I clarified flunkies and minions. It's a lot easier to sort of pick up and run for new GMs. We went really deep with the combat encounter guidelines and fine-tuning difficulty. We have just a ton of unique encounters now. And again, really cool spot art from Justin Gerard. Gerard, I don't know how to say his name. I wish he would tell me how to say his name. Justin Gerard, I think, is how it's pronounced. So we got a bunch of really cool unique encounters with a monster builder, and I did swap back from the sort of silly. You guys let me know what you think about this. I swapped away from the sort of silly and this one is actually a painting that one of the artists made, like a physical painting of the silly little kobold doofer. So I kind of love it, but it might be a little bit too, as Taryn said, a little bit too twee. And I had to look that word up. So we swapped, at least maybe temporarily, maybe not, from the little bit goofy kobold to more regular kobold. We added Snake Men. Uh, we added Snake Men to the bandits page. We added a bunch of monsters actually. We added blue drakes. Added a blue drake to the hill and field thing for one of the adventures. We needed I needed an additional stat block for the blue drake. In the forest denizens, we added a dusk prowler, which is sort of like a displacer beast. We added a basilisk, a druid, like if you just want to fight like a spellcasting druid, and sort of reorganized some of that. I think that's the bulk of the monsters that we added. New legendary monster Kellebec and Poppy for one of the adventures. So all the legendary monsters don't just have to be solo. They can be like sort of a team of two or three people. But they act after each person's turn. And one that I'm planning on, it's not going to be in this book, unfortunately, but I'd love to do like a stack of 3 goblins or a stack of 3 kobolds, and like they act as one thing, but you knock them off, and like different things happen. I think that'd be pretty funny. So we worked on reconfiguring some of the legendary monsters. We made it up, roughly halfway. So the final few, and this is still filler art. I'm waiting on her to get back to me with the final piece. So I got to go through some of the legendary monsters. Um, so I reorganized how the adventure is. So like the whole like level 1, 2, 3 adventure, sort of like Dragons of Stormwreck Isle is like the main like the adventure as a whole. But in that there's like, different things you can do, right? So the whole adventure is the Garden of Death. We have some cool introductory text and like, some guidance on, hey, you don't have to follow this, strictly, it's not the Bible, right? It's, you don't like spiders, swap them out. If you want a treasure hunt over a rescue mission, change this. So, like some I think pretty good advice on like how to tweak things and some cool sort of splash art there. So the adventures are also they're also sort of like kept to a spread. I have them laid out a lot more similarly to like the later adventures down here, like Vermin's Vengeance and Hidden Honey Cavern, to like just laid out a little bit more efficiently. And answering some questions that were remaining. So we've got this first one, Tiny Rescue, and then Goblins of the Crystal Crag. So this one is not just one spread because it one has the map, and 2, it's sort of like the second adventure a GM, or 2, the second adventure a GM might have ever ran. So there's a little bit more guidance and advice than would typically be there. But we got some spot art. So I just got started on relaying out the third of the 3 adventures, the introductory adventures of Greetham's Base. So I'm going to. So this is sort of like the initial map. I'm going to reconfigure that. I might make it. Might make it isometric. We don't know. So I've got a bunch of. And actually, it's a good time to go over the different maps. Let's see if this works. Hey, it's working. So we do have. Get that out of there. So let's move this out of the way. Move these guys over here. All right. So there are different kinds of maps, and probably like the kind of map that people will typically think of is sort of like a top-down map. And I think this is one of J.P. Couvert's zines. He's great. If you guys ever get the chance to get some of his stuff, you definitely should. So this is like a cool top-down map, and I don't prefer the numbers unless it's player-facing. If it's player facing, you just don't have anything. But if it's GM facing, I really prefer having. Let's go back to this. I really just prefer having like the name of the room itself. It's like rather than me having to like, translate. Okay, what is 4? What is 3? Yeah, it's collapsed tunnel. It's atrium. It's spider chamber. Like it makes sense. It's easier to run, right? So whenever possible, I prefer not to have like numbers and things. I prefer to have the names of the places because like someone might not go from 1 to 2 to 3. They might go to 1 to 3 to 7. And so like the numbers don't particularly help a whole lot. So there's top-down maps, and this is J.P. Couvert's upcoming Dragontown book. And in this one, he has So this is more like a regional map, which isn't what we're going for. We do already have a regional map, but in like the sort of first dungeony area. Okay, so here's another isometric map, which is pretty cool. In things with like multiple levels, I think they have to be isometric. Otherwise, it's like a little bit too hard to understand. And I do like how he has like, okay, so like we have stairs going up, stairs going down. Yeah, I do like that. So things with multiple levels, I think, should be isometric. And then here we have like Malamir Castle, which and he does both. So like one castle walls, two courtyard, three storeroom. So this is pretty cool. So like I don't like having an adventures where like in text this room leads to this room and this room and that room. Like it's a little bit awkward. I'd rather just see it. Like, oh, you can like the GM can sort of describe it. So this is like this is another isometric example. You got top down. You got isometric is another one where it's sort of like at an angle, and then we have this sort of more abstract one. And let's see if we can zoom in a little bit. So this is a pretty cool one from Kessel Gloomshroud. This is one of the newer ones. So I really like this, where like I don't really care what the room shape is necessarily, but just how the different rooms connect. And I really like the sort of pear shaped. You know, this only leads here, but this could go to here, and then this one could go here, here, and then there's like secret passages. And so this is really helpful when like the room shape or size, or, you know, that kind of thing doesn't really matter, but just like what room can you get to from other rooms. So that's one of the ways that I'm thinking about doing. There's also again Mouse Ritter. They do some pretty cool things with their maps. So this is just more like an abstract, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So like there's that kind of map where it's more evocative, like not necessarily at a scale. So like that squirrel and that pumpkin is like roughly the size of the castle. Maybe that's actually the case, maybe not. But so it's not really to scale at all, but it's just sort of roughly showing the layout. That kind of thing is pretty cool. Here's another one, Honey in the Rafters. So this one is nice because you can start here and you can actually like go backwards and like take a shortcut all the way to the end. Or you can sort of take the normal way up and climb up and then go through the rafters and then like ride on these bees to get to the thing, you know. So this is another interesting, really interesting layout. One of my favorite adventures is Workers Work, Rulers Rule by Skull Fungus. And this one is also isometric. Um, and then we have the Valorum Temple again, just bigger. So so what has happened? Let me just show you guys. What has happened for a lot of the adventures. Um, I've just been wanting to. So like one of the initial adventures was this Vanishing Caravans. So I thought, yeah, okay. So each adventure could like fill up like one full page and like half or maybe two-thirds of another page, and we'll have space for a little map. But some of the adventures are like so cool and like have more going on that like there just wasn't enough space to put a map. So I'm thinking how we can maybe at least digitally include like a separate map, or maybe like include them as printed things as well. I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that yet. Though I've got some time to think about that. But like you know, this kind of thing doesn't really cost a lot to print, so it might just be a nice little thing to add. So still cooking on that. Still cooking on that. Um, and actually, let me pull up some other thing real quick. I'll pull up the heroes. Made some small tweaks to the heroes, some things that we're just doing some little final, excuse me, some final little testing on. Okay, so Shadow Blast has been changed from 1d12 plus Dex or 1d12 plus Int to 1d12 plus Key. Because um, for the Shadowmancer, um, Dex is tied to how much mana you have, and Int is tied to how many shadows you can have. So if Shadow Blast like was controlled by either one of those, then like that stat would be like the most important stat. right? So Shadow Blast is something that all Shadowmancers really want to have, so it's not tied to either. So these other two things, I think that's a good time to use that. Matt, Double King has been going over a lot of the spells and giving some feedback on like what upcasting should and should not look like. So that's something that we're thinking about doing. For the mage and for all the spellcasting classes, I'm thinking about. Give me one second. So something that I am testing is. This is probably too small for you guys to see. Something I'm feeling pretty good about. So this is a handsome little spreadsheet. So this is just mana. So currently in the latest draft in Nimble, mages and other spellcasting classes, they can have anywhere from, so they start with roughly 10 mana at level 2, and then at level 20 they have 52 mana, and that is int. What is this? Int plus level times 2, okay? Or like key, like, whatever key stat. So for the mage, it's int plus level, and then those are doubled. What I think I'm going to do instead is to bring it down just a bit, because I've been getting feedback, and it's something that I was sort of suspecting as well, is that spellcasting classes have too much mana, and when you have an unlimited resource, it's not really a resource. It's just like it's a bookkeeping annoyance. So instead of doubling the level, we're just taking the int or whatever key stat, and we're tripling. So int times 3 plus level, and that. So at low levels, if you're maxing it, so it actually increases the mana just a little bit at low levels, which is fine. And if you so that's if you're going min max. If you're not going min max, then it's going to be identical. So we go from, so it basically reduces the mana at very high levels by like roughly 20%. Which I think is nice. And then something else I'm considering. So that is in there currently. I'm feeling pretty good about that. Hey, Duskwolf. Hey, Graham, Lacrimel Quietus. Hey, good to see you guys. Mickey, hey. Very real about the numbered map room. Gym guys look incredible. Thank you. I appreciate that. 2-person legendary monster is really cool. Awesome. Hey, appreciate the feedback. Yeah, it makes int super important for casters then. Yeah. So so for mage, so the other change, so like, is int the most important thing? If we every point in intelligence you get to is tripled, right? Um so what we changed to sort of compensate for that, or to help with that, is the elemental surge. So the mana that you regain at the beginning of combat is tied to your will. So do you want like a big deep mana pool and only regain just a little bit, like 1 or 2 every time you roll initiative, or do you want to have like a medium size mana pool and you regain like a bigger chunk every time you roll initiative? So it's sort of an interesting trade-off that you can take. So the elemental surge is tied to one stat, and the deepness of the mana pool is tied to the other stat. I'm liking how that's working so far. Let me see if there's any other important changes here. I don't think so. So if there aren't any questions or anything you guys want to see, then I think we're going to just hop right into doing some of the layout for the level 3 adventure. Oh, actually, let's take a look at the core rules. I think I did make some tweaks and changes to the core rules. Let's see. We did add a new riding condition, so we clarified grappling. We changed cover and stealth to cover and hiding. So grappling, spotting typos. So grappling, you can attempt to grab another creature provided you are within reach and have at least one arm or some other way to grab them. One arm free. You both make a strength or dex check. If you win against a target, your size or smaller, they're grappled. If they are larger than you, you gain the riding condition. Okay, so there's a new condition. So like, it doesn't make, so grapple. What does grapple do? Grappled Grappled is means the target that is grappled it can't move, and attacks against them have advantage, right? So if my 3-year-old grapples me, she grabs my leg, like I can still move. I can still move, right? So if something smaller than me grapples me, that doesn't really hinder my movement substantially. So if she grapples me, then she gains the riding condition. She's like riding on my leg or like riding on my back or something. You move with that creature when you're riding. Any attacks that miss you, strike them. I think that that is a cool little bonus thing that I'm really liking so far. So if I grab my 3-year-old daughter, she's grappled. She cannot move, and if anybody wanted to tickle her, they'd have advantage on that. Whereas the other way around, like I could still move and dodge and stuff, if because she's smaller than me. So I think that's a cool little some cool little nuance there for grappling that I felt was missing a little bit. Um, Evan's been cooking. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I really been working, burning midnight oil. As a question, is mana tied to int for all casters? No. So mana is tied to different stats for different casters. So I think for just the mage and songweaver, it's tied to int. For other classes, it's tied to will. So like whatever their key stat is. So each class has two key stats, and some features are tied to this key stat, and some features are tied to the other key stat. Let's see if there's anything else interesting that we added or changed. There probably was, but I can't think of it right now. Oh, shields. Where do we land with shields? So by default, shields, you just add the shield to your armor. It's the easiest thing. It's the most straightforward. It's easy to understand. For people who want a little bit more crunch, there is this optional rule. And As we play tested it this past week, we loved it. We really, really loved it. One of the players, two of the players had shields. One of them was a Oath of Refuge Oathsworn. You can either just combine it. So like he had 18 armor, or he could have 14 armor, and then a shield that could block for 4, right? So you can either just combine them as 18 armor, or you can just like freely like reduce one attack by 4 per round. And that really helped a lot. It made him feel a lot more flexible, and the armor was much more useful that way. Yeah, the armor was much more useful that way. And so by default, it's still super simple. I'm glad I saw that. So it's much more simple. But in some of the prices, so because the shields have been improved like substantially, like basically the armor for each of them has doubled, and there's more utility. The prices for the higher tier shields have been greatly increased to compensate for that. And I think I need to really quickly, you guys bear with me. I need to tweak this. I tell you what, tables are just the worst. Tables are the worst. There we go. So yeah, really liking how shields are coming along, or how shields turned out. They're not coming along any longer. They're done. Scooch this down to match. There we go. So I think it's a best of both worlds type of situation. A little bit of crunch for those who like it, and a little bit of streamlined for tables who either A, forget, or B, like don't really care. Magic items, added a few more magic items just to fill out the space that was there. I don't know if you guys saw this already, but range and reach was clarified, as well as what an area effect spell does. And save spells no longer just ignore armor by default, but a lot of the save spells like just deal their damage without caring about armor. So whenever a spell doesn't care about armor, it just says ignores armor. So it just for a little bit more clarity there. And a lot of the lightning spells ignore metal armor, which is pretty cool. Like fire spells, they deal like good high damage, but if something is smoldering, it deals even more damage. Ice spells, if anything is hindered or slowed, so it can apply those conditions, or it can really take advantage of things that are hindered or slowed, or that kind of thing. Wind spells can like move people around and toss people up in the air and do all sorts of crazy things. Radiant spells take advantage of like undead or things that are cowardly, like things that are hiding behind cover. Necrotic spells are just a little bit. They will sort of harm you and heal you and do all sorts of other things. Entice was tweaked as well. So Entice just deals the damage, ignores armor. So like here's a good example of a spell. And then they make a will save until they succeed. And so some of the spells have just been sort of tweaked ever so slightly as well. Optional rules, glossary. Okay, so that's it. That's it for that. Let's get to the GM guide if there aren't any questions. And you guys feel free to jump in and ask questions if you like. Layout nitpick: the leather/plate armor tables aren't aligned. That's impossible. No, they're aligned. Oh, the frame is aligned, but the what's it isn't. What? That making it worse. There we go. Yeah, tables. I really don't like messing with tables in InDesign. Okay, so let's see how we're going. Tal Mushkin, good to see you, Tal. Really cool change to the shields. Mickey, I love that. Riding versus grappling could make some really fun small size builds. Yeah. How would health and damage change? Tyler, could you clarify what that means? What question you're asking? So Jess Scribano, writing seems awesome. Maybe if I tag something I'm writing, it should give me advantage. So I thought of that as well. So like if I'm like holding onto the back of someone, like they're probably not just like chilling and hanging out there. They're probably they're probably like moving and bucking, like trying to get me off. So like, yeah, I would have advantage, but also like their movement and like I'm trying to hold on, like all that, those two things would sort of like cancel out. So like, no, you don't get advantage when you're on something else's back. That said, the Zephyr does. So like the Zephyr is like very, very good at that. So Zephyr can like just like jump on something's back. So like it can just ride on a creature for free, like without even like making a check. They can just succeed at that. So they can just succeed, and they can ride on something's back that is not just things that are bigger than them, things that are their size or larger. And they gain advantage on melee attacks against it. So the Zephyr, if you really like that, the Zephyr is your class. Like this is like such a fun ability. So it's sort of like a super riding, that kind of thing. And then any damage you avoid is dealt to it instead. So like if you defend, if you have 8 armor and you defend and you reduce the damage by 8, the attack still hits you. So if you're just riding, like you would take 10 damage. If it was damage attack for 10, you would still take you would take 2 damage, and then that would be it. But for the Zephyr, they're able to dodge out of the way. The Zephyr would still take 2 damage, and then the monster they're riding on would take the 8. So the Zephyr still can do that kind of thing like way better and way more interestingly. My left missed Ron. Hey, Ron25. Thank you so much. Appreciate that super chat. I'm trying to get caught up. Yeah. Really cool change of shields. Love riding versus grappling. I think it would be cool to add some tips for legendary monsters, as in the level 6 spider. What if you want to fight spiders at level 2 or level 10? And what? Okay. That's what that is. So yep, that advice is already in here. So like if you wanted to fight the Brood Mother, she's a level 6. So you can just go here to so her stats are balanced off of level 6. So she has 175 hit points. Her attacks deal this much. Her save is this much. If you want to fight her at level 2 for some reason, if you want to fight her at level 15, give her 400 hit points, have her attacks do roughly this much damage, and that's basically all you have to do. So legendary monster system is incredibly flexible. So that's all already in there. Gurky Balma, thank you for the layout pick. I appreciate that. I haven't seen a link for the Nimble dice on the website. Where can I find that? It's in the backer kit thing. So if you go to your backer kit pledge manager, you can have that as an add-on. Isaac Clemente, out of curiosity, has there been a moment when you felt that just rolling damage has become unwieldy in terms of game design? Has it? No, Isaac. Out of everything that we've done, rolling. Out of everything that we've done, that is like the best thing. Just rolling damage, like oh I hit, yeah, like I know I hit immediately. I missed. Everybody knows I miss immediately. I crit. Everybody knows I crit immediately. So like that is the best single thing. I hope more RPGs do that kind of thing. Talmushkin, is there international shipping? I bought the digital version. Yeah. So there's international shipping. I think in Israel, shipping to Israel, yes. But I think there might be like additional like hazard shipping right now because of things going on there. So maybe either wait until that until things settle down. But I think shipping to certain countries like Ukraine and Russia and Israel, Brazil, certain countries are like prohibitively expensive, but it is possible. So I just want to give you a fair warning. Or if you know anybody coming to the States, you can ship yourself there and pick it up. There are a few retail places also that are purchasing copies, so there might be a retail location near you. Layout nitpick, who got that? I never. I don't know if it made in the feedback doc, but there was some confusion about the formula for spell DC. Okay, yeah, I'll take a look at that. Spell saves. Here's in saves. Unless otherwise noted, a hero's save DC is 10 plus key. So that's what that is. And I think the question is like, is that for like if I have to make a save versus a save that I'm forcing something else to make, it wouldn't make sense that this is like that as I get better, it's harder for me to make a save. No, that doesn't make sense. So this is only for effects at the hero's cause. If we can think of a way to clarify that without taking up a whole lot more space, then maybe we can do that. Maleficent can't stay. Just want to say hi and congrats. Homestretch hype. Did you add the extra die roll for skill checks for monsters? I don't know if I did. Let's go to the document. Ooh, and something that I was thinking about. Add. Opposed skill checks. So something else that I was thinking is some people had they didn't love having they didn't love the subclass name for the hunter, the wildsman, which I kind of like. But like, what do you think about something like Brambleheart? Like that's kind of cool. It sounds like more stout. It sounds more spicy. If we changed it, I think we'd have to reflavor some things, maybe like completely rework an ability or two. But I kind of like the name Brambleheart. So you guys let me know if you like that. Again, Maleficent, thank you for the super chat. You definitely don't have to do that, but I appreciate it. Mission success. Your formatting layout was so nice. It was quite jarring going from reading Nimble books and going back to D&D Pathfinder where they take 12 times the words to say the exact same thing. Thank you, Mission success. I appreciate that. Appreciate that encouragement and your feedback. Perfect, great job. You didn't read the rest of my comment. It's clear, but maybe having it in the spell section as well would be helpful for people. Okay. Sorry, Edward. Core rules, spells. So I don't know. This is something that we did do. So for classes that don't generally care about the spell save DC, like the cheat doesn't really care about spell save DC. Like nothing they do really has that. So for their abilities, so there is this one like Cunning Strike. So this is the one the one ability that they would have that where like their spell save DC would even matter. I have it listed, but for spellcasters where you know 20% of their spells are using it, they have a bunch of abilities that use the spell save DC. I don't know that we need to reiterate that because that is sort of like a common parlance of the spellcasting classes. I'll think about it, Edward. Yeah, yeah, appreciate it. Um, any retail places in Southern California? Maybe. I think there's one in Arizona. There's a few around. Yeah, and if you have any, so if you have like a local game store you want to carry it, you just let them know and they can order a bunch of copies. So I'd rather support like your local game store. It's good for them. They get a bit of money and you get to go in and support your local economy. That's good. Yeah, if there's any stores near you that hey check this out, uh, you can definitely do that. There's discounts, wholesale discounts for retailers. Bramble Heart sounds awesome. Cool. Bramble Heart invoking Briar Hearts from Skyrim. I don't know what Briar Hearts is. What is that? Which I fully support as filthy forsworn support. I don't know what that is. Bramble Heart sounds quite epic, although I'm not a native speaker. No, it sounds epic in English too. It sounds pretty cool. Bramble Heart is original and sounds cool, much better than Wildsman. The hero save section at the moment, it looks like the save DC sentence leads into advantage disadvantage saves. Yeah, maybe. I mean, any so if you guys already knowing what the intent is are looking for clarity, then I think we should maybe clarify it. Yeah. I think some bullet points would probably do good. Good idea. DC for Okay, so let's see if so this first draft, unless otherwise noted, the DC for effects a hero causes is 10 plus key. Okay, when making saves, heroes have. So I'm trying to keep it from going to 2 lines. This is the boon, the bane. Sorry, this is the bane of layout. So yeah, we're just running out of space. Okay, so I think we can. When making saves, heroes each. When making saves, each hero has 1 advantage save, 1 disadvantage, and 2 neutral. Yeah, that reads pretty clearly. I don't hate that. Okay, so now we gotta add a little bit of space there. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna have to work on the spacing here just a little bit. Just a little bit later. So yeah, I'll have to work on the spacing there, but I think that's a little bit more clear. You guys let me know if that reads clearly. Did I introduce any new bugs with this? But I do like having the 2 bullet points. These are 2 different things. Edward, enjoy breakfast. So what was gonna look at Briar Hearts? So what is Briar Hearts? Briar Hearts. Living weapons? Oh. Briar Wars, Refolkman. Where was that? Living weapons, warriors imbued with powerful magic that grant them enhanced hearing, as well as great endurance and strength with which they defend their kin. That's pretty cool. Just a dude with an axe. That's pretty sweet. I didn't know that. Whenever I played Skyrim, whenever I played Skyrim, I sort of like I never made it that far. I'll just say that. And a really cool video from JP Couvert is this one on a simple trick for drawing isometric dungeon maps. So definitely love JP Couvert. Everything he does is cool. Maybe not everything. Like his wife would probably disagree. Uh-oh. No, look at this Photoshop. No, I definitely don't want to update Photoshop. Updating software breaks it a lot of times. Okay, so yeah, this is me cutting out a bunch of the art. Okay, so let's see here. Bramble Heart. I like the name Wildsman better. Ooh, Tyler, interesting. I guess if somebody's playing a female character, they would probably like Bremheart better. Wildsman is like more like man, as in like human, or like the human race, so that kind of thing. So it can be a generic thing, but yeah, that makes sense. Okay, one in Arizona. Is there a list? Or where are those? I can yeah, I can put a list of retail locations, probably on the website. I could probably do that. To be 2 neutral ones. It does fit. It does fit, Edward. When a hero makes a save, could be a bit more legible. I think that's okay. Like Wildsman, but there are some suggestions. Big recommendation from Mapcrow. Yeah, Mapcrow is great. His are really cool. Yeah, his are really cool. I like JP's for their clarity. Like Mapcrows are like sweet because like they're so complicated and like noodling. There's like a lot going on. Like it just takes it takes me a second to like for my brain to even process like what in the world is even going on. But once like you sort of like focus in on like what's happening with this map, like there's so many details and cool things and like places that you want to explore. Mapcore is really cool, just very different style. Like this is like super clear, like incredibly clear, and like if I wanted to draw this at my table, like I could. Like I've got a big like wet erase dry erase marker mat. I can just like draw this on the thing. But, like Mapcrow's maps, like I have no hope of drawing those. At least not at the table. It's like 1, you can go to 2 or 3, and then 2 or 3 can go to 4, and then 5. Right. So like this is quite simple. But yeah, Mapcrow +1, thumbs up. Nomad, Tracker, Strider, Warden, Ranger. Yeah, Ranger, Forager, Survivalist. Yeah, so it was initially Survivalist. Hey, Lacrimel. Initially it was Survivalist, but there's a background called Survivalist, so we want to change it, make it sound like a little bit more cool. All right, let's go to the GM guide, everybody. Let's start working on the adventure. Let's start working on the adventure. And there's a few other monsters that I added as well for some of the other adventures. So the number of monsters in the book has really increased a good bit. All right, so we've got what's going on. So in all the other adventures, I'm really moving more toward like a bullet point format. But I don't know that everything needs to be a bullet point format. So maybe we can just keep this. Like I like having like little like lines to quote like as a GM. So that like I was like, what in the world are these NPCs going to say once we come back? Like I don't know, I have to think of something. Like, oh no, help us! Like, so it's really nice to just have like single lines to like get me sort of in the brain space of these villagers, you know. So, Terracine awaits you. Your tired eyes. So, so yeah, let's do a little bit of combination of both. Bulleted list. Bullets. The root breaker and a few other smaller plant creatures lie heaped in the pile of town square. Farmers stacking them to be burned. Um, Okay, so I'm going to tweak the wording and stuff just a little bit later. I'm not going to worry too much about it right now. I'll tweak it just a little bit later. But we're just sort of focusing on the layout. What the villagers know. Active user NPCs is always a good shout. Yeah. Does Pilfered Power still cost half your HP to regain mana? I have a Shadowmancer in my campaign, and they told me they're never going to use it. So initially, it just wasn't an option. So like at first, you use your mana, there's nothing you could do until like level 10 or 12, I think. But now at least you have the option to do it. So a lot of times, the people in the back, so I played a Shadowmancer in the last campaign, and I didn't use it. I didn't end up using all my mana. It was more of a minion. I wanted to particularly test minions. So for Shadowmancers, ranged things uh, broadly, but Shadowmancers in particular, because they have minions, so it's them and minions. So like the chances, so it's going to be relatively common. I'll say it's not going to be too rare that a Shadowmancer in like in an adventure just won't take any damage. And they'll use all their mana, and they just won't. They won't need to use. So they're taking a field rest or a short rest. They have all their hit dice. Say level 4 or 5. They have all their hit dice. They have all their hit points. Um, you know, so in those kinds of situations, it's nice to have the option. If I've taken no damage, I've used up all my mana, I've got all these hit dice, and I feel like I want to be able to use them, right? Yeah, I'll go ahead and cast I'll cast one giant spell and blast a couple of dudes. I could do that once or twice on an adventure, and then now I can use my hit dice. So like once this combat's over, I can use my hit dice to heal right back up, basically. So it's not something you would use every session. It's not something I'd use multiple times, but is it something that is nice to have when the situation works out? Yeah, it's more that kind of thing, Robin. It's more that kind of thing. So it's 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 better than having nothing. You don't have to use it if you don't want to. Some people are just very risk averse, but for other people, if they just need one big spell to blast this dude and end the encounter, yeah, I can do that if I want to. So that's a very Shadowmancery type of thing to do. Yeah, Shadowmancer has gone down the most so far, so maybe that's the reason why. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. And it might just be like your particular table or how the encounters have been going. But as I was playing, and it depends on the party as well. I was playing with a shepherd and an oathsworn, and it was a shepherd of life, so like the healing shepherd, and a oath of refuge oathsworn, and I was very protected. Like those guys, they were protecting me a bunch, and I basically like for some encounters I took no damage, or when I did take damage, like they were basically for free able to just heal me right back with like lay on hands or the companion and all these other things. So, hey Bruno, good to see you. Hope you enjoy your lunch. So yeah, it's something that is going to depend on a lot of different things, right? It's going to depend on a lot of different things, but it's something that it's better to have that than like just not have it, right? So there might be a time where he does use it, and maybe not. Okay, what do villagers know? They were attacked last night at dusk. Fighting went on for hours. So most of them left. We fought bravely. There's only so much farmers and merchants can do. So they're not so much merchants. I mean, there's a couple of merchants. They're more like farmers and peasants. Most of them left willingly after picking up most of the plants. Most of the plants, so just clarifying what the them is. Most of the plants left willingly after picking up and taking anything that wasn't nailed down. Barrels, tables, a door, livestock, you name it. Master needs beloved things. They all kept mindlessly bellowing without seeming to know what they were saying. And I'm going to do this. Boom. Ruby and Pearl were taken. Well, Ruby was, at least. Pearl went chasing after her sister. Probably need to get out of her chores. Oh, that's funny. Farmers and laborers. Yeah, I mean, peasants are laborers, basically. The only book in town that speaks of the Deathbriar is an old dusty tome. Oh yeah. So actually, in Robin, if you're still here, there are some cool spells that that the Shadowmancer gets when they are dying. So like for a lot of the spells, I don't know what if you want to tell me what level your guys are. I don't know what level your guys are, but the Shadowmancer out of most of the classes does pretty well at 0 hit points. You get Dread Visage for free, so it costs 2 mana less while dying. So it's free. It costs no mana while dying. The Vampiric Greed, while you can just heal up a ton of hit points as well. So it's more useful than it might seem at first glance. So I'll say that. Hey Terry, you just getting here? Good to see you, man. The only book in town that speaks of the Deathbriar is an old dusty tome in Mayor Till's personal library. Deathbriar began as a benign magical flower cultivated by ancient druids. I feel like this should probably be indented, or at least like an inset note. The Deathbriar. It began as a benign, multiply that, magical flower. So, sorry, just doing some layout stuff. Benign magical flower cultivated by ancient druids who sought to harness its rapidly spreading roots to enrich blighted soils. But some soil will not so easily be cleansed. I don't want to say blight 2 times of its corruption. It was corrupted. It was it became twisted and began to cultivate a hunger for power. Gaining sentience and cultivating a hunger for power. Nobody but the most prideful and hubristic botanical wizards would even think to plant a Deathbriar seed. It was thought to be wiped out at terrible cost to the druids. I feel like this should probably be a bulleted list. That's not it. There it is. Marla Homebrew is grateful to have her locket back, though she isn't too worried about and isn't yeah. So anytime there are kids in adventure or pets, that kind of thing, you got to be really careful about that kind of thing. So she isn't too worried about children. Foolish as they are, they can look after themselves. But these incursions against and attacks against town must be stopped. Suggest to go meet with Mayor Tills. There's nothing he don't know about plants. Have you ever tried writing any prose/novel books, Evan? I see so many people who don't know you shouldn't put two the same. Corruption, yeah. So writing is like probably my least favorite thing to do. It takes the most energy. the most time. So like I can cook up like I could really cook up a bunch of I have to undo that. Um, I could cook up like a bunch of stat blocks and classes and like mechanics and that kind of stuff, but like writing, it's like oh, and it's really a pain because I know exactly what I want to say, um, or I know exactly how I want it to run and how I want it to feel, but like getting there is challenging. Like and even when I've hired writers to help me, they'll get me like 50% of the way there, 20% of the way there. Like really good writers might get me like 70 or 80%, 60 or 70% of the way there, but there's still like many, many hours of my own time that goes into the adventures. So like this one was originally written by Josiah Moore, um, but it's taken me, I don't even know how many hours to keep going with. Marla Homebrew is grateful to have her locket back and isn't too worried about her children. Foolish as they are, they can look out themselves. Okay, to Green Thumb's base. All right, so let's turn these into bullets. Numerous flying tracks. The root breakers left make navigating to the ruins where Green Thumb has been holed up quite easy. Half day's journey from the goblin's former base. You find one per two. Find root breakers. So we need to switch this. Find root breakers. One per one per for every 2 hero. Sending a watch. Sending a watch outside the entrance. To what looks like, I'll just say of an ancient tomb. See, like, because it's not good to have like an orphan like that. So if you can ever reword something to fix that, it's desirable. Mural chamber. So what we've been doing here, these get changed to by the adventure paragraph 1. We add a dot and then this, and it styles it all automatically. One briar bane tangler, and so I'll just say one tangler in. One tangler and X seedlings gathering under a beam of sunlight. So what I'm imagining, so what that looks like, so that chamber is this one here. It's like, the sun's sort of coming in, and and I might actually have this artist like go ahead and add like a few little dorks around here. I don't know if he has time for that though, but I think that would be pretty cool. One tangler and X seedlings, one per hero, gathering under beam of sunlight. So I do want to just make a quick sanity check and make sure. So one tangler and X seedlings, these guys are level 3. I just want to double check since we've made some tweaks. So one tangler, X seedlings. So one tangler is going to be level 2. Okay, and then X seedlings, the seedling is 1/2. So it'll be a quite easy encounter. So those would be quite easy, like sort of warm up encounter, and that's fine. Murals cover the walls and floor, partly obscured by creeping vines and overgrown moss. If heroes look more closely under the foliage. And this section I might actually tweak just a bit. Engraved series of murals that depicts. No, we don't need that here. An engraved series of murals depicts a band of soldiers led by a human king. Just curious, totally get that. Writing is a lengthy process for sure. I'd definitely rather be running a game. Yeah. And like writing something for myself is one thing, but writing for something for someone else to be able to run like is completely different. So like I can run an adventure with like just a sticky note. And if I need to add this or that, like I can do that. But writing something for like a first time GM or second time GM or like other people, you got to give a little bit more. And Great Series of Murals depicts a band of dwarven soldiers led by a human king. The next panel depicts them in a losing battle against terrible odds. 4 of the dwarves are slain. The next panel is partially destroyed to the ravages of time. The human king offers something, and they're all taken away to safety by a unicorn. They're like, I don't love that. It's like, by unicorn. Like, I feel like unicorns are like a little bit childish. Hey, Isaac. Hey, glad to be part of the stream for a change. And I die from the old description. Water flows down steps from the entrance. Reads a little bit better. Yeah, sure. Flows. Yeah, and like those kind of I don't know the word for it is. Those kinds of things a lot of times will be caught by editors. Like sometimes I'll do like first person, like or second person or third person, like you do this, or like when a hero does this, and then a good editor will help hey, let's make this all this stuff consistent. So if someone's looking for that, then that's easy to pick. Okay, so I don't love the idea of them being taken away to safety by a unicorn. So something happens. I feel like some other creature would be cool. Some other creature would be cool. Unicorns are a little bit not the coolest thing. I was talking about writing full-size fantasy novels. I took your comments. Yeah, that's not happening. That's definitely not happening. I think I'd be an okay editor for like that kind of thing, like what makes a good story. But I'd rather do almost anything else. Yeah, so this is foreshadowing. Like if someone's paying attention and interested and engaged, then they can like find a cool shortcut later by like engaging with the lore. So something other than a unicorn. I want to think of something else. Griffin, yeah, griffins are cool. By a cohort of griffins, a flock. Let's say a flock of griffins. Where else go there? Walls of floor, probably. So is that a little bit better? I don't know that we need to bold it. Something like that. It's better. Flock, yeah, Griffins are cool. Griffins are sweet. Flock. Long corridor. The floor is okay. So let's fix this. Change that. There you go. Blade hall trap. Long corridor. The floor is covered in a dense carpet of foliage, arranged in a strange manner. Inside, it's a nice examination check. The foliage has been cut horizontally, as if by a massive blade, every 5 feet. Swinging blades from the ceiling, activated pressure plates are stepped on. Are pressed. Traversing the hall unscathed requires 2 DC 10 dex saves. And they're going to be level 3 by now, so let's grab this. So a level 3 party, the save DC should be 11. So yeah, we'll go ahead and increase this to an 11. To avoid the blades. Advantage if the blades are noticed first. Ooh, that's cool. So like this kind of thing, advice, I'm gonna go ahead and include in like an inset note instead. Where is it? Oh, not that. This inset note. Here's can use a special ability they have. That is good enough, give them another instance advantage, or you can even allow them to succeed automatically. Okay, so if we're giving like this much advantage and like all this sort of stuff, I think we can go ahead and increase the DC to 12, like a little bit more interesting. So like if we have something that has disadvantage on its dex saves, let's go ahead. Let's do a little bit of math. All right, JP. Let's do a little bit of math. Give me 1 second. That's not the one. This one. Gotta get my favorite dice calculators up. Okay, so if we have a d20 and we want to have all dice greater than or equal to x, 2 dice, and the x is going to be 12. So someone just rolling, like say the 0 dex, rolling with disadvantage, they have a 80% chance of failure. Okay, so if we just give one instance of advantage, now they have a 45% chance of succeeding. And if we give one more instance of advantage, at least one die greater than or equal to this, if we change that to an advantage, then they have like a 70% chance. So yeah, that feels about where we want to do. Maia, good morning. What you working on, Evan? Working on the adventure. If you want to rewind a little bit, I'll sort of you can see what other stuff I've been working on. But right now, I'm working on going over tightening up the initial adventures. So the initial set of like level 1 to 3 adventure was like one of the first things that we did in the GM guide. And then like a few months of development went into like making the setting and the other adventures and playtesting and stuff. So the other adventures are like much more tightly designed and better, have a better framework. So I'm going back now and taking a second pass to make sure the quality of the adventure is like up to snuff. One thing that I hate is like adventures that are not that great, takes a lot of time to read, and then like it's only after you read it that you realize like, oh, this adventure is kind of not that great and it needs a lot of work. But like I already spent 5 hours reading it, so I might as well keep going. So like I really want the quality of the adventures to be like as good, as easy to run as possible, as good as possible, as easy to run as possible, that kind of stuff. So I'm taking this. So this is like a 4th pass at the adventure. So the first few passes were like finishing it and tightening it up, and now we're making it S tier now. Okay. Yep, that's good. Encourage creativity. There we go. So let's drag this over here, and then I'll figure out where to put the map later, and we might even draw the map as well. But we might have enough space to go ahead and put like a whole nother adventure in this book. We'll see, or maybe monsters. I'd have to have the art for the monsters. Yeah, we'll see. Because we're saving a bunch of space by like relaying some of this stuff out, so we're making it more efficient. Uh-oh. Okay, there we go. Sorry, just seeing some things. I gotta give a little tweakerino. Okay, yeah, we got enough space. It's all good. Okay, so encourage creativity, Hall of Tombs. Okay, let's do that. Now we can change this layout to this thing. Hall of Tombs, a skeleton wrapped in red thorns lies in a heap in the center of the room. Okay, so I want the first little thing. So like this is like the thing you read or say when the heroes first enter the room. And then if they ask any questions or if they do anything else, then we get to like then we can like add like additional details. Trail of plant matter leads to the empty tomb. Holds a polished steel sword. Ooh, that's cool. Let's say silver sword. That's cool. DC 12 examination or lore check. This is a dwarf skeleton died in battle. The skeleton is disturbed. The sword is taken from its hands. The thorns is wrapped in recoil and retract back into a crack in the wall. Okay, so let's read it again because I didn't. All right. Cracked wall. Okay, so like the important thing here is like we want to foreshadow what's going on, so we're adding a little bit of clarity. Did you already work on spacing throughout all the books? There were some spots where I noticed some words paragraphs needed some breathing. Yeah. I'm tightening up a lot of those things. If you have an example in particular, feel free to let me know. But I'm going for more of a I'm happy to look at any specific examples. Let's go to the desk view. So I'm going for much more of a sorry guys, I'm hitting the microphone. Sorry if it's loud. So I'm going for much more of an information dense. I got to get a new thing. It's shaky. Sorry. I'm going for much more of an information dense type of layout than like super light, airy kind of layout for the parts where it matters. So for like the heroes books and stuff, like we have like lots of space and breathing room, so like the heroes don't feel too overwhelming. But as a GM, when I'm running, I want to be not flipping pages, right? I want to have like as much information like on my dashboard, so to speak, as possible. So whenever possible, I don't want to be flipping pages to find more information. I'd rather just have as much information as possible on this page. So the different books do have different purposes slightly, like at the table and when in use. So, but I'm happy to look at any examples if you have any feedback. And if I can give more space, then I will. But if I can't, I can't. Okay, so the point of this adventure is to make sure that we want to foreshadow what's going on, because the end of this adventure, the whole thing collapses, right? So that everything collapses at the end of this adventure. So we want to make sure that we're foreshadowing it and it doesn't feel like too wonky. Don't understand it instantly. What I was mean, some areas look like different spaces between them. Yeah, we want it to be consistent. Like whatever the spacing is, we do want it to be consistent. So I'm cleaning up as I find it. But there will be a different like once we're content complete, which we're very close to being. Once we're content complete, then we'll start doing some of the tightening up that was missed. Cracked walls for tombs. What we see here. So the things that we list here is like the most important things. 4 stone tombs. One is cracked walls, 4 stone tombs. Yeah, there we go. Change this to bulletless. Skeleton wrapped in red thorns lies in a heap in the center of the room. want this to be. Oh, come on. I want this to be just a little bit, just to be. Okay. Cracked walls. For some tombs, one is empty. Skeleton wrapped in red thorns lies in a heap in the center of the room. A trail of plant matter leads to the empty tomb. So I feel like that is too much for one bullet point. Skeleton holds a silver sword. DC 12 examination or lore check. This is a dwarf. Died in battle. Cool. If the skeleton is disturbed or the sword is taken from its hands, the thorns it is wrapped in recoil, retract back into a crack in the wall. Okay. Empty tomb, the large stone coffin lid pushed to the side. So I want this to read more clearly. So we should probably let's change these to numbers. I think a numbered list might help. Scratching tomb. Empty tomb, a large stone covered lid pushed to the side. So why is this one pushed to the side? The vines. The vines did that. Vines seem to have pushed its large stone lid to the side. Overgrown tomb wrapped in vines. DC 14 might check. Advantage of slashing weapons used. So we need to move this to the end. Might check to remove the vines. Advantage if slashing weapon is used to open the coffin. Okay, so the line height here is 10. So let's change the line height on the numbered list. There we go. Now we're cooking. Okay, so overgrown tomb, inside a small treasure. So let's go ahead and say what that treasure is. What could that treasure be? Where's my book? Oh, there it is. So this is Matt Finch's Tome of Adventure Design. So let's, I think just like a little dwarven trinket that is like worth some small amount of gold would be cool. Dwarf beard beads? Yeah, maybe. Possibly. Dwarf beard beads. All right, so random X. We want treasures. Trinkets, treasures, that kind of thing. Dungeon dressing, sarcophagi, jewelry, substance tricks. My only critique about this is that there's so much stuff in here that non-dungeon adventure design. Where's loot? Magic spells, magic items, hallucinogens, complex traps. It's probably gonna be around here somewhere. Jewelry, gems and precious stones. Isn't there like a trinket table? Waterways, types, clues, strange things. All right, let's just go to magical sarcophagi and their contents. 407. Yeah, let's try that. 407. This might be a little bit hard to see, so I apologize. A single casting of metal. Ooh, that's cool. It could be like some bronze. A bronze heart. Ooh, a cast bronze heart. Or like silver heart. Yeah, I like that. Just press Control F on the spine of the book. Brother Tom. Small silver. Small silver dwarven charm. We'll just say that. Okay, image of a warrior carved on the stone lid. DC 12 perception check to hear scratching sounds from within. Yeah, we don't need to say within a coffin. Inside, a hostile skeleton. Use the ghoul stat block covered in red vines. Ooh, that's cool. All right, so let's check and see how strong the ghouls are. So the ghouls are not super strong. So it wouldn't be like a particularly interesting fight. Like, oh, all right, everybody roll initiative, and then like I kill him on the first turn. Like, so that's something that easy is not super interesting. So I don't want to have something that is too hard because like if we put a mummy in the tombs. Okay, so here jewelry is on 410. Mr. Kiko, thank you. So if I put something too hard in there, so okay, so let's pretend we have 5 players. That's pretty average. We've got 5 players. So they'd be like level 15. So something like a mummy or even a giant zombie, but like normal sized, would be fine. So like a level 8 or level 6 thing would be fine. But if we only have 2 players or 3 players, well then like this easy to medium encounter would all of a sudden be like hard to very hard, right? So what if we used like the ghoul stat block and just we can set the hit points. It has 10 hit points per player. Like that's pretty cool. Ghoul stat block. So if there's 2 players, then it has 20 hit points. If there's 5 players, it has 50 hit points. That kind of thing is an easy way to have different differences. 410. Let's take a look real quick. Belt, bracer, brooch, earring, ear cuff, bracelet, napkin holder, navel pendant. Okay, I don't know how much jewelry these doors would have. Okay, so I think the ghoul stat block would be fine. Yeah, ghoul stat block would be fine. And we can just say what I just said. That's 10 HP per hero. There you go. So I love having things that scale really, really well. Maybe have some spell effect going on because Tomb Desecration. I don't want, so I want to be very careful about like making interacting with things discouraging interaction, right? So if there's like, oh, you get cursed because you touched a thing, like the next time they find a tomb or a thing, like they're gonna say like, oh, I'm not gonna touch it, right? So if inside there is like some reward, like some challenge but some reward, well, that's fine, you know. They could easily have Viking level grave goods, yeah. So the first one's empty. The second one has just like there's a challenge, but if you can open it, yeah, you get 10 gold. The next one, scratching, right? So a bigger challenge, bigger reward. Gold. Let's see. It could have a gold belt buckle. Use ghoul stat block. Okay, undisturbed tomb decorated in a griffin crest. Carved stone hands hold an empty bowl on the immovable lid. Secret. Filling the bowl with anything valuable causes the lid to open, revealing secret stairs. 2. And where do the secret stairs lead to? Oh, I just deleted the map. We deleted the map. Let's remind ourselves where the secret stairs lead to. Okay, get out. So guys, hang tight. Maybe area effect rather than immediate health depletion could be just as effective, like icy floor difficulty getting away. Yeah. Like this isn't really a cursed tomb. This is like just a regular tomb that the Deathbriar, this evil plant, has like sort of been like tinkering, tampering with, that sort of thing. So let me see if I can. Let me see if I can share my screen with you guys. Let's see if we can share the screen. I did a test of this earlier. Properties. Okay. Is that working? That's not working. All right, let's hide that. Add a new thing. Video capture device. That device. iPad. Okay. There we go. Oh, it's upside down. Can you guys see that? You guys can see that, right? Transform. Rotate 180. Okay, transform. Flip horizontal. There we go. We got there. All right, so this is the first map. We don't need that. Which this is the map we got. Okay, so the Tomb of Honor goes to the Acid Room. Tomb of Honor goes to the Acid Room. This is a Procreate, by the way, on my iPad. Okay, so we'll leave that open because I think when I closed it, it didn't want to connect again. So we'll leave that open. Hall of Tombs leads to, what did we call it? Acid Flooded Room. Cool. All right. What was the decision on the Hunter subclass name? I'm no decision yet. It's currently still Wildsman, but I'm thinking, what was it? Brambleheart. Brambleheart as a possible name. We'd have to reflavor some of the abilities and maybe change one or two of them entirely. But I think that'd be cool. Keeping the same vision, but just tweaking them a little bit. On puzzles, the above solution is only one possible answer to the puzzle. The above, look at this, cut words, let's cut words. The above is only one possible answer to the puzzle. Let's say solution to the puzzle. The players are taking the world seriously, or coming up with ideas, that make sense. Let their ideas work. Reward creativity, even if it isn't exactly the right answer. There we go. Like that. All right, so we've got the Venus flytrap room next. Let's change the layout of that. Body 1, large dome-shaped chamber. Massive Venus flytrap in the center of the room. When players enter, massive Venus flytrap. So it's not when players enter, when heroes enter. It begins swaying its head and leaves, blindly looking for prey. Yeah, so we're just cutting a bunch of like unnecessary words. I'm not paid per word. I'm not paid per word, so I can cut all the words that I want to. So rather than massive, let's say huge, because huge is actually a game term, so we know roughly how big it is. Second is teeth and iron key hanging from a chain. Unlocks door to storeroom. Ooh, that's cool. About 1 dozen smaller Venus flytraps grow throughout the room. A few are closed around what you can assume to be unlucky or foolish goblins. One is closed around a treasure. Didn't we have somewhere in here a goblin hiding? I thought we had somewhere in here like there was a goblin hiding. Was that not added? I thought there was something like that, like a goblin came in here, and okay, so there was supposed to be. Maybe we just combine that with Pinky. Okay, so what happened? So we need a stat block for the huge Venus flytrap. So we need that. So it could be a legendary encounter. Probably don't want it to be a legendary encounter. We could use like one of the Tangler stat blocks. So we need a stat block for the Venus flytrap. We need a stat block for the smaller ones. Grow throughout the room. Okay, so what would be a cool... so I think this could be like some sort of potion. Some cool... a cool potion. So like they've gotten a lot of... they've gotten a lot of healing potion. They've got a lot of like gold things. I've got a lot of gold things already. Okay, so let's see. All right, so stat block for the Venus flytrap room. Let's go up to the Briar boys. Briar Banes. So I think the Venus flytrap could be a Tangler. We can just upscale them a little bit. So it can be so it can have 10 hit points per 10 hit points per hero, and then it attacks once per hero. That kind of thing might be just fine. 10 hit points per hero. So if you can scale any of these that way, so the hit points are based upon 10 hit points per hero. I mean, at that point, we could just make a new stat block. But we need it to scale. All right, so let's just go ahead and take this. So we'll make a new stat block live just for this, so that we don't have to give the GM too much additional work to do. So let me grab one of the stat blocks that are a little bit more modular and easy to use. All right. So the heroes are level 3 at this point. So we got to keep that in mind. Giant Venus flytrap. There's going to be a level level. So it's not going to have a level probably, but it will be huge because its stats are going to change depending on the level, how many heroes there are. Yeah, let's say this thing has medium armor. Let's say this thing has medium armor because so far everything has been unarmored, I believe. Right? No, no. Let's make this thing unarmored because all of the Briarbane things have armor, and the armor changes, and we'll keep this one simple. We'll keep this one simple. Come on, let me just. There you go. Copy. I would like you guys' thoughts on the order of the book. So currently, the GM guide at least. You guys tell me what you think about this. So currently, we have like GM introduction, advanced GM tools, adventuring rewards. Okay, I think all of that's fine. Then we go to monsters, and then the bestiary, and then there's the legendary monsters, and then there's the adventure and more adventure locations and setting stuff at the end. Is that a way that you would expect it, or should the bestiary be like at the end, like monsters and bestiary at the end? Because I think most like 5e adventures have their monsters like at the end of the book. So like Icewind Dale, Rime of the Frost Maiden. I don't know if they ever have monsters like in the middle of the book, like where things are happening, or they'll just bold it and then stick like the monsters. Yeah, the monsters are usually at the end of the book rather than like in the middle. Yeah, you guys tell me what you think about that. You guys let me know. All right, so let's go and build a giant Venus flytrap monster. Real quick, where is it? Giant Venus flytrap. So its hit points are going to be 20 per hero. I do like that that we're teaching GMs how to scale this kind of thing with like non-legendary monsters. Giant Venus flytrap. So its damage is going to be 1d. So it's blind. I don't think that would matter. Let's do 1d6 per hero. So its damage. Prefer it in the page so I can have fewer books open to reference and not have to jump between pages. Makes the image. Yeah, wherever possible, I'm putting the stat blocks like in line with the adventure. But if you just want to like look at the goblins, like, are you gonna look at the back of the book? Or are you gonna look at the middle of the book? Yeah, so wherever possible, I'm putting the stat blocks in line. So like here's Krog. But like having stat blocks for like goblins and stuff and spiders and all of that is probably like it would just make the adventure much bigger. Giant Venus flytrap. So it's what could this do? Swallow. So it's a giant Venus flytrap and it swallows. On crit. So swallow creatures take. Okay, so let's we can treat it. Oh, that's round. So let's pull up the. So we'll treat it. Okay, so here's our stat information. So our heroes are level 3. So how are we going to scale the damage based off of how many heroes there are? It's like taking taking damage per hero makes sense. So all the creatures take 1d4. Let's say bite. Attack once per hero. Let's say blind. So blind always attacks with disadvantage. That's cool. Blind, it always attacks with disadvantage, but it attacks a lot. It attacks once per hero. So it doesn't have range, but it will have reach. Bite is going to have reach 3. And then we can have like tangle. And I think I'll just grab the tangle attack from this other thing. Copy tangle. So it'll sort of be a mix of a tangler and another thing. Tangle. Tangle. So I guess the damage doesn't need to scale if the hit points are scaling. Always attacks with disadvantage. This thing is huge, so let's say its reach is 12. Okay, so when would this thing attack? Any creature who fails a DC 10. If any hero fails a DC 10 stealth check, any hero fails a DC 10 stealth check, there we go. All right, I like that. So it can tangle twice, reach 12, so 1d6. So it's going to have to deal a good bit more damage since it's attacking with disadvantage. Party level 3. There it is. So I've got the chart just off screen, just so I'm not covering everything up. So this thing is going to be a damage bonus, 15 damage. So 1d6. So how much damage is 1d6 with disadvantage? 2. No, this one. Let's go 2d6 d1. P1. So on average, it's going to be 2.5. And then 2d6 at least one die. At least one die equal to 1. So what is the hit chance? So the hit chance, so it's going to miss 30% of the time. It's going to miss 30% of the time. So it's going to miss 30% of the time. It's going to miss 30% of the time. So if a level 3 creature is normally dealing 15 damage per round. So I'm just trying to think of how much damage it's going to do when it does a bite. It's going to be a big bite. It's going to deal 2.5 damage, so 18 minus 2.5, so it's going to be 1d6 plus 15 damage. Oh no, 1d6 plus 15 damage. And this is still going to be 1d6 plus 2. Grappled. Reel in. Okay, tangle. So tangle, you'll attack twice, and then reach is 12. Okay, that makes sense. 1d6 plus 2 damage. Grappled. There's escape DC. Any. Okay, reel in. Any. Reel in. Yep. I'm just sort of thinking through how we can make this as easy as possible for a GM to run. If any creature is pull. If any creature is grappled, pull them. pull them adjacent, then bind. Okay, so let's do choose one. Now we can change this to bullets. Choose one. Legendary. So it's not legendary, but we're sort of using that. Using that thing. Okay, so we don't need to attack once per hero. So we don't need tangle. There we go. That's pretty cool. Choose one. This is gonna be a nasty little encounter, but not too hard. So only if so all the heroes go. So all the heroes go, and then this guy will tangle, assuming nothing is adjacent. And then all the heroes go again, and then he'll reel in and then bite. So if any of the heroes didn't or couldn't escape, he'll bite him. That's a pretty cool little thing. Hit points 20 per hero. So if there's 5 heroes, we have 100 hit points. So yeah, it'll be a nice, cool little encounter. And then Venus flytraps. Smaller. Many other small plants grow throughout the room. But a dozen smaller plants grow. So let's have some additional creatures equal to. So let's go up here. So let's just have Briarbane seedling. So like one Briarbane seedling per hero. Yeah. One Briarbane seedling per hero. And I'm going to go ahead and grab the stat block. If we have space, we'll have it inline. If we don't, then we won't. How are you guys doing? Let me check on chat. All right, quiet. One attack per 2 players. Yeah. I think that might be a little bit confusing. Like if I can't think of like an easy way to describe it, then it might be a little bit too confusing to. Let's actually cut that, do this. Sorry guys, I know layout isn't the most exciting, but this is an important part of making the adventure fun. Like you put in the work now. Giant Venus flytrap. Yeah, a lot of work goes into it. Okay, so Okay, there we go. I like how, so we're adding a little bit of clarity. So previously there was like a lot of questions about like when does it work, what happens, that kind of stuff. So now we're clarifying that this is an optional encounter, so you can either stealth and make it past if you want to, or you can engage if you just want the treasures. Giant Venus flytrap in the center of the room. When heroes enter, begins swaying its head and leaves, blindly looking for prey. Sucking its teeth, an iron key hanging from a chain unlocks a door to storeroom. About a dozen smaller plants grow throughout the room. A few are closed. Why is this? There we go. There you go. One giant Venus flytrap and one seedling per hero. Sneak past. Okay, so this is monster ability, so I'll change this to monster ability. There we go. Now we're saving space, you guys. Look at all that space we're saving. Okay, drag that down. There we go. All right, so let's scooch these up closer to each other, and then drag them over. I want to make sure that they are, okay, so they are the right width. Now we need to add a text wrap to these so that when we drag them over here, bam, there we go. And I think I want this to be, let's undo that. So I want these guys, since they're less important, to be down below. Now we can group them. Now we can add text wrap, and now we can drag them over here. There we go. We're cooking, guys. We're cooking now. All right, so that's going to be a pretty cool encounter. So far, here, there's going to be like a pretty easy root breaker encounter. So 1/2 per hero, or 1 for every 2 heroes. What are root breakers? They are level 5. So yeah, that'll be like a good warm-up encounter, followed by an easy encounter, followed by, okay, so there's a little bit of role-playing, gathering information, some traveling, combat, easy combat, learning some lore, a nice skill check type of thing, creativity, Hall of Tombs, an optional encounter here with this guy. We might have too much combat in this one here. Might have too much combat. So we can. So this is an optional one. We can skip this one if we want to. Might have too much combat. So we might have too much combat in this particular adventure. Let's keep going. We'll rebalance if we need to. We'll rebalance if we need to. So yeah, thinking through this like really takes a lot of effort, but I think is worth it. As a flooded room, circular room, a large statue on an ornate 20-foot tall pedestal. Okay, so people can see this as a flooded room. They can see that it's circular. They can see a large statue on an ornate 20-foot tall pedestal. They would not know that it's a long dead human king at the center. So this is the information that they see, and this is going to be a lore check. Lore. And it can be made with advantage. Made with advantage for any dwarf or anyone who saw the murals. Yeah, so that is cooler, right? So they wouldn't just know, oh, this is a long dead human king. All right, let's make this. What is this? Bulleted list? There it is, bulleted list. Go check. A long dead human king. First ruler of the dwarves. So let's go down to, so like we're introducing a little bit of the lore of this region, which is kind of unique. So the NPCs, so Queen Alethea Stoutheart, she's the human queen of the dwarves at the time of the playing. And then here, what would be a cool first name for this king? Like something that goes with Stoutheart. Rupert, something or another. Chadwick, some sort of cool. Are there names? I think there's probably names in this adventure design thing. Let's take a look. Tome of Adventure Design, Matt. Let's see if you include any names for us. Giants, constructs, elementals, summoned, humanoids. Give me some names. Beast, constructs, draconic. If anybody has the Tome of Adventure Design, you tell me if. Let me know if there's any names. Villains' plans. Roderick. Ooh, there you go. Roderick Stoutheart. I like it. Roderick or Roderick? How do you spell Roderick? Roderick. I like this spelling of Roderick. Percival. That's a cool name too. Roderick has it though. Roderick. It's a classic human name. Those humans always naming their boys Roderick. Cool. Lore check. That's pretty sweet. Enormous pitcher plants grow from vines that wrap around the statue. Acid trickles from their mouths, flooding the room 2 feet deep. Okay. Touching the acid does 1d4 damage per round. Okay, just a little bit of damage, not too much. Percival. Yeah, Percival is sweet. Naturecraft check. Plant matter floats freely on the surface and is unaffected by the acid. Ooh, that's cool. Naturecraft. Let's do Naturecraft or Insight. Because Insight is sort of like, you just sort of get what's happening, you know. Lazy DM has a good list of names. This one? Paul Branson? New games. Or a different one. Are you thinking about a different one? I know there's like a lazy DM, like there's other books that he's made. I don't see any names in here. Lazy DM workbook. Oh, this isn't it. I'm gonna have to pick that up. Is that a good one? Should I pick it up? Paul? I have to reach out to Mike. Say, hey, Mike. Send me one. Ooh, this is cool art. Look at that art. Can you guys see that? It's pretty cool art. All right, let's keep going. We got Roderick already. Lazy DM workbook. Lots of random tables. Let's look at the. Oh, you know what has lots of good tables? You say random tables. Knave. Like, I don't really use random tables a lot, but the Knave 2 has like, it's like basically nothing but tables. Knave and what's the other one that he did? Maze Rats? Or Summer's End? One of his books is like just nothing but tables. It's not Summer's End. Like, I don't really use. I think I have Maze Rats, don't I? There it is. Maze Rats. Maze Rats. Yeah, look. Just like tables after tables after tables of things. Like every page is lists of. Okay, so let's see if there's anything good here. I don't know if there's names. But man, look how tight this writing is. Dints, I mean. Random table mention. I have to rec. And Iron Sworn every time. Mickey, what is Iron Sworn? What is it? I don't know what Iron Sworn is. Never heard of that. Don't make fun of me. I don't know. Ooh, here's some names. Balthazar, Basil, Bertrand, Blackson, Chadwick. Ooh, we said Chadwick. Clovis, Destrian. Destrian? Finn, I like Finn. Giles, Jasper, Hannibal. Okay, yeah, there's some cool names here. All right, so we'll keep that in case we need some more names. Richard the Lionheart. Yeah, we don't want it too close to reality. All right, we'll put this one back. We'll keep Maze Rats out. We'll insert a little bit of Maze Rats into this book. Okay, Naturecraft Insight check. Plant matter floats freely on the surface and is unaffected by the acid. A crown on the statue is made of gold. Can be removed. Priceless. Looks important. Climbing the statue is possible, but dangerous. Your choice of reasonable skill checks and consequences. 8 pillars evenly spaced around the perimeter of the room have faces of unknown dwarves carved. There we go. 8 pillars, so we don't need pillars, capitalized. 8 pillars spaced around the perimeter of the room have faces of unknown dwarves carved into them. Attempting to traverse the acid awakens 8 barbine seedlings. Who shoot coconut-sized seeds at the heroes, attempting to knock them into the acid pool. 1d4 acid damage per round. Like, that's funny, but I think we're going to. I think we're gonna cut this. We don't need that. Hang on, guys. I'll be right back. Sorry, my wife needed an ice pack. Yeah, attempting to traverse the acid awakens barbane seedlings. I think we've got enough going on here to where we don't need that. Like, what happens if they hit you? I don't know. They knock you in. That'd be complicated for a new GM to run. There's enough going on here. To where we probably don't need to be doing too much more. We don't need to be adding additional things, I don't think. All right, so let's grab this, move it up here. And yeah, I do think that I think having so let's say let's make this one an encounter that you can just walk past. After his journey from the Goblin's Form base, you find 2 root breakers. We'll just say standing watch outside the entrance of each tomb. Eyes closed, absorbing the warm sun. Ironsworn is a free TTRPG guided duel and solo. Ironsworn and Starforged, the sci-fi version. Ironsworn RPG. Interesting. Tompkin Press. $0. Any award winner, best free game. That's cool. Is this art AI? It looks like AI art. I don't know. I don't want to say that. I don't want to say that. Maybe it isn't. Free digital edition. That's gonna make me go through and check out. All right, I'll do that later. I'll do that later. But okay. Okay, cool. Never heard of it. I'll check it out. Okay, so what if this one, so like the root breakers, rather than there for a fight, this is more like, okay, I know we're in the right spot. Trivial to sneak past. Trivial to sneak past. Or gain surprise if combat is initiated. Hey, Darren. What's up? What were we checking out Ironsworn for? Mickey's recommending it. I don't know. Mickey likes it. Do you know anything about Ironsworn? Maybe I will have to check it out. If Taryn and Mickey both recommend it. Then I'll check it out. Oh, their tables are cool. Is it a good system or just like the tables are cool? Okay, so let's keep going. Asphalted room. So we got a lot going on there. Ceremony room. Let's reconfigure this. Do a little bit of layout magic. Ceremonial weapons and shields. Weapons, shields. Ceremonial weapons and shields and ceremonial knives. No. Weapons and shields hung on walls. Unusable, merely decorative. Large stone block. prepares bodies for burial. Yeah, that's cool. I think this should be the first bullet point. Actually, Ironsworn was one of the first to really pull off solo/co-op TTRPG, but the core never really clicked for me. Interesting. Yeah, I don't even know how solo RPGs would go. Yeah, I backed one solo RPG product recently, like some lo-fi mech thing. I forget what it's called. A cool flexible system, lowish magic, flavor, mechanics working together fun ways. Cool. So I backed some recent RPG that was like solo, just so I could see like what in the world, like how it works. But until that comes in, I don't know. Bullet list. Feel the heavy thudding footsteps of root breakers. One for every 2 heroes. The scratchy voice of Goblin Pinky. Okay, so root breakers. I always recommend Rune by Spencer Campbell. All right, Taryn, you know far too many people and RPGs. Rune by Spencer Campbell. I say that just because I'm gonna have to look all these up now. Miru by Hinokoto, and Darkfort by Stockholm Cartel, for people trying to get a feel for yourself. Taryn, if I were to check out the best one of those, or one of those, which one would I check out? Which one of those is the most best? What's being developed? Rune is still in development. Interesting. Darkfort is free, but I think Rune is the most fleshed out with enemy AI. What? Buy Rune? Solo? Souls like solo. Okay, that's cool. Rules. Oh, that's cool. The rules are just here. It's not something you have to download. Ooh, I like that. I like the website. There's a back button. Oh, the website must not have an abstract update. Rune has been done. Oh, okay. Yeah, the first thing here says, Rune is a solo TTRPG being developed by Spencer Campbell. Yeah, maybe Spencer could update that. It's like initially I said, like, okay, I'll wait until it's done. So let me not mess with it. Buy Rune. That's $25. Is that for a PDF? I assume. Is this PDF? Rune. So it includes a PDF key, but is there a book sent also? Order today? I assume that'll take me to the same spot. Add to cart. All right, let me see. I don't know does anybody know if there's like, is there a book that is available? View cart. So if they ask for shipping, then I know there's a book. Shipping. Oh, I gotta get my thing. One second. Okay, so there it is, a book. All right, I'll go ahead. I'll get Rune. that probably should be clarified. I don't know if any of you know whoever makes Rune. I don't know if anybody of you guys know that guy, but it's a softcore book. Okay, there should probably be like a picture. Oh, this is Rune. There should be like a picture of the book. Like you go to order it. I don't know if it's a. I don't know. Clarify that, Spencer. So you said Dark Fortress free. Rune is the most fleshed out with enemy AI. Okay, that's cool. Is so Taryn, and if Taryn, if you don't hop in and chat, like you're welcome. You're welcome to chat. Can like any RPG have like solo elements, or does an RPG need to be like made specifically for it? And like a solo RPG would not make for a good like multiplayer TTRPG. Spencer's a super creative guy who makes a ton of work. Doesn't really seem to focus on. Yeah. Say like, hey, Rune book and PDF. Like that'd be super helpful. So like $25 for a PDF, like maybe. Is it like a big chunky PDF with like a lot of stuff? Then maybe. $25 for a book and a PDF, like yeah. Yeah. And I only found out it was a book once I checked out and it said, oh, shipping. Yeah, if you want to, you're welcome to hop on a call, man. If you're hanging out. We're just sort of hanging out and doing some adventure design stuff. I know you got your own things going on, so whatever. All right, let's keep going. I'll let you guys know how I like Rune when that comes in. Okay, so we're here. Ceremony room. Ceremonial weapons and shields hung on the walls, unusable, merely decorative. Large stone block at the center of the room. To prepare bodies for burial, you feel the heavy thudding footsteps of root breakers. Oh yeah, that's where we were. So I wanted to see what level the root breakers were to see what kind of encounter this is. So root breakers are level 5. So level 5. Okay, so that would be so that'd be a fine fight. It's not going to be hard. It'll be like a normal fight. So if we go to the encounter building guidelines, let's go to the encounter building guidelines. Up here, common encounter guidelines. Medium. So it'd be like a medium encounter. Ping on Discord. Okay, sorry. Sorry. I don't know why, but like my notifications are like always off. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that.
Yo.
Hey, how's it going, man?
Not too bad, dude. How about yourself?
Pretty good. In the home stretch, I know you know how that feels.
No, yeah, no joke. Are you are you doing your printing and everything in America, or are you doing any international stuff?
I'd rather do it in America, but I don't know of any good American printing companies that don't cost like way too much.
Yeah.
I did find out who is doing the MCDM printing, and it's probably too late for me to reach out to them now, but probably for the next one, I'd like to print in America or Canada. But no, I'm printing. I'm printing overseas. It's an American company that prints overseas. Is managing it. The same one that JP Couvert is using. He recommended them.
Oh, right on, right on.
Yeah.
Well, cool. Are you so are they able to get you in before Chinese New Year and all
No.
the
No.
tariff worries or anything? No.
No.
Okay.
There was way it was way too tight for that, and like
Yeah.
everybody else is trying to get in before Chinese New Year, so like yeah, it was way too much for that.
Yeah.
But because like there's like I have like a cloth map and cards with this. Like I was looking at some really good printing companies in the EU that are quite competitive.
Mm,
But like they do like just books, like books in boxes, like for the like box
yeah.
sets. But like any other thing was like way too complicated to do, or they just said like just flat out like we can't do that. So like any future projects, like I might only have books, or I might do some different things. But I'd rather print in like the EU or the US, that kind of thing. But
Yeah.
there's only so much you can do.
Yeah, that's my thing is like we need more US manufacturing going on because like I mean with all this stuff that's going on, sure it's like a self-inflicted gunshot wound and everything, but like
Yeah.
man, everything that's coming up with printing right now, this whole industry is about to get so much more expensive if we don't really start finding some manufacturers here in the US.
Yeah,
But
I do like that MCDM is printing in the US, but like their books cost like substantially more than any other books. And if that's the direction the industry goes, then that's good for people. But like people have less money to buy different things. Like they'll have like, okay, this
yeah.
this is my one purchase for the year, rather than like, oh, I can purchase two or three different things. So it's good for the big creators who already have an audience, but smaller creators, like they maybe can't afford to, they can't compete with those prices. So
Yeah, that's gonna be the rough thing is like on the indies. I mean, like the MSRP on Vagabond right now is looking at like probably about $30.
okay,
Um,
that's for like a
I mean,
decent book, right? Like a decently
it's
sized
about
book.
like I'm looking at it. So right now it's at US Trade or sorry, Digest Print. So it's like 6 by 9.
Uh huh.
Um, and it's about 200 pages as 6 by 9.
So
And I'm
it's gonna be like roughly into the odd sized,
yeah, about like Into the Odd, yeah.
because they use like
Actually,
pretty thick paper. So
yeah, I also think Into the Odd might be like 150 pages.
yeah, it's close to 150, but I think their paper thickness is like more than average. What is it? Yeah, so it's 6 by 9,
Yeah.
8.5,
Um,
whatever.
I like that, but like zines are getting printed at 5.5 by 8.5 now.
Yeah,
And I'm like, I like the book to sit with the zines that I'm printing. Like, this like I like for them to sit on the shelf and it be like uniform
yeah,
and
yeah.
like that.
I like the zine size. I've got like a whole stack of zines over here, and like I like that they're all the same size, like
Yeah,
8.5 by 11, like just folded in half, basically. I really like
yeah.
that.
See, man, that's the format that I adore. I really,
Yeah,
really, really like zines, and I'm just hooked on printing like adventures as zines right now. Like that's
yeah.
yeah, I don't think I'll be happy unless I've got like 10 adventures printed as zines in the next like 5 years.
So how much do you enjoy writing adventures? Like, is that your favorite thing to do, or do you like more the mechanics and stuff?
It used to be so like my favorite thing used to be character option design.
Mm-hmm.
Um because like I feel like you kind of work where you know.
Mm-hmm.
But I think I didn't like adventure design specifically for D&D 5e.
Gotcha.
Like
Mm-hmm.
writing I don't like the voice of 5e's like adventure format. Mostly because the read aloud text just seems to be kind of a bit obnoxious and redundant at times.
Read these 3 paragraphs of text to your players, and then wake
Yeah,
them up when
it's
you're
like
done.
it's like usually like overwhelming at times to prep and
Oh yeah.
there's times I've noticed in D&D books where like they'll mention something in the like read aloud text that doesn't actually have an indicator for like what it actually is in the room
Mm-hmm.
or whatever. But then I started like looking at, OSR formatted stuff like Old School Essentials and Merkborg and Into the Odd and then
Yeah.
I think it was whenever I read like The Waking of Willoughby Hall
Mm-hmm.
and the Iron Coral from Into the Odd. And those were the two where it just clicked for me super hard. Like, oh, see, like I could make some wacky like classes and stuff like that, and that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
But this is where I can get really bizarre with it. Like adventure writing is like I can just there's character option writing, which is a lot of fun, but
Yeah.
it's so mechanical.
Yeah.
Like it's so how do I put it? It's like adventure writing feels like I'm building a bike, and character option design feels like I'm building a motorcycle.
Okay. Like,
Yeah,
we got to team up some more, Taryn, because like I hate adventure writing, and I love like the mechanical. Like, give me some spreadsheets, man, like yeah, like flavorful, like cool, awesome things. that you can do inside of an adventure, you know? But like writing, like
Yeah,
anytime I'm touching an adventure, like I really have to like trick myself to like, all right, I got to do it. I'm locking myself in to my office and like I can't leave until I'm done, you know? Like it
right.
feels like doing my taxes.
Have you ever like I mean, have you ever tried to study like a little bit? Is it like I'm a big fan of Aristotle.
Hmm.
I whenever I first took like philosophy in college, he was the guy. Like we read Nietzsche, we read Descartes, and all this other stuff. But Aristotle was still the guy that I really liked because Aristotle was like really big on if you don't understand the concept or something feels unfamiliar to you, like going down to its basest components
Yeah.
and like trying to do a. He always called it the metaphysics and I'd love to see like I mean Ben Milton helped to write the Principia Apocrypha,
Hmm.
which is like an attempt at developing a metaphysics for the OSR adventure writing style. And I would love to add on to that at some point because it's one of those things that basically everybody is trying to define the art form to better understand it and emulate it. Yeah. It's I forget it's Ben Milton and somebody else.
Hmm.
New expression of old yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Um
That's interesting.
that
Yeah.
that is like a
Yeah, I feel like I have a pretty good understanding of what makes a good adventure, what doesn't, you know, that kind of stuff.
mhm.
I think I know I just hate writing them.
Yeah,
um,
I see this is where I feel like I can get more like weird with it, you know?
yeah.
Like there's a really good quote. I forget if it's Neil Gaiman or there's somebody else that said this, but the number one rule for writing any type of fantasy is to take the familiar and make it strange.
Yeah.
And that's been where my mind is at whenever I'm making any kind of adventure writing. Like the Rook and the Crook was like, okay, I just had this vision for a wizard's tower, and like wizard's tower is so familiar to all of us in fantasy now that it's like, okay, but like it's a wizard's tower, who cares? And I was like,
Mhm.
okay, but what if there were like two of them and they were like twisted around each other and one of them had a face and the other one was on fire all the time and this other one was exploded in half and there's floating rocks around it. And so I just kind of like let my inner 5-year-old like just say
Yeah, now we're
random
cooking.
yeah, right. So that's where I go with like adventure writing is just like start with a familiar concept and make it as weird as I can, and then make the story fit that. Like,
Yeah, yeah, right on. Yeah, I like starting with like a cool like what would be a cool thing. So like most of the adventures, like you know, this adventure's like the first adventure for like a GM and a party, you know. So it's like it's pretty like typical standard, you know, fantasy fare. But like some of the
mhm.
other ones are, you know, get a little bit more spicy. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like writing adventures. I don't like it. I don't like it.
Hmm. Dude, I mean, everybody's got their own like
Yeah.
favorite flavor of what they like to do.
Yeah. But like
So
just in
yours is like
yeah,
character options.
in my free time, like I'm thinking about new classes, I'm thinking about new spells or like mechanics. How can we like how play at the table looks and how it feels and you know that kind of stuff. Like how can I make it easier for the GM? Like all of the things around it, you know.
Yeah,
Um yeah, that's how my brain works. That's how my brain works. Like I know what a
yeah,
good adventure like looks like and I know what I want and what I don't want. I don't want to have to be the one like writing it and putting it together.
yeah. Have you only kind of tried to write like fantasy adventure stuff?
Yeah, yeah, pretty much just this project, and adventures from my home table.
Gotcha. So like, have you ever tried to write like mystery scenarios or like I mean, like I say like a Call of Cthulhu or like Vossen or Monster of
Mm-mm,
the Week style thing?
mm-mm. I just don't like writing. I don't like writing.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Okay.
like at work, like my day job, like I'll like, hey, write a blog post. Like, ugh, mm-mm, I don't want to. Like, even if it's something I know, like the back of my hand, something I've been doing for the past decade or two, like I could do it. I could do it, but I don't know. I hate it.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, as soon as I was wrapped up with stuff that we had for commitments here, I was really trying to get through with everything before Christmas because I'm supposed to be writing a thing for Zweihander starting in January.
Ooh, cool.
Uh, yeah, oh yeah, I was like, oh, sick. Okay, well, I mean, and I'm happy to do it because it's like I it's looks great on a resume in the industry for sure.
Hmm.
But also like I don't know, Zweihander also kind of gives you a little bit of a little bit of freedom to get darker than something like if I wrote an adventure for 5e. It
Hmm.
always feels like 5e is kind of requiring a bit of I think Baron called it whim dark, like whimsical darkness, and
Yeah.
Zweihander is a bit more rooted in the like Soulsborne style,
Yeah.
like the world's unfair, and I'm like, okay, I guess we can get out there with that, you know.
Is Vihander like a very lethal game, or is it just like a different sort of tone than 5e?
I would say it's a different tone,
Okay, but
more like
it's not more lethal though.
um, so it's lethal in a different way.
Hmm.
Um, I would say that it tries harder to simulate the idea of realistic injury than what 5e does with its hit point system.
Hmm.
So like it's one of those systems where like you have like 5 harm that you can take, and if you take the 5th harm, you die.
Okay, yeah, that's similar to Nimble. Who's the guy
Yeah.
who wrote Zweihander? He reached out to me a while
Oh,
back and said, "Hey, I'll send you a copy of the new version," and then I never heard back.
oh, dude, cool. Yeah, Daniel Fox.
Have
So
him
he's
reach out
based
to
out
me.
of KC. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Have him reach out to
I'll let
me
him know.
because
Yeah.
I did a review on this one on this Rutabasso and James Nicasso's How to Be or Not Be a Villain, and it's got a like a Zweihander and
Yep.
5e version. I was like, hey, cool, like there's Zweihander, and like, oh, I don't know anything about it, and like he left a comment on the video. He's like, hey, yeah, let me know, I'll send you some. I was like, oh, that'd be
Oh,
cool,
cool.
and then I just never heard back from him. I mean, I know everybody's busy, so but
Well,
yeah,
yeah, and he's also like, so he was a part of World of Game Design, and he was, I think he was like on their board or something like that. And with all the stuff that was going on in the industry around them, he's been super swamped with that stuff.
Mhm.
Um, but yeah, and also Zweihander's about to fulfill their Reforged right now,
Yeah,
so he's also on that Kickstarter, and he also is the guy that's been helping me out with like logistics on Vagabond stuff. So
nice,
uh, yeah,
nice,
I mean the dude has got a lot of experience in the industry, so he's a great resource to talk with.
cool.
But yeah, it I think that Zweihander is like it's gonna feel a bit like a mix of D&D and Call of Cthulhu in a way. I mean, it's a
Hmm.
D100 system. Um,
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
so based off of Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay. Um, like I said, it's a bit more grim is kind of the expectation, but it's I love Berserk. I love like Dark Souls. I love Elden Ring. So like I'm kind of down to just get a bit. I want to find something upsetting to write about. It's like where I'm at with it.
That's so funny. Yeah, I had JP Coover help me with one of the adventures, and like his first idea was like, "All right, I'm thinking about this, and it's gonna be super creepy and super yucky." And then I was like, "Yeah, cool, yeah, yeah, go for it." And then JP was like, "No, I can't do that. I'll make it a little bit nicer." I was like, "All right, yeah, we do whatever you want, man."
Dude, we need guys like that though in the scene. Like, I
Yeah,
mean, 'cause I got Dragon Town over here on my shelf, and it's like,
yeah,
I'm so happy to have like somebody that is writing more
yeah,
family friendly stuff.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
You know,
Something I can play with
that
my
book is
kids.
adorable. Yeah, exactly. Or like, if I was trying to introduce this to like a board game club, um, dealing with units of like, I mean, Dragon Town breaks it down in a system that just kind of looks like um, indices of like 1, 2, 3, 4 points for like health or damage or something
Yeah,
like that. And like just using mathematics out of that basic and abstracting it to whatever system you're doing is like cool, great. Yes, let's I'm super invested in the system neutral like side of this industry. So
yeah,
seeing stuff like that I'm just super stoked for.
yeah, yeah,
The
definitely.
diversity of vibes. Yeah, I like that one, Mickey.
Diversity of
Oh,
vibes.
What are you working on right now? Just getting stuff formatted for the adventures?
Yeah, just doing a second pass on, or like third or fourth pass on some of these adventures. So like, reading through like, oh, I forgot to put a stat block for these two monsters, and like, oh, there's like five combat encounters back to back. So let's cut one of them. Reformat, clean things up. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
I'm in the deep home stretch to finishing this thing up. Just making some small tweaks. I might do some drawing in a little bit, adding some maps.
Oh,
I
cool.
went ahead and added a little map here for this previous adventure.
Nice,
So
nice.
just sort of hanging out. People are pitching in and give me good name ideas for different characters. Like, this guy needs a name.
Oh, you drew that map? The
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
isometric one?
yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I drew it yesterday when the kids are at karate.
Really? So, are you using like Photoshop or is it?
I've got my iPad here. Let me see if I can pull it up. Yeah,
Okay.
I've got my iPad, and uh, I had JP's video here. Simple tricks for drawing isometric dungeon maps.
Yeah.
Like, all right, cool, JP. All right, let's draw some maps.
Oh, that's
Um,
awesome.
yeah, uh,
See, I need to,
yeah,
yeah, I need to actually like take a day and just try to work with that. Like, I need to really, really try to just work with it.
yeah, yeah. Like it's not too hard. So I have Procreate, and you can turn on like drawing guide. So you can turn on like the little isometric. I don't know if you can see.
Yeah,
You
yeah, yeah.
can't.
No, I definitely see
There's
it.
like a really, really, really subtle. You can see in the gray. It's like a really subtle grid that helps you. It helps you like
Ah,
set things up. So that's not too bad. It wasn't too hard.
yeah,
And then I've got like a bunch of like different map styles that like not all of them are going to be isometric. So there's going to be different styles. But
yeah,
I thought this one would lend itself well to it. I feel like isometric is good for like things with like different levels, like different floor things. So you
yeah.
can tell like what where the height is.
Well, and you're also doing the range band like distance abstraction thing. So, like, I mean, it. I feel like they work out better for that. I'm not sure
Yeah.
why, but they feel like isometric doesn't really feel like it works super great for VTT because everybody wants the overhead, but if you're just doing range band systems like I mean you guys, Vagabond, Shadow Dark, um Vossen or Black Hack,
Mhm.
like it's it's just so much easier and it looks nicer in the book. Just like,
Yeah, and it's like
yeah,
it saves like the sort of boring text, like this leads to that room and this room and this room and to the east and to the north, and like you can just like look at the thing and just see what's connected to what, is more what it is.
yeah,
Or like describing something that's like a little bit confusing. Like it's just much easier just to have a picture of it, like, oh, it's a room with some holes in the walls, you know.
yeah. No, for sure, for sure. Well, cool, man. Yeah, so you had a question about solo stuff and everything.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Um
yeah.
so what was yeah, remind me what the question was?
How does it even work? Like,
Oh,
are there
okay.
adventures, or is everything just like procedurally generated? Like, roll a d6, and oh, it's a six. You end up in this room. Like how does it even?
Yeah, so it's always different. People have been trying to figure out a format for it, kind of all over the place. So there's not any one particular set way. I know that a lot of people swear by Oracle systems like Mythic. I'm sorry, I picked that book up. I picked up every edition of it and tried to go through it, and it doesn't click for me.
So
I
explain
need
explain Oracle system.
Yeah,
Is
so
that
like if you
cards?
get yourself an oracle, it could be. An oracle is something that like it's basically acting as the GM in a way that you're basically asking the oracle a yes no question.
Gotcha.
So the oracle is used to determine randomly whether or not it's like yes, yes and, or yes but, or no, no but, no and it doesn't exactly give you the answer, but it's telling you that's what you're supposed to interpret. I mean, you're literally interpreting the oracle um,
Interesting.
to give
Is
you
that is
the
that
answer
rolling
you're looking
dice
for.
against a chart, or is it like
Yeah.
cards or something?
It could be. Most of
Okay.
the time, though, I tend to think that people try to use cards for it. I think Mythic still uses dice, but I'm it's been a minute since I've looked at it. The I think the best Oracle system I've seen for it though was what Vossen did in the Solo Thursdays Child.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Vossen's Solo Thursdays Child. The hard thing with a solo TTRPG is trying to hide any information from the player. Like
Mm-hmm.
if I'm running an adventure, well, I'm gonna put in that like there's a secret door over here, and how do I not reveal that to the player characters if I'm playing solo, right? Like
Yeah.
it's weird. Um, so what they did that was really clever with Vossen was that Vossen as a mystery game, you're supposed to uncover what type of Vossen are we looking for, but the Oracle is actually designed to create the Vossen as you play it, so you're like uncovering clues that eventually point you into the direction of the randomly generated Vossen that you find in the book. It's actually a pretty cool way that they did that.
So
Yeah.
so Vossen is the name of the RPG and the name of like the goals or the name of the monsters you're hunting or something? Hey
Yeah,
Matt.
it's Swedish for like it's like the Swedish word for monster.
Ah, okay, okay, okay. That's the
Yeah.
bit I was missing.
And I'm sure there's gonna be people in chat that are gonna be like, it's actually you say it Versen or Vasen or what yeah.
Version. Version
I
Goofen.
have talked with people at Free League who have told me 3 different ways to say it, so I'm like, "All right, well."
It's like a like how do you say Morkborg?
Yeah,
It's Mirk Mirkbjerg.
Mörkborg, Mörkborg, or, then I heard the Stockholm guys just straight up say Morkborg. Yeah. And then I interviewed Johan on my channel, and he said Morkborg, and I was like, "Okay, then I'm fine." Like,
All right, let's see what Google says.
Mörkborg.
Morkborg's actually
Morkborg.
also Mörkborg,
Oh, it means
um,
dark castle.
yeah.
Ah, learning all sorts of things today.
So the solo version of Merkborg is called Dark Fort, and that's the version of it that does procedurally generated dungeons. Uh, the Ruinous League, uh, the Ruinous League adventure that I have in the Vagabond core rulebook, is based off of Dark Fort.
Dark Fort.
Yeah, I
Okay.
actually really recommend people check that one out. It should be free, but you're playing a Merkborgian character up against a procedurally generated dungeon. You can play it an infinite amount of times, and you would basically wind up not having the same dungeon anytime you play it.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I don't know how does that in practice like work out? Like do you find that like I don't a few streams ago I went on a little bit of a rant talking about like procedurally generated things like random encounters versus like no like this is in this room, you know?
Mhm.
Um like I don't know, like sometimes like just fighting another like D4 wolves is not like super fun like with random encounters. Like I'd rather have like something specific that like drives the story forward and something that's interesting and like has the right balance rather than being like some trivial encounter or some TPK encounter. Like I don't know, like having a little bit like the randomness is added by the players. And I as a GM, I don't feel like I ever need like additional randomness in my game. But yeah,
So
I don't know. Yeah, what do you
you,
think about that?
well, I mean, it sounds a bit like you like to have a little bit more control over what's happening with the world.
Um,
Maybe.
no, not really. Like
Okay.
I'm fine. I'm like completely fine with whatever happens. Um, but like I want the players to like the adventure is like what happens if the players don't do anything. You know, like these goblins are in this room. These dudes are doing this, right? And the players come and they
Yeah.
inject their chaos. Like I feel like that is like that is more like a genuine representation of like what is happening in this world, and then the players like sort of interact with that, right? But like if there isn't anything in particular happening in this world, and like you roll to see if there's like nothing or D4 wolves or like uh, a storm giant or like I don't know, like the random encounters don't do it for me, or at least I've at
Right.
least never experienced it in a way that like made it make sense.
Yeah, so I think like having the idea of running at it as a sandbox where like, oh, okay, this world's going to be out there randomly generated for me to kind of go through, and I mean, that's kind of what I call the like always walking through grass in Pokemon kind of method,
Yeah,
where
that's
like
exactly what that was the illustration I used. Like people buy repel so that they stop having random encounters. You know, like it's not it's fun for a little while, right? But
right.
like once you've encountered your fifth Zubat in this cave, like all right, I'm done. I'm done with Zubats. You know.
Yeah, and that can be like depending on the procedure that you got for your encounter rules. Maybe that's if you're trying to go like I guess a bit more hex crawl with it, but typically I think people are recommending like roll a d6 once every 20 minutes of in game time
Yeah.
or whenever you make noise, and then if it rolls a one, a random encounter rolls.
Yeah, like we
Um,
were looking at one of the like the adventure in Into the Odd, and it was like every time you go to a new room, like roll something, and then like some
mhm,
like completely random thing like happens, you know. So I was like, "Ah, I
yeah,
don't love that. I'd rather like in the red room, like I'd rather just know like there's this cool thing happening in the red room, you know, rather than
right.
like might be a slug crate, might be a pulsing sack or a husk. Like I don't know. It just I'd rather have someone put some thought into like what would be the coolest thing, like like in like with movies. Like directors will say like this exact thing happens, and they will craft the movie to have like the coolest possible arc, right? And it's exciting
Right.
for us because like as viewers we don't know what's going to happen, right? So like the directors don't say like, we'll roll some dice and we'll see what we're gonna film for this movie. You know, like some
Sure.
the movie might be great, but if you're rolling random things, it's not going to be as great as it possibly could be, right? Like you're not gonna be able to maximize the greatness by being random.
So it sounds like you might kind of prefer the other method I've been seeing people use for writing adventures, and that's more of the choose your own adventure style method.
Hmm.
Fighting fantasy did a lot of these. This is where I think the most famous one of their adventures is the Warlock of Firetop Mountain.
Man, how do you
Um,
know like so many?
how do I know all these?
Yeah, like you're like, oh yeah, here's you're just casually dropping like a dozen new RPGs that I've like never even heard of.
Man, it. I think it was just like once I got away from like how do I put it? Anytime I've ever done research on a topic, it kind of just like
Yeah, RPG historian. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, it kind of anytime I start doing research on a topic, it kind of just turns into a huge rabbit hole, and I wind up, after spending $2,000 on books, realizing like, oh my god, I wait, what am I doing anymore? And I was like, I just wanted to know what the term ludonarrative meant. Oh my god, like what am I doing? Um,
It's 4
but
a.m. and you're like
yeah,
28 pages deep on Wikipedia.
and a lot of this was I was trying to get ideas for like how so many other people have run games and made games to where I wanted to see like, okay, but what did I agree with? Where were my like design philosophies at? Because I love doing this stuff and I wanted to eventually make a game that was like the rule set I wanted to run all games with,
Okay.
right?
Yeah,
Or
yeah, yeah.
at
That makes
least
sense.
for the genre I was going for.
Yeah.
So I have read in the last 3 years, I have probably read over 70 different TTRPGs. And,
Man, that sounds brutal.
it's
That sounds brutal.
well, there's a process to it. Um, like, it's different than reading, like, a fantasy novel where, like,
Yeah, yeah.
there's 1,000 pages or something like that. With a TTRPG, I know that, like, I'm looking for a couple different things. Number 1, I need to know the resolution mechanic. Is it a D20 base? Is it a D6 dice pool? Is it do we flip a coin and I don't know, punch a chicken, and that's how we determine whatever?
You
Like,
read the tea leaves, yeah.
you know,
I
yeah, yeah,
guess
yeah.
like once you understand like the language of the mechanics like of one or like six RPGs, you can sort of like categorize them in your head and sort of take shortcuts. Is that like is it more of like scanning the systems, or are you like really reading in detail and getting the nuance and stuff?
I can. So it's the same rule that I have with DNF whenever I DNF books. Did not finish. So like
Uh-huh.
if I'm reading a novel and like it does not hook me within the first like about 80 pages, I DNF it. I put it on my bookshelf and I'm like, "Oh, okay. Well, it didn't grab my attention. I don't need to spend the rest of my time getting in on it." And someone could tell me, "Well, it gets incredible after the third book." And I'm like, "Cool.
Start
I'll
with the
watch
third
the
book.
HBO Max series." Yeah. Like I'm not going to give this author $60 and 40 plus hours of my time to get to a good story. Um so it'll be something like that. I knew within like I knew I didn't like Fate within 10 pages of reading it. And
Okay. Mhm.
like Fate or like the game Fatal, like there's certain games that I can just tell like there's a couple different metrics. If a game's core rules are any longer than 100 pages, that's typically an instant nope for me.
Mhm.
At that point, there's too much granularity in a bunch of different like simulation of subsystems where I'm just like, this designer didn't have focus on what they wanted this thing to do.
Yeah.
Instead, they were trying to like hyper simulate. Hey, here's what happens if you run while you're wearing shoes or not wearing shoes.
Right, with a
Yeah,
a party member on your back.
exactly. Yeah.
Yep,
Like
yep.
I even got into it with Vagabond where I was like, should I really just cut the rules for grappling? Because this
Yeah,
felt like it was such a headache to really negotiate with the way that
yeah,
we're doing, monsters don't roll saves. So,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, man, wow. Like I feel like you and I have like very, very similar thoughts on a lot of these things, and like, like I was just going back and forth about that recently with development here.
Grapples?
Yeah, like grappling and like, man, like I hate having like every monster having like six stats and these bonuses to saves and proficiency bonus.
Yeah.
Like I don't like no, just it's too much. Like let's make it easier.
Yeah.
So,
You really ought to just buy. Have you read through D&D Basic Expert?
mm-mm, mm-mm.
Okay. You should buy D&D Basic, just the Mulvey edit. It's the red like handbook. Pick that one up and then
It's been
pick up.
reprinted, right?
Hasn't yet actually.
Are you serious? Like, how do you even get it?
So
Oh,
you
drive
can
through
get it
RPG. Is it this one?
so you can get the PDF that way,
Oh
but
yeah,
you
just the
can't get
PDF.
it in print.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay, okay. Is it
We're
like you have to
trying
find it
to get
on eBay or something?
Yeah, I had to buy my little handbook here for $40 on eBay.
Okay. Yeah, man.
But
Like every time I
I have
talk
an
to you, I
original
always end up
copy.
spending like $100 on something.
Yeah, I should really get drive through to finally sponsor me, you know?
Yeah, I'll spend $100 on RPG stuff, or I'll hire some like 3 or 4 writers to do this or that every time I talk to you. Oh
Dude,
man.
like that is anybody who has been wanting to like understand like where the OSR is going right now, it's really just start with basic expert and just I mean that first book right there is it, it's crazy how much open creativity that one book spawned.
Yeah.
And if you get interested in that, then I would pick up the
Uh, Rules Cyclopedia. Okay. I hear like. Oh yeah, they're getting ramped up. Oh no, man, that might be a. I think I hear a weed whacker outside my office. Oh yeah, 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 I totally hear that. Okay, yeah, no worries. Um, so the rules cyclopedia. So what is the rules cyclopedia good for? Uh-huh. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I don't
Oh,
want there we go. That was my fault.
oh,
I changed
uh,
scenes, and then,
ah,
like,
gotcha,
the
gotcha.
yeah. Alright, so I got
Uh,
the red cover.
yeah, so, like, this is really good at just getting you, like, here's a condensed version of the game that eventually became 5e, right?
Gotcha.
So, like, this is a really good spot to, like, kinda go back and, defrag, where I
Mhm.
like to look at, like, where the origins of it came from and
Yeah.
maybe do a little bit of a study to see why it turned into what it did today.
So, like, I am, like, relatively new to, like, RPG. So, like, I've been a designer, like, for, like, decades. But, like, as
Mhm.
far as, like, RPG and specifically, like, I'm fairly new to it. So, like, 5e was my first introduction.
Yeah.
So, I'm aware of, like, some of the history, but, like so there was, like so this is like, where does this so, this isn't the first one. This isn't the first one. This is, like, the second?
So, I okay, basically the way to, like D&D history is very, very weird. Um, so D&D started out as a supplement for a game called Chainmail,
Right.
and so Chainmail was this whole, like, war game, yada, yada, there were units, and D&D, they started to go, like, "How about instead of these big wargaming units, we focus that in on, like, small scale exploration and telling stories like, what Tolkien was doing." Well, and I say Tolkien, realistically, their bigger inspirations for this were, like, Conan the Barbarian and
Oh, yeah,
Elric,
yeah,
Melniboné.
yeah.
So, they decided to start this in and think like, "Wait, what if we use wargaming rules to, like, dictate fantasy fights?"
Yeah, I
So
read, the what is it? The Tower of the White Elephant, Conan. I was like, "Oh, that would be such a
yeah,
rad D&D adventure."
right?
Yeah.
So, like, they made this supplement for chainmail called Dungeons& and Dragons. Um, and eventually so this was like I mean, people try to give everything a certain name or whatever. A lot of people kind of refer to that as 0E, like
Mhm.
this was D&D in its infancy, but technically that was like the first ever version of D&D. Now what you have right here is the what's called sometimes BX or Basic Expert.
Right,
This was
gotcha.
pr- so Basic Expert is once they realized D&D was like a pretty successful supplement, they
Mhm.
decided to turn it into its own self-contained thing and a separate brand for TSR. So the problem was that Gygax and Arneson both kind of felt like this is a little bit complicated. What we would want to do, how do we get this to like families? How do we get this in
So,
front of like
they thought
12-year
this
olds?
one was too complicated?
They thought the original was too
Okay, the
complicated.
original was too complicated, and then they had, Moldvay come, right?
Yes.
Tom Moldvay.
So
So, this is the streamlined 0E?
this is like this got released alongside what you might hear called Advanced Dungeons& and Dragons.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
So AD&D
So,
and
these
Basic
2 were at
Expert
the same released at the same time.
correct. Yeah, this is like a starter kit,
Interesting, interesting.
but the starter kit plays like its own separate game. And there's like some people like Advanced D&D and some people like Basic Expert.
Uh-huh.
The Rules Cyclopedia is a compilation of everything they printed more in the Basic Expert line. And I actually it might also include the advanced D&D stuff if I'm recalling this
Okay,
correctly.
okay, so, yeah, so this cover,
Let
is
me
this
see.
the
It should have the
advanced D&D?
wizard. Oh, let me see.
Yeah, a wizard with, like, a bat? Some sort of bat flying over him?
Oh, I
Think
think that's the alt cover. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
okay.
They did like a
Is
reprint
it
with a different cover.
so, this one with the little, the dude with the jewel face thing?
There should be the Eidolon. Yeah, yeah, yeah. They're
Yeah.
stealing the jewel out of the eye. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay, alright. Um, okay, alright, so, I'm gonna go over this here. I wanna show something to you real quick. Uh,
Totally.
uh, so here's have you ever heard of this game? It's called Here to Slay. Here, let me turn it to face, and I'll have to add. think I have to add. Hang on, they can't hear you. This is by Unstable Games. So I just got
Okay.
this recently. Here, I'm gonna go to this. I have to figure out how to add. I have to figure out how to add you audio input so that they can. Yeah, I can't. I don't know how to do it. All right, so if I have my face cam on, they can't hear you. Okay, so like this is like actually kind of cool. Um, so it's a card game, but it comes with 2 dice, right?
Hmm.
And there's like these big cards, and it's like it's a little bit like sort of kid art, but like there's like different heroes that you choose, right? There's different heroes that you choose, and then there's like different monsters that you can fight. Here, let me see if I can get my overhead camera working again. I can show you guys. Oh, it might be paused. Yeah, I mean it. I just saw it. It was like on basically so heavily discounted on Amazon. I was like, yeah, I'll check it out. Um, so so like these like each person chooses a hero, and it's like a head-to-head game. So like if you pick this and I pick this, like we're fighting against each other, right? So like each and there's like these monsters that you fight, and you roll 2 dice, and if you get an 8 or so this one's like a little bit backwards. It's like this one. You fight this. If you get a 7 or less, like one of your heroes dies. Like something bad happens. If you get a 10 or more, then you beat this monster. And then once you beat this monster, then like you add this ability to your heroes, right? So like it's a really kind of cool, like it's a game with some like really interesting mechanics. Like it's basically like D&D, like it's like D&D combat, but just with cards. And then there's like this extra deck that you have where there's like other heroes that you can get. There's other heroes, and there's I don't know where everything is. Oh, over here. Yeah, so there's like so like you draw cards from this deck, and like you can like add 2 to your roll. Like so you'll roll a 2 dice and add them up. You add 2 to your roll, or you can like subtract 2 from your opponent's roll. Like if you see your opponent coming and like attacking this monster, and he rolls high, you can say, all right, I'm gonna subtract 2 from your thing. Or it's like it's quite interesting. Like the mechanics of it are like really clean and cool, and I think a lot of RPGs can like learn a lot from like these kinds of games. Like this game is basically boiled down like D&D combat uh into like a pretty cool card game. It looks really interesting. It was super cheap. It was super duper cheap. So I don't know. I'd recommend checking it out. I'd recommend
Yeah,
checking it
no,
out.
for sure. Have you ever seen Root by I think it's Leader Games?
I've seen the art. I've seen like the
Yeah,
art.
everybody loves Kyle Farron's art. Like,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
um,
Like,
yeah,
man, you were
that
like you just an encyclopedia of knowledge. Like, if you ask me any artist who did anything, I'm like, I don't know. You just know his like first name, last name, and address.
Oh, I had tried to get had a roommate that was a marketing person for Leader Games, so
Okay,
I
okay,
got really familiar with
gotcha.
Root. Um, but yeah, I always thought that Root's kind of a fun twist on like risk, and I guess you could say it's a mix of risk and slightly like I wouldn't really call it TTRPG elements, but I mean it's a lot of faction battle stuff.
There's a Root RPG coming out, right? Or is it out already?
It's already out. It's using Powered by the Apocalypse,
Okay,
and that's always kind of a like,
yeah,
it doesn't really hit right for me.
yeah. I don't love Powered by the Apocalypse. What's that one game where you're like superheroes? Cities of Mist. Is that Powered by the Apocalypse? Do you know?
Oh God, is it? I think I have that book. No, wait, I don't have that book actually. Uh, yeah,
It's
I wouldn't
Son
know
of
for
Oak.
sure. Hang on, I actually think I just got some of the basic heroes handbooks for Vagabond, and I'll be right back.
Yeah, sure, sure, sure. Does anybody else? Do you guys know? It's a quick. Okay, so City of Mist is powered by the Apocalypse. Yeah. I don't know how I feel about Powered by the Apocalypse. Designed by Vincent something. Okay, it's not my style. All right, so let's check out BX because I've never seen it before. I've heard about it. I've heard people speak in code. Oh, BX. You know. Let's check it out. And can you guys hear my fan running? It's like a little bit hot in my office. I live in Florida, so it's like almost 80 degrees here. That's like 30 something in Europe numbers. What is D&D all about? How to use this book? Introduction, treasures. Read this section carefully. I'm not going to do that. So I really like how like here, like the old D4 used to have like whichever number is upright, and like the D6s, like they're not the D6s with the numerals. They have the pips on them, and then like these two are unchanged. And like, oh look, there's even like a mini, and probably be like a pewter mini or something like that. But I think it's funny how like all the dice are different. So you have 4, 6, 8. There's no D10. Was there no D10 back in the day? Was there no D10 or D12? That's
So
interesting.
they barely used the D10 for anything, and the
Okay.
D8 was like basically variant weapon damage. They
Was
kind of
like,
assumed that everybody do what?
did they just assume everybody used like a D6 or something? Was that the most common?
Yeah, they were assuming that like everybody had the D6s,
Yeah.
and that like the D20 would be the thing that they were gonna get like with this kit and all that. And if they ever
Gotcha.
lost the other ones, then go buy another kit, I guess. But yeah,
Okay. Okay. That's funny.
but yeah, variant weapon damage die is, or sorry, weapon damage dice being different is a variant rule here.
Interesting. Interesting.
Yeah.
Use of the word level, first level of experience, monsters. Okay. So monster level. So how do you know how monster level corresponds? So when did CR start? Did CR start with 5e?
Yeah, I mean that was like 5e. And I mean they got close to doing something like that. I think with 3.5,
Hmm.
they really got more into like trying to stat things out to a more extreme level in like 4th edition. But
Yeah.
CR, it's one of those things where like they tried to determine a difficulty that is honestly only a ballpark estimate,
Hmm.
but a lot of people thought it was going to be something very exact,
Hmm.
and it yeah, it just caused more headaches as time went on, honestly.
So, like, a level 3 monster is not necessarily as strong as a level 3 hero.
Uh, so basically, what they tried to do is they wanted to get more what they felt were realistic stats here, rather
Mhm.
than designed to challenge a party of X level, right?
Okay.
So, like, if you're thinking like a dagger does a D4 damage, well, if a dagger does 4 damage to somebody, you're probably killing most humans with that.
Mhm.
Uh, so they, ooh, God, these look so good. Okay, I'm so happy with that. Um,
Cool. You wanna show them off?
Uh, well, I will as soon as I get. Oh
Okay.
man, yeah. As soon as I actually get a picture for him on
Okay.
social media, but
Yeah, in
yeah.
like, in
So,
in Nimble, like, a level 3 monster is roughly as strong as a level 3 hero, right? Or if you have a level
right.
9 hero, like, 3 level 3 monsters is roughly as strong as that. So, like, I try to make it as easy as possible. So, like, I'm trying to see, like, did it used to be that way, like, here in BX? Or is this just, like,
It-
meaning something else?
yeah, that philosophy is basically the same.
Okay,
You'll see that that doesn't change a whole lot.
okay. So why did they change away from that? Like that seems like such an intuitive and like perfect way to do it. Like to move to CR, like all right, it's a CR4, which is like roughly equivalent to like a level 8 hero or two level 4 heroes or like I don't know, the CR system is so I don't know. Don't get me
Yeah,
started. Okay.
the thing is, like, the more granular you get with your system to where it, like, tries to do all these hyper simulationist things, the
Yeah.
more complicated it gets to be whenever, like I mean, the more and more you start adding onto the action economy, the more and more so like with basic expert, it's like you move and you hit something. Or sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, you move and you have an action.
And that's it.
So yeah, and that's it.
What happens
And
if you don't move? Do you know?
if you just decide not to move,
Yeah, you just don't move.
I mean, you just don't move. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, you're just basically foregoing. That's why in Vagabond I have a lot of stuff that says like you can skip your move to do this thing.
Gotcha. Okay.
So that's like the reaction or bonus action condensed down to make. You know how what you were doing is like kind of what you're doing is feeling like you're addressing the idea of a perception of loss
Hmm.
with like I don't use this part of my action or I don't use this part of my turn.
Yeah.
So like that perceived sense of loss we have addressed usually as game designers as something that doesn't feel great in play.
Right.
We feel especially like optimizers are like,
It's
I'm just gonna
wasted.
run
Yeah.
15 feet because I feel like I'm wasting something
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
So Pathfinder tried to address this with the action points.
Hmm.
Um, and then I guess like Dungeon Coach saw the stuff that was happening with that and decided to kind of key that out and expand it to where I guess reactions now cause I forget exactly what all happened with that.
Hmm.
Um, but then I think you kind of saw that and still felt like maybe instead of bloating it out, it should come back in the other direction.
Yeah.
And I'm more likely to agree with you there, where I'm like, I think the more and more we keep bloating this stuff out and like bloating out action economy, bloating out stats,
Yeah.
increasing damage numbers, yada yada yada, the game just becomes way harder for the GM to track.
It's more unwieldy. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the big reason for me why I don't like Pathfinder. The math is just so overblown.
Yeah.
It might feel better and more granular, like maybe people are happier with the simulation aspect of it.
Hmm.
For me, I just don't care that much. You know, I'm like, cool, it's a game where we hit goblins with sticks. Like that's all I
Yeah.
need, you know.
I want to be able to choose like from like, one out of like one option out of like three or four things, not
Right.
like five options out of 70.
I'm right there with you. You know, the moment that they started mentioning weapon masteries in 2024, I was like, all right, I might need to peace out on this. Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
but yeah, no. So what you got here is a lot of people really love the basic expert version
Hmm.
because this was all you really needed to role play,
Yeah.
and it's a very clean, like I mean, literally the character sheet is a blank piece of notebook paper.
Yeah. I like this. So
Yeah.
they're using derived stats, right?
Um,
Or does the
not
17
quite.
matter? Okay.
So it's better, and it will indicate that like that 17 could equal a +2 to damage using these weapons.
Hmm.
They get a bit more specific there, but there's not like a quote unquote modifier that applies to all rolls using that or something, right?
Okay. Like I would
So
love for someone to
yeah,
just like run a BX thing with me. Like I think that would be the like okay, now I understand how it works. It's like reading through this like I'll have to like my assumptions coming in would probably confuse me more than if I just knew nothing.
yeah, yeah. There's another group on Discord I'll get you hooked in with, where it's kind of a lot of the old heads on YouTube at least who like running some of the classic games.
Okay.
Have you ever met Wally DM?
Wally DM? No, never heard of him.
Yeah, he wrote the puzzle book that's like one innies and everything like that. You should
No.
I'll get you and Wally talking because he's run Beckme and Basic Expert for a lot of us.
Okay.
I'm like I'm of the point where like I'm familiar with it. I can discuss the game,
Uh-huh.
but I'm still not comfortable enough with it to run it quite yet.
What is Beck me?
Oh god, I wish I
Basic
could give you an
basic expert something something something.
CMI. Yeah, I think that's where
Okay.
you get closer into second edition, but I could be totally wrong there.
Okay.
I've
Like so
played it with Wally DMing it.
okay.
But yeah, I played it and I just got the sense of like I I see Thaco. I can appreciate it for what it wants to be.
Uh-huh.
And in some ways, Vagabond is a lot of Thaco. The problem for me is that where the numbers come from don't make any sense.
Yeah, so
I
is
still
that
don't know
what's going on
what the hell's
here?
happening.
It's like AC 0, 17, AC 8, 9.
Yeah, so this is still Thaco,
Yeah.
and it's but what basically the big thing that's different here is like the monster's AC. So like if they have an AC of 4, then I know I have to roll a 13 or higher using that character sheet to hit
Right.
it.
Right.
So I know it's binary resolution right here on the sheet, and I see my DC set on the sheet, not like asking the GM to tell me if I hit it or not.
Right, right, right.
I really love that mindset, and that's why I did what I did with Vagabond's resolution mechanic.
Mhm.
But so like in some ways I can appreciate Thaco. I just I don't think they do a good job of explaining it here in the rule book.
Yeah, so like in older versions, lower AC is better, and in newer versions, higher AC is better.
Right.
That's so weird. So
It's
weird.
just one of the weird things about like making the dice math of the game feel good.
Yeah.
Uh, the math you have to either choose that the math is unintuitive or the game is unintuitive. You know, or the mechanic is unintuitive.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out a middle ground is so weird.
Man, I think you can have both. I think you like you must have both to have like a really like the best game. Like you can have you can have a great
Yeah,
game like by picking either, but for like the best game, I think you have to it has to be intuitive and make sense, you know?
yeah,
Or intuitive and play well.
yeah.
Um, hmm.
Wait, what? Oh, there's a printing error on two of these.
Oh.
Uh, Yeah, there's just like a random book sheet in the middle of it. Interesting.
Are
Uh,
those finals or are they just like proofs?
this is these are not getting shipped out. These are a couple of versions of the game that I'm gonna have with me and my buddies as we play a campaign here in real life.
Okay.
But I was also trying to just get a sense of like how it looked for print before I do the expensive proof with my printer.
Mhm. Mhm. Okay. So you got to make sure that
'Cause, yeah,
that wasn't a you error, that was a them error.
well, and Mixum printing is okay for like small scale projects,
Yeah, my first
but
one
I'm
was printed with Mixum.
oh yeah, yeah, like and they're okay for that, right? Like I get a book and it's cool to have. Um, but at the same time, these are going to have errors that going with a really big printer they won't have. Like a more professional printer is going to handle this better.
Mhm.
But yeah, no, it's cool to actually hold it in my hand. That's sick. Like it's just it's cool to see.
Yeah. That's nice. Yeah, so like at 9 to 12 is no adjustments, and then a 13 to 15 is +1 to hit, damage, and opening doors.
Yeah.
It's like every oh, this is funny. There's adjustments to experience. Uh,
You're about to see the origin of Shadow Dark Merkborg, into the odd math. All that stuff is like right here on this page.
this page or the one coming up?
Oh, this page with the modifiers. You see how
Okay.
everything's ranging from 3 to 18, not
Yeah.
3 to 20 or whatever.
Yeah.
This is the idea where like a modifier shouldn't range any further than a -3 to a +3.
Mhm.
And most of the games that are OSR based use the damage structure that you're seeing in Basic Expert and this like fluctuation of a -3 to +3 for any modifier you're adding to a d20 roll.
Gotcha. Gotcha. So you can only like change your odds to hit by like 15% or like 30% and then to max.
It's about like that, yeah.
Okay. What are
So
so in 5e like the chances to hit are like roughly 50%. Is that the same in like OSR, OSE and Shadow Dark?
all depends. I think Shadow Dark is a little bit less generous. Um,
So you
I
miss
want to
most of the time in Shadow Dark?
I want to say with Shadow Dark, if you're using your primary thing, it's like a 60 to 70%. Maybe it might be right on 65 if I'm remembering correctly.
Really?
Um, yeah, Merkborg is like about a 60%, but Merkborg's whole shtick is like you're gonna die. Like Merkborg is supposed to be a meat grinder, not because it's like supposed to be hardcore, but because it's supposed to be funny.
Right, right.
Um, yeah.
So, okay, so goblins, goblins have AC 11 in Shadow Dark. So, like I've
But
never
that's
played Shadow
ascending
Dark.
AC there.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So that's you have to roll. You have to get a total of 11 or higher, right?
Right. So with your prime attribute probably being about a +3, that means you have to roll an 8 or higher. So it's like what, a 70% chance you're hitting it? 8 or
Uh,
higher, maybe? Or 60% chance?
yeah. So you have a 60% chance to hit. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know how I feel about that. Like I don't know. Like nothing happening 40% of the time feels like too much. You know?
Yeah, it always kind
Like
of depends on where you
like
want your yes and to go.
I guess. Like if we had if you and I were like the first ones, like let's invent this new kind of game. It's gonna be a tabletop role playing game. Like, all right, so people get to do cool stuff. Uh, how often should they be able to succeed at the cool thing? Half the time. I don't know. Like I don't know.
Well,
That
but
that that
that's
feels
the representation there of like that's what a first level character would be is different, right? So like
yeah.
if you're expecting, okay, well, rolling out at first level, I should be a barbarian, and that means like I should hit like 80% of the time or whatever. Then suddenly people are like, well, that 80% doesn't feel good enough. So now I want to hit 90% of the time.
Mhm.
Okay, well, but like we're you're still starting out as a barbarian, so like it's this constant push and pull of where you know what I mean? Like, it's this pull like, what is growth? And do you wanna experience the growth, or
Yeah.
do you wanna start out as the character you have envisioned immediately? So, that's
Uh,
where I think, like, level adjusting where you're gonna start that campaign based off the level is, like, where that kinda kicks in.
yeah.
But
Uh,
it
I'm
then
gonna
5e has do what?
try to add you to this thing so people can hear you. I just don't know how to do it. Video capture, add existing. Uh, I wish I knew how to use OBS better, because I'm trying to. Uh, yeah, I'm trying to add you as an audio source. Media cancel. Add uh, Mac OS screen capture, display capture. There we go. All right, say something.
Check, check. How are we doing, chat?
We did it. We did it. Okay, we did it. Oh wait, no, we
Yeah,
didn't.
this is
Okay.
also, like, with OSR stuff, or I guess the old school stuff. They do expect you to sort of try to subvert plans. Like they're expecting you to try to be a little bit more crafty, you know.
Yeah, like I kind of like that. Like I'm not opposed to that. Like I sort of appreciate the like get into combat at your own peril, right?
Mhm.
Like one really bad hit might just kill you, but like maybe like usually like two or three hits will actually do you in. Like
Yeah.
that kind of lethality, like I can totally get behind that. Um, but is missing half the time like the way to is that the best way to get to that level to get to that feeling, you know? Like for me, like what is the point of playing the game? Doing cool things. So, like, if you could just do the cool thing and it always works, well, that's boring, right? I could just tell myself a story like at home by myself where I do everything and it always works. Like that's not good. In order for it to be exciting, there should be a chance of failure, but that chance
Right.
shouldn't be like a coin flip, right? It's like somewhere around like
Um
75 to 90% like success, but like having this, 10 to 25% chance of like failing, like that feels about right, you know?
Like, yeah, and I think that that's kind of dependent on what tone you're going for.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Um, Shadow Dark does have the kind of like DCC gauntlet of I'm gonna roll up a level 1 character and just like see if I can send 8 of these guys in to go kill this elder god, and
Yeah.
whoever makes it out is gonna be my character I'm gonna play for the rest of this campaign.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, oh, I just by the way, you don't have Discord notifications popping up on your screen, right?
No, I don't. Should I check
Oh, okay,
something?
because well, I was just gonna say Daniel Fox just told me to send you his number. So
Okay, yeah, everything's um,
cool, cool.
yeah, yeah. Um, like, I don't know, like nothing happening sh like nothing happening is unfun. Like I get like mishaps happening is fun. Um,
Yeah, but see, so your perspective is a miss is nothing happened.
yeah. Well, in the
Yeah,
sense like no progress has been made. Like if I skipped my turn or if I took my turn and missed, like it's equivalent.
maybe, but to me, the way that I look at it is like the miss happened, and that's part of the story being told at the moment.
Yes.
So, like,
Yes.
yeah, did progress on the combat necessarily happen? Maybe not, but that miss is now out of the way, and now we're moving forward, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like a chance to miss should like you shouldn't just expect to succeed all the time. Like so like chaos of like battle should be chaotic in the sense that I don't know what's going to happen. Um but so like movies where there's like a red herring or a dead end, like that kind of thing is cool. Like otherwise like every scene that you see like is always pushing the plot in this direction. Like that's fine, but it might be a little bit boring. Like if that happens, like movies where there's like plot twists and like a little bit of chaos like is cool. Like that adds a good element.
mm,
Um but like movies where there's like too much of that, like it's like you're just wasting my time. Like you should have cut that scene, right? Does that make sense? Like
I-
there's a difference between like editing a movie down to like the cool parts. Um,
right.
I don't know.
Yeah, so the misses only feel like nothing happened when it isn't immediately consequential. So in 5e, death is rare, so missing particularly feels bad. Yeah, I can agree with that. Whenever if you're saying that like if death is going to be rare for the PCs and missing is not the kind of thing that frequently gets punished, then
Yeah.
like yeah, it does just kind of feel like we're hitting each other with nerf bats.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like an inconsequential miss, like a miss in a game in like Mothership. I assume I've never played Mothership, but like where like they explicitly say like don't get into combat because you're probably gonna die, and like you go in and you miss, you're like, oh, this means I die. Like, well, it's a consequential miss, you know. Where if it's just like I miss and like so instead of this combat taking 4 rounds, it's gonna take 7 rounds because we missed half the time, you know. Like, it's just artificially making the game take longer. Like, I feel like that's, like, too far to one direction.
Yeah.
I think there's a sweet spot somewhere in there where, like, you're missing where you're succeeding all the time and, like, you're just playing pretend, versus, like, you're missing most of the time and, like, you're padding. It's like the teacher assigns a 10-page book report and, like, you're padding the words, you know? Like, you're just adding stuff just to add, you
Right.
know, just to make it take longer.
Like this is part of why like I mean what I thought you had going on with Nimble, you're not really rolling to hit, you're rolling to do the damage. Like I thought that was like an interesting thing where like I mean cuz with other games like Into the Odd this is more about like how do I time my instant hits to where they're like beneficial rather than like thinking about will I or won't I hit. So it feels like with Into the Odd because you can guarantee the damage is there like there's less of a real concern about what I'm choosing to do on my turn. But
Does
like with Nimble, there's still like the reward happening of uh, it still feels like accuracy is a thing.
Yeah. Does Into the Odd do you do damage on a 1? Like,
Yeah, yeah.
okay. Yeah, so, like, I don't know, like, always dealing damage, I think is, like, you're narrowing the band too much, right? So, like, that's, like, always succeeding, but,
Mhm.
like I'm 80% sure this is gonna work. Like, sometimes, like, "Yeah, great, do it," and sometimes, like, "Oh, that's not sure enough," you know? Like, what can I do
Yeah.
to increase my odds further? Or, like, there's a 25% chance this is going to work. Like, you can make those calculations, you know? I don't know. I think there should be like some chance to miss, like some chance for like the worst to happen, some chance for like overwhelmingly good thing to happen, and then like normally like some bell curve in there.
Yeah, like, I know that this is a big reason why everybody's, like, favoring a 2D something system, as of late, like, I think Draw Steel went to, like, 2D10,
Did they?
um,
Is it
I
D10 or D12? I
I
thought it was D. Was it D12?
D12 is Daggerheart, Daggerheart
Oh,
went to
is it?
2D12.
I thought.
Yeah. So Daggerheart is 2D12, but it's not quite a bell curve, it's more a, you're kinda doing a simulated coin flip in a way,
Uh huh.
um, so,
Yeah.
like, you're trying to get, if you're trying to pass the check, you're trying to get a higher hope die roll than, fear die or whatever that is.
Uh huh. How do you like
Yeah, draw
Daggerheart?
steel
I
can't
don't know much about it.
um, it's a theater kid game, and that's fine. I think it should exist, like, I
Yeah.
think that games like that are fine to exist, but for me, I'm so much more rooted in, like, I just wanna dungeon delve and do weird shit with the game
Uh huh.
that, yeah, I'll role play, but I'm so
Like two
much
D
more
10.
interested in, like, killing monsters, getting loot that y yeah.
I wanna play, like, an awesome analog video game with my buds, like, where anything
Yeah,
could happen. I don't wanna
mhm,
just pretend with my buds. Like, I would
right,
I would be embarrassed to invite my buds over and say, "Hey, guys, let's have a pretend session," you know?
right,
So, like, tactics where, like, you can strategize and, like, do cool things and, like, plan stuff and, like, be crazy, like, yeah, that's cool. So
yeah.
it needs enough of, like, a numbers framework for that to happen. If yeah, I can't just get together with the buds and just pretend.
Yeah, this is a thing where, like, whenever I was reviewing Candela Obscura, like, I could tell where they put the majority of their focus was on making sure that, everyone at the table is super comfortable about addressing a horror game,
Is that
and
what they did?
that's
It was like a
well,
horror game when they're tiptoeing around horror?
yeah, like, I mean, Justin Alexander did a review of it, and, like,
Did he?
his the most poignant thing that he said, at least in my opinion on it, was the game is scared of its own shadow, and I agree with him 100%. In my review, I mean, I tore the game apart because they straight up just forgot to put rules in the game.
You know what? I
Um,
think video was the first time I saw your content.
it was I think it's hit, that's probably gonna be my first 250,000 view video.
Okay.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
still, Alexandrian, so the Alex yeah, that's him, that
Yeah.
his review was the one that made me go like, "Crap." So he saw the quick start, and he didn't actually pick up the book,
Mhm.
but the quick start had issues in it that I still saw in the book, so I referenced his quick review, and
Okay,
yeah.
so his was like more of a preview type of thing, and then yours you went deeper into it?
Yeah, so he got the quick start, whenever it first came out, and I just wasn't really interested because I already like Vossen, and yeah, I was like, I yeah. But whenever I got the book came out and it was just like there was like 20 pages of usable game content and then like 180 pages of them lecturing you about why Lovecraft was a racist. And it's
Ah,
like,
brutal.
okay, like we get it, but like where's the game? I want to know where the game is.
That's
And
brutal.
it was so bad that they forgot to put their death mechanic in the game.
Really?
The game was missing its failure state, and that's whenever I went, I need to actually I need to actually do this review
Can you just
because,
not
like,
die, or is the intent you can die, they just didn't put it in because.
So what I've been told from people who apparently worked on the book is that once it got to their sensitivity consultants, that like just got forgotten.
Yeah.
And out of everything that was in the book, it was like stuff got so over edited that they actually forgot to put something in the game and they accidentally clipped their death mechanic.
Wow.
So the only way that you can get their death mechanic is if you go and pick up their errata for it.
So like
And so yeah, there is a death mechanic. They just forgot to put it in the
oh, that's
book.
wild. Like it's good to be careful. Like I don't want to like be a jerk to people at my table. So like
No.
like these three bullet points is basically it. Like, hey, don't like spiders? Use something else. You want a treasure hunt
Yeah.
instead of rescue mission? Go for it. Like that's it. Like I
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, I like in Vagabond, I have a section that's on discretion tools, but like my big critique is like don't call it safety tools because safety implies that like there's
You're
crazy danger
you're
to it.
actually in
And
danger.
yeah, it's
Don't
you're
actually
not.
stab people.
Yeah, like you might feel distressed or uncomfortable with situations. That's not danger, okay? Like that's you're not feeling that is an emotional moment of like, oh crap, I this is too heavy for me. I got to step away or something.
Yeah.
Um, like there's been movies that I've been like, all right, you know what? I'm good. I'm gonna clock out there. And that's whatever. But I think calling it a safety tool is the thing that I've always been like, can we find a less like alarmist language on that? Um, so I call it a discretion tool because I still think it's worth it to like, set the tone of, if someone wants to do ERP, like erotic role play, then like, okay, that's their table. And I don't think you should ever spring that on somebody.
Okay.
Like if
I
if I
didn't even
show
know
up
that was
to
a
like,
thing.
yeah,
I think the less I know about that, the better.
yeah, uh, so like, but if let's say like, my girlfriend Amanda, she signs up to like go and play D&D at some game shop and she gets there and suddenly they're doing an ERP session. It's like, oh, well, like you would hope that someone had discussed that beforehand
Yeah.
rather than I showed up and then 30 minutes in suddenly I'm getting pinned down to the bed, like
Yeah, it's time to
that.
leave. All right. All right, guys. I'm gonna go I'm gonna go home and make a sandwich.
Yeah. And like, which would someone have been quote unquote traumatized from that experience? No, most likely not. It was weird.
Yeah, like
Like,
yeah, I had a weird Friday. I went home and watched a
but
movie.
yeah, I'm gonna go
Yeah,
tell this
not
to
not going
Reddit.
back to there.
Yeah.
I don't need a book to tell me to get on out of there.
But and that's the deal is like with a lot of these, I still think giving the discretion. I really like the thing that Eat the Reich did with their like mention in there. They actually gave you tips for it, not like, oh, well, hey, don't do these things or you're a bad person. It
Mhm.
was like, you should be aware that this is not a game where we're glorifying Nazism, but also like if you're not down to like kill Nazis, you should probably play a different game. Like this is a stupid murder fest of we just kill a bunch of Nazis. So like if you're not down with that, this isn't the game for you, and it
If you
shouldn't be apologizing.
if you
Like,
don't like dungeons and or dragons, you're in the wrong
yeah,
neighborhood. You're in the wrong spot.
but yeah, let me I think the dogs need to go out real quick. Let them
All right, man. No
I'll be
worries.
right back.
All right, hey Chad, how you guys doing? Critical Pixel, Matt. Hey Matt, do you want to if you want to chat about if you want to chat about the spells, we could do that. Sorry, I'm just sort of this turned into a hangout session with Taryn, so I apologize if that's not what you guys were coming for. But Taryn's cool. He's definitely an encyclopedic knowledge of different things. I miss common sense. Yeah, yeah. Like I play with my buds. I don't need all that all those shenanigans. All right. I think this is fine. Oop. Rather than that, I think we'll just keep it like that, and then we'll add. No, we'll leave it. We'll leave it. It's a fun conversation. Hey, Angela. Angela, are you done with the core rules? Are you ready for me to send over the GM guide? I think the GM guide's gonna be done today. I think it's gonna be at least mostly content complete today. So if you're done with the core rules, I have it. I have it on my list. So I've got a little list here, like what to do, and I've made it almost halfway through the first bullet point. So we're probably not going to get to looking at the core rules edits just yet, but we're getting there. All right, so let's add text wrap to this. You are winning, Aris. Okay. And Angela, tell me how, if you could estimate roughly how long do you think it would take to edit, to do an edit of the GM guide? It's going to be about 100 pages. And like a good portion of that is like art. So like these pages only have like maybe like a 20% of the pages is actually text. So a good portion of it is art. Let me know. Hoping to have core rules done by end of day Saturday. Okay. All right. All right. I might have to have someone else do the GM guide then. But you let me know if you have time. Where were we? So Evan, of all your Nimble darlings, which has been the toughest to see go or change? I don't think anything that has been changed. Like I'm happy to have changed. Because it like all changes that we've made so far have been changes for the better. So like I don't really think that way. Yeah, it'd have to be it would have to be some of the art, like some of the art that I wasn't able to access. So okay, I appreciate it, Angela. Yeah, art has been something that's been hard to get sometimes. But other than that, like there might be an example, but I can't think of anything right now.
There we go. Okay.
Yeah, I can't think of any examples. Hey,
Yo,
Critical
yo.
Pixel asked a good question for me. I want to get your thoughts on that too, Taryn.
Oh yeah.
Out of all the changes that you've made, changes or cuts to Vagabond, which has been the toughest for you to see go?
See, I love cutting stuff.
Yeah, I was just saying the same thing. So
I
I was like,
I I
yeah,
love it whenever I can find something that I can snip out, and I'm like, the game's easier now. Like,
yeah,
um, yeah, like I mean, there's certain things that I think like I thought I wanted to make meaningful in certain ways. One of them was like resting rules, or um, maybe there were certain like. See, I originally started with subclasses in Vagabond,
hmm
and it was a thing where like all the different classes had four different subclasses, and it was like really in depth, and I felt like, ooh, there's so much flavor in this, and it's so good.
you've got a lot
But
of classes to have that many subclasses.
that was the thing, man. It was like, well, the book is 300 pages now, and now the artwork is more expensive because we've got to get unique artwork for every single subclass. And uh, so I was like, hearing in playtest feedback that people were like, "Hey, I don't know how to put everything for my character on this sheet."
Yeah,
And I just feel like I've got too much stuff and I'm constantly forgetting it. So
yeah.
that's whenever I did the great cleansing and wiped out all subclasses and turned it into perks. I had people
Okay,
that were asking like, yeah.
okay.
So that was a big deal. If I was to say like the toughest to see go, it wasn't tough to see it go, but it was really tough to change it because that was like there was over 100 pages of information I had to resort, and
Yeah, it was mechanically embedded.
yeah,
Gotcha.
changing core identity like that is very, very I is it tough? That's one thing. It's definitely a lot of work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, when you gave me the feedback to like, "Hey, Evan, you probably shouldn't be having, like, all of these, spaces between every paragraph. That takes up a lot of space." I was like, "Yeah, you're right," and having to, like, relay it everything. Like,
Yeah,
that
I'm
that that took a bit, but I appreciate
I
it. It's good feedback.
yeah, I'm such a big sucker for, like I try to reduce waste whenever I'm looking at products.
Yeah.
Like, this is the number one thing for me is that Wizards of the Coast is so wasteful whenever they're making a book. There's
Yep.
just there's way too much blank space. They
100%.
keep putting too much space in between headers and yeah, XYZ. But yeah, I love figuring out how to make books more efficient at what they're doing.
I yeah, I love that. Like, that is 100%, the route that I take. Basically, the first hour of the stream is just me cutting words, like, trimming words. "Ah, I don't need these 3 words. Get them out of there."
Yeah. Yeah, there's a running joke in the Vagabond Discord about what I cut this week. Like,
Nice. Good. There should be. Otherwise, things will just start ballooning, and then, like, everything takes forever, you know?
it
It
starts
looks
to
like
lose
that
scope.
it looks like the tax
Like,
code.
yeah.
Section K, subsection H, paragraph 3.
Yeah, I love cross references, but if they're any more than like a page where I can go and find this info, then like it's just there's too much.
Yeah.
But yeah. Ugh. Well, I have got to start looking at. It's funny. I started looking at the Artificer yesterday, and I was like, "Well, I guess I'll do a revision as a Patreon exclusive." So I'm like working on an Artificer 2024 for some random reason. But
Oh, man. How is it?
the current one,
Yeah, yeah, the
or I guess the one that they're talking about implementing.
uh-huh. Oh, it's not released
Um,
yet?
they released a UA for it.
Oh, okay,
It
okay.
it's like I don't think it's gonna make everybody happy.
Mhm.
It's definitely very similar to the D&D 5e version of it, and my thought with it was like, there's a better artificer in here if they would edit out about like 500 words, and it's still a lot of like a lot of vague ideas towards this character archetype that could be really cool
Uh-huh.
that they just haven't quite gracefully expressed.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm
And
I'm I'm
like,
cooking on a
yeah,
on a artificer, and I've already got some art commissioned. It's in the works, and like basically, I want it to feel like you're Iron Man. I want you to feel like Tony Stark.
right. See, to me, I'm like, I want an artificer to feel like MacGyver. Like
Ooh, yeah, 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 yeah.
I'm so much more in the direction of the expert idea rather than the like, you're getting a Gundam, I guess idea.
Yeah,
Like,
not so much mech, but like the inventions I make is how I fight.
yeah,
Yeah.
I really dig the idea of like Torbjorn or the engineer from Team Fortress 2 or
Yep.
um,
Yep. Yep. Yep.
y- I dig the idea a lot. The problem is just like there's so many things that it needs to hit for so many people. It's the Ranger problem is basically the way that I look at it.
Uh-huh.
Like
What,
somebody's
what's
gonna
what's the
say
Ranger
the
problem?
Ranger has too many different representations in pop culture for
Yeah.
everybody to agree on what they want it to be.
Yep. Yep. Like it's got range in the
So yeah,
name, and then people say like, no, it means they go out and range, and no, Aragorn was this, and like in the movies, and people start fighting about it. Yeah,
yeah.
that I
Somebody
one of the first
somebody will
changes I
like
made was like I had to change the names of every class because like people were only arguing about like, oh, this class is supposed to be like this.
yeah. To those people, I usually tell them like, okay, well, go check out what that is in this other game because that's not what I'm making over here.
Yeah.
Like
But, like, just needing to have that conversation, like, to begin with, like, "Nah, let's just not have that conversation. This isn't a ranger, this is a hunter." So
yeah.
it's completely
Uh,
different thing.
and like to old heads, like Ranger has spells. Okay, well, like if that's the thing that you want, that Ranger has existed for a while. This Ranger that I'm trying to make, or the Hunter I've made in Vagabond is like, no, it's a crit fisher. Like I love the idea of like Hunter's Mark being like you can crit more easily.
Ooh, that's
That's
cool.
I always like the because I straight up just stole that from like I mean MMOs.
Hmm.
Rangers to like World of Warcraft have always been like high crit damage style classes.
Uh-huh.
So like not well, I guess not necessarily crit damage, but crit chance.
Right,
So
right, right,
that's
right.
where I was like, you guys have Hunter's Mark right here. Like,
Yeah.
why not? Why not make the Hunter's Mark thing more crit? That's cool. Like, do
So
that.
do you I assume you have like a rogue class, right?
hmm
So like is the rogue class like crit damage and the hunter or ranger is like crit chance? Is that what you're doing?
So the Rogue Sneak Attack in Vagabond should already feel really familiar to like Sneak Attack in 5e.
Okay.
Um, but Favor is more easily generated, and it's not as potent as what advantages to 5e. So
Okay.
Favor in
Oh yeah, I
Vagabond,
saw you change that a little bit, right?
yeah, it's going off the Shadow with the Demon Lord advantage. So in or Boons and Banes, I guess for people in chat that don't really know this, so in Shadow of the Demon Lord, the way that they do advantage disadvantage is called boons and banes. And if you
Hmm.
have a boon to a roll, you get a d6 bonus. If you have a bane to a roll, it's a d6 penalty. And these cancel each other out one for one.
Okay.
Now, the
Can
trick
you
here
collect
is
more than one of each?
you can, but the trick here is that they're not additive. So if I
Right.
roll like it has multiple boons, okay, let's say I have 3 boons and I roll 3d6. Well, I rolled a 5, a 4, and a 1,
You just take the
and
5.
I the 5 is the only one that applies to it.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
So it's
So
like
it's
it's a boost like within limits. So like if if the DC you're trying to hit is like way up here, but even with the 6 you can never hit that, then
right.
like okay. It's interesting.
But and mathematically it comes out to about the same thing as advantage disadvantage. Only the thing that you solve here is that it doesn't result in a nat 20 more often. So like,
Okay, so
half
you
a or
still have a 5%
yeah,
chance of nat 20 instead of like a 10%, 9% chance.
correct. It's not a crit fish anymore. It's just a bonus.
Okay. Okay, interesting.
So
So do
you
any
have to be
classes
yeah,
grant advantage like in like the 5e sense then? If
hunter
you want.
or vagabonds.
Okay, so the hunter gets advantage instead of favor then?
Yeah, so the way that Hunter's Mark works
Ooh.
is like it is like an extra D20, use the highest.
Ah, cool. That's pretty subtle. That's pretty subtle. Have people how have people picked that up so far?
Hunter's been popular.
Like
Although the thing that
has it been
everybody
easy for them to understand? I mean,
I mean, yeah,
okay.
everybody that knows 5e advantage disadvantage. As
I
far as
mean like
favor
the
goes,
the mechanical difference between like oh this favor does this, advantage does this to like my crit chance.
so I to people that are thinking about it a bit deeper, the thing for me is I needed to nerf crit chance so I could beef it up for other people, right?
Yeah. Okay,
Like
that makes sense.
Gunslinger in Vagabond was scary good because they so while Hunter crits more often because they can crit fish a lot, um Gunslinger was reducing the crit range. So they straight up it's like if you hit with a gun or a firearm attack, you now crit on a 19 to 20. If you
Okay.
hit on an if you hit on another one, you crit on an 18 to 20.
Okay,
If you
yeah.
hit with another one, 17 to 20 all the way down to 16.
Yeah, so advantage will like exponentially affect that then.
Yeah, rolling 2d20s with that was scary good.
Yeah.
Like, insanely scary good.
So there's
Rolling a
a in
d6
Vagabond
with
there's
it,
a
yeah.
to hit and then a damage roll.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
And that's all, I mean, and all the DCs for all that stuff is on your sheet, and that was supposed to help out with, like, solo and co-op play, and I also
That's all
just
player
yeah,
facing?
everything is player facing.
Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah, what slows it a big part of what slows it down is like, Mother May I like asking for permission or asking for clarity. Do I hit?
Yeah.
Do I crit? Does this work?
Yeah,
So,
that's always been the thing for me is like, I I would like the game to tell you yes, not the DM.
mhm.
Like, I would always like the game to be the thing that's telling like, I don't wanna make the DM the arbiter. I wanna make the DM the guy that's just, like, helping to run the story,
Yeah.
and, like, the game should take the bad feels. The game should feel confident enough to, like, take the heat for the
Uh-huh.
player not feeling great about something having happened, and
Right, 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 right. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I'm sorry. I wish I could. My hands are tied. The rules, the page 37
well,
says
yeah, and subconsciously, like, I mean, I play with, like, so, my girlfriend, Amanda, she's got OCD, high anxiety, and, ADHD, and the
the
thing for her that
trifecta.
she likes more Yeah, right? The thing for her that she likes more about playing Vagabond is that she doesn't feel so much like decision paralysis.
Uh-huh.
Um, she feels less worried about the outcome of a result by seeing what she needs to hit with the die on the character sheet.
Okay.
Um, she also really likes playing Dancer because it allows her to give other people her action. So, like, she doesn't
Ooh.
have decision paralysis there by playing a class
Yeah.
that's a support that way, right?
Yeah. One of my buds just loves playing classes where he can like boost you, buff you, and that's my turn. I'm done.
I love being a support.
Yep.
You are everybody's best friend. Like,
Yeah. 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 That's cool.
ugh, Gimli Ranger. Yeah, Gandalf Ranger.
Yeah. Someone's saying some controversial things in chat.
Yeah.
Everybody,
Treebeard Ranger.
yeah, everybody in Lord of the Rings was a ranger. Yeah, I don't know about that.
Right. Um. Oh. By the way, have you talked to the guys at Alchemy about getting Nimble over there?
Yeah, yeah. They said they want to, but they're busy and to reach out like in December. So I guess that's a good reminder. I need to reach
Gotcha.
out. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
I'm gonna do some
I
drawing.
They just hit me up because I'm looking to get the module made, and we're just doing slight corrections on typos right now.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll have to reach out to them. Are they? I guess their schedule is starting to slow down a little bit if they're reaching out.
Yeah, I still think they're looking at getting Vagabond on over probably in August of next year.
Okay.
But like, it's cool to see it's happening. Like that's where I'm at. I'm like, oh, it's just yes, this is like a thing that will be playable over there, and yeah, I'm like
Yeah,
ah.
that's cool, man.
Have
I
you-
hope it does.
Did you get any other VTT stuff going on?
Um, yeah, we've got Foundry and Owlbear Rodeo. Phil's working on something for Owlbear Rodeo also.
Cool.
But
Yeah, I
that
need
like
to.
I don't really play on VTTs much, so that's like not that's not something that's really on my radar personally. But like other people are like, yeah, let's do this, and a bunch of people. I decided on like a really very open license, basically like do whatever you want
Yeah.
type of license. So people are making all sorts of tools and they're doing their own thing. So a lot of people like they play whatever VTT and they're just making tools.
Yeah. I had kind of considered that about like just kind of doing an open license and saying, hey, if you make a VTT module for Vagabond, cool. I mean, you keep regarding like a VTT module, it's a bit different because like if it is just you're reselling the rules, I can't give you 100% of the profit because that's like, well,
Yeah,
now you're distributing the thing that I made, and
yeah.
that's
Let me show you what I ended up with, or at least what I have right now. And I wouldn't mind your feedback on it.
oh yeah.
So basically, a combination of the draft MCDM license and Shadow Dark.
Hmm.
Um, but basically, you may use and reference this book's text in your original products, like your own adventures, classes, subclasses, monsters, supplements. Publishing large portions of text verbatim while adding no or minimal value does not qualify as your own original product. So basically, you do whatever you want. You can't use the art. but you just like
Yeah,
do whatever you want. Can't use art, and don't just like copy paste.
right.
I don't know. Well, what do you think about that?
So I think there's a general clause about like what do we say 20%. I'm trying to remember exactly how this went, but there was like a 20% guideline of saying like you can't reproduce more than 20% of the rule set here in your work. Um, and that was kind of the guideline we were going off of with the OGL stuff. If
Hmm.
but so what I'm looking at here, you may not use the system art or logo, but can use its visual designs as inspiration for your own original works. Um, yeah, I mean, you don't even need to have the second part of that. Everything after but you can remove. You may not use the system's art or logo, and you're fine. You should though address your trade dress here.
Hmm.
You need to make it very clear. Prior approval by Nimble. Okay, yeah. Declare compatibility, but also you must state that it is not an official work. And
Yeah. Like that's
oh yeah, you got it under restrictions. Okay, cool.
yeah.
We are not responsible for any claims related to your product. Good. That is the cover your ass section. Not infringe on third party intellectual property. um, that part right there you can't control. That's on them.
Right. It's just like, hey, like, so like a lot of these clauses were like in one license that I saw and not in another, and
Yeah.
I don't know. I think that this or something similar to this was in the MCDM one.
Yeah, but I
Um,
mean, even still, they can't really enforce that.
yeah, I can't
Like,
control it, but
yeah,
just yeah. I mean, I could probably cut a few things out of this, and I might, but basically the license is like the like these two things. Like you can't use the
yeah.
art because like that's a license specifically. Like it's just not allowed. Like artists need to eat. And
Oh,
then
yeah.
like don't just copy paste. Do anything else.
Yeah, that's part of like I mean with Wizards of the Coast, they actually tell the artists like that's a part of doing the like doing an agreement with Wizards of the Coast for like if we're going to hire you as an artist, you have to release that work to us to
Yeah.
be able to let other people like the content creators use that art in their videos because if you don't, we can't promote our product. But
Ah, interesting. Okay.
that's a very specific thing to WotC. And I've also kind of worked that out with like artists on Vagabond. I'm like, hey, if you do throw a hissy fit with somebody like that was promoting the game in a video and you do whatever, I'm like, guys, we can't work again in the future if you're not cool with that. Like
Yeah. Yeah.
it's free advertising for me and you're hurting my brand by fighting a YouTuber.
Yeah.
Not that that's happened with me. It's just that's a thing I don't want to have happen.
Yeah.
Um,
I don't claim exclusivity with any of the artists. Like they can like resell or relicense any of their
right.
art to other things. So
Really? You allowed that?
sure. Yeah. Why not?
Man, that's the thing for me. Like, if I'm paying you for a commission, I expect that to be a you and me thing.
Yeah.
Um,
Like I
it's
totally get
very
that
yeah,
also. But like like if I drew a cool picture for you, or like if let's say like you drew a cool picture for me, I'll pay you like like the initial commission is gonna be like 5 or 10 times like any price like some other person is gonna pay, because like I can specify I want this and this and this and this, so like you have to pay more,
mhm.
But if there's some like already existing art, like the artist can earn extra like few bucks off of that, like yeah, go ahead.
Well, for me, they're usually not making that much money off of it, and it's not enough to where I ever feel like kind of losing the product identity for what I have with Vagabond
Yeah,
is really worth it.
yeah,
Especially in some of the cases where I've spent like $5,000 on art, it's like that.
yeah.
Yeah, that's where I get like, hey, like I busted my ass on this stuff, and like especially if we use it for t-shirts, you can't take the art that we have and then go make your own merch with the art that we did. Now that
Right.
being said, if we do merch, I ask all the artists like, do you want a cut of this? Or if you don't want to screw with all that, that's all good. But
Yeah.
um, yeah. So,
That's probably a smarter way to do it than what I'm doing.
it's well, but it's also a me thing. Like it's just I am fine with people using the art assets that we have in the press kit to like promote the game, do all that stuff. But the moment that I start seeing people like take some of the like box art and printing it on a shirt and then using it for their own brand or whatever, we immediately have a big problem.
Yeah.
Um, this is a whole deal with Dyson Logos. Um, do you know who Dyson is?
Yeah, yeah, the map guy.
Yeah. So Dyson has a really super generous license.
Uh-huh.
You can take pretty much anything that he has on his website and use it commercially, use it for kind of what the hell ever.
Mhm.
Um, this is very nice. It has instilled a lot of creativity in the scene. I think Dyson is incredibly generous for doing that. But what this has also resulted in is a lot of people just kind of taking his artwork, putting it on a Printify like screen print of a I don't know, a shower curtain and selling that for $60.
Is it you think anybody's making money
It's
doing that?
dude, I know they are.
Really?
Super easy, yeah. There's so many different avenues that you can go through to just print merch for basically no cost with zero overhead to you.
Mhm.
That like, yeah, it's people are making passive income just like throwing up junk on Amazon for nothing.
Oh, man.
Y- Yeah, and yeah, like, and Dyson seems to be kind of like whatever on it. I mean, I don't want to speak on behalf of the guy or anything, but the last time I saw, he seemed a little bit like, ah, this is annoying, but like, what can you do? You know?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that makes sense. Like, I don't know, like, you put in, like, how much time is it gonna take me to, like, get a lawyer and sue this guy and, like, stress out about all this stuff, you know?
Yeah,
Like, if I was Dyson, I could make, like, a million maps in the amount of time that takes and, like, earn back, like, anything that, like, any potential lost, uh I don't know. Like,
yeah,
I get it, and I don't blame anybody, if they had, like, a different opinion, obviously.
yeah. No, it should all be like person to person. You
Yeah.
know, like the one thing, the big. So the big thing with licenses that I guess for chat that might not know or have heard about some of this stuff. The big question with licenses that came up really even before the OGL situation was this got really discussed when this new TSR got founded in like 2019 or 2020. And this new TSR was like Ernie Gygax, Dave Johnson, and a couple other guys that were like all in the Lake Geneva area. They wanted to like bring back this old reign of like, whatever old school gaming and um yeah. So they started trying to publish a game called Star Frontiers.
Mhm.
Um and in Star Frontiers, they had there was some tricky there was some racist content is what we'll say. Um and
In
Wizards of the
in
Coast.
in some new thing they were making?
Yeah, so Star Frontiers is an IP that has had it's been around for a long time.
Okay.
But Wizards of the Coast, whenever they bought TSR, they essentially bought the ownership of this IP.
Mhm.
But the other thing with trademarking and everything is like if you're not using the trademark and if you don't really actively defend it,
Yeah,
well,
it's abandoned.
nobody, yeah, you've abandoned the trademark and therein other people can develop on it. Or well, they could, and the court's probably going to look at you like, why are you trying to sue this dude? You don't even want to build off the thing that you bought. So like,
Mhm.
whatever. Um, so what happened was, uh, so TSR tries to release this new Star Frontiers, um,
Again, you were
and
like just
already,
an encyclopedia of RPG knowledge.
dude, well, I mean, I've been making content online now for about 7 or 8 years in this
Yeah.
sphere, so
It's just
yeah,
impressive, man. It's impressive.
um,
You
but yeah,
probably even know
they
what
tried
TSR stands for.
tactical studies rules, I think, but I I might be wrong on that. But um, Yeah, and so so this new TSR tries to found this stuff, and Wizards of the Coast tries to exercise their trademark. Um, and I think they went after them specifically here because, like, number one, they've been annoying. These guys were obnoxious over on Twitter.
Okay.
Um, but the other thing was, it was straight up racist. There's like, I think there's times that I've seen some people say that something is racist in D&D on Twitter, and I'm like, okay, come on, like, no, I live in Oklahoma. I've seen real racism. Okay,
Yeah. Like,
um, but
chill. Like, not nobody meant anything by this, you know.
yeah, it's like it's not that deep, and you're looking into it in this way to make a problem, not that there actually is a problem.
Right.
The Haddazee thing was definitely an issue, but that's a whole other deal.
Mhm.
Um, but in this situation, it was like there was a Nordic race that was in there that had like none of their stats could be below a 13. And then there was a Negro race that none of their intelligence stat couldn't be above a 9. And it was like, oh, this is actually just racism. Like this is just there's no whatever.
Was it like people
Uh,
or was it monsters or something?
no, these were the races that you could choose from whenever
Okay,
you were
like
making your
if you have blonde
character.
hair, it immediately makes
Yeah.
you smarter and
Yeah, I mean it was all but it was straight up like the Nords are like, these are the superior humans is what it
Oh,
was
okay.
like,
Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't wanna I'm like, "Alright, I mean, let's come on, guys."
Yeah. So Wizards of the Coast tried to sue these guys, and a part of the like court settlement, or so the case basically got dismissed, and it was because like Wizards of the Coast put in clauses in there about like the racist stuff that was in the game, damaged the brand that Wizards was like building up or whatever.
Mhm.
And the judge was basically like, okay, but like you can't sue somebody because they have a racist thing in their game. Like that's not how that works. Like that
Okay,
you
like, but for that, they would have left him alone and not bothered?
like it's like should they do this? No, of course not. They're assholes for doing that. But like guys, make this about the IP and like show us the damage that this does to your brand, not just that it was racist and that's why you're suing them.
Right.
Like this should be about why you want to retain Star Frontiers. And if your entire case about why you're suing them is you can't defend not using the brand, but you're mad at them for making a racist thing, the judge just threw it out. Like
Right on.
the case got dismissed.
Hey, Diggs. Yeah, we're
Um,
just chatting with Taryn about
yeah,
some encyclopedic D&D lore.
just completely useless knowledge I built up.
And I'm just making some maps for the adventure we've been doing just hanging out, doing some design stuff. So like with a license and stuff, like with art and the game stuff, like I sort of think about it like the golden rule type of thing, like do unto others. Like how
Yeah,
would I want, like if I was an artist, how would I want someone commissioning me? Because I've been there. I've got my own business. You know, like how would I want someone to treat me?
right.
You know, like if I'm a new creator and I want to make something for like Shadow Dark, like ideally what would I want? You know,
Yeah,
I don't want people just copy and pasting, putting my Shadow Dark book up online, but like, yeah, if someone wants to make adventure, like use whatever you want out of Shadow Dark, you know,
right.
without having to worry about this or that, you know, whatever. So I don't know. That's how I think about it. Maybe it's wrong, but
Well, no, I mean like I looked at Shadow Rim on the channel the other day, and
Shadow
you
Rim.
know, it, yeah, so it's by this guy named Chubby Funster who he makes a lot of Shadow Dark content. And it's literally Skyrim as a setting in Shadow Dark.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, yeah. I think I've heard of that.
Yeah, and like in all reality, you don't even need to own Shadow Dark to play this because like it has the rules for the engine right there in the book. Now, if you're Kelsey, you could do one of two things with that. You could get a lawyer and tell this person, or you issue a cease and desist, whatever. Probably do some damage to your brand and discourage people from making content for the thing that you've done because now they've heard about this guy getting struck, or you continue the snowball of success and continue building a brand of third party like stuff that people are just making for your game for free,
Yeah. Yeah.
um,
I'd be like, "Oh,
and
cool.
let that
Someone made
continue.
someone made a Skyrim Nimble. Nimble
Yeah,
Rim." Like, "Oh, that's cool."
and like if Bethesda comes after Kelsey, she just goes like, "Oh, dude, that wasn't me. That was this guy over here." And like,
Right.
okay, I got the book, so like I'm happy with it.
Yeah.
Um, but if that had gotten knocked down, there's some people now who are like big Skyrim fans that saw the video that I did and were like, I wasn't really sold on Shadow Dark, but I can get into it now because there's a world with lore here that I understand.
Yeah.
And that's cool. Like I'm glad to have that. But yeah.
Yeah.
I
Absolutely, man. That's cool.
yeah, we have multiple options that we could take whenever we made a thing that is copyright protected.
Mhm.
And I tend to think that the smarter idea 9 out of 10 times is to figure out how to make that a win for everybody instead of a win for me, a loss for them.
Yep.
Like, yeah, it just tends to be the better look is to allow it to happen even at a slight loss for you. You
Yeah,
might
be
think of it.
cool. Yeah, you gotta be you
Yeah.
gotta be cool about it. Otherwise, nobody want to play ball with you.
No.
Yeah, definitely. What license are you using for Vagabond?
Just a release of responsibility.
So,
I'm
what does that
basically
mean?
just saying like yeah, I'm basically just saying like, hey, I'm not responsible for the thing that you made. If you get sued because like, I don't know, you made a vagabond Super Saiyan and Toei Animation comes and slaps you, I'm like, dude, that's not me. That's this guy over here.
Okay. So it's
Um,
just like
yeah.
use whatever you want. Is it more open than the one I have, or is it similar? Like how does that compare?
They
So
just have to like
I went a lot like I talked to a lot of people about like what license to use and like what to do and like all this sort of stuff. So I'm interested in that kind of thing.
yeah, like so I'm personally not going to use the orc. I know that this has come up a lot for a lot of people. Um, the orc to me, because I don't know everything in it, I'm not going to use a license just because people tell me to use it.
Uh-huh.
Uh, I think that the orc is too sweeping in a lot of situations,
I
and
haven't heard anything good about the orc license, but that said, I don't know anything about it either. So
it's the kind of thing where I think someone who was extremely paranoid wrote it, is the way that I would put it.
really,
Like, I think that it tries to cover so many situations. It feels like reading a Pathfinder book. And so, like, it feels like it's trying to cover so many of these situations that may or may not show up.
gotcha.
And whereas I could just say, like, hey, guys, I'm not responsible for the stuff that you would make with this. Like, you can make stuff with it, but I'm not
Right.
responsible for the thing that you make.
Uh-huh.
So, like, if
And
you get
that's
yourself
from
in legal trouble,
the Tales of the
yeah,
Valiant guys, right?
the orc.
Yeah.
So the orc was Paizo, and
Oh, Orcus
Cobalt Press
Paizo?
made Tales of the Valiant. Yeah. So Orc was work or I think that's Paizo, and if I'm remembering right, it's like it starts with an A, the law firm.
Okay.
It's like Alora or Alorica Press or something like
Okay.
that.
So did Tales of the Valiant use the orc license? Because
Yeah.
I feel like I'm misremembering. Okay.
So so far I think Tales from the Valiant um I think Tales from the Valiant has, and no wait, hang on. I could be wrong on this. I don't know that Tales of the Valiant did, because there's so much of the content that relies on the OGL.
Okay. That's interesting.
Uh, I don't see anything saying that it uses the orc license.
So Paizo had the orc license?
Yeah.
Hmm. Well, it would make sense that it sounds like Pathfinder then.
Yeah, so it looks like the only games that are under it right now are basic role playing from Chaosium. Uh, Call of Cthulhu will eventually become an orc product,
Hmm.
and Pathfinder Second Edition, and the new version of Starfinder.
How new is Pathfinder Second Edition? Has it been out for like
Uh,
years and years, or is it like relatively new?
they had been doing like playtest dev on it for a while, but the OGL situation was the thing that kicked them into like we have to scrape every mention of the OGL away from it and do like a new Pathfinder second edition. Like
Oh, okay.
so like the current the version of it that's out right now is like Pathfinder second edition but without all the greasiness of Wizards of the Coast lawyers and stuff on it.
Hmm. Man.
And I have zero experience playing it. So I, I couldn't really answer any questions on like what the main differences were,
Yeah.
but yeah. I think that's the way that everybody that wants to get into system development really needs to go right now is make your own thing. Like just have control of the thing you want to do. Azora Law, thank you, thank you.
Hey, Gary. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, I think the open license kind of thing is like it's got to be the way to go in the future. Like if I lose out on like a couple of bucks because of like some silly thing, like or whatever, I think that's going to be small potatoes compared to like how much goodwill and how much more creativity that you can foster if you just
Yep.
like say, hey guys, be cool.
Well, and there's zero guarantee you would have ever had that money in the anyways.
Yeah, yeah, like
Like
you're not guaranteed that.
yeah, if somebody like, do I necessarily want to make something like, oh, I don't know, Vagabond in, I don't know, an Arcana Punk, kind of a setting or something like that? No, not really. But if someone wants to use the Vagabond engine for their, their thing, um, I could either be like, hey, well, you have to give me this much percent of that every single month, and I'm going to be monitoring you to
Yeah,
see that. No, that's a headache.
yeah. They'll say, oh,
I'm
never
like,
mind. I'll use this other free system.
yeah, I'll just go over and use this other thing that these guys aren't gonna be assholes to me about, you know?
Hmm. Yeah.
Meaning, what did I miss? Yapping. But yeah, man, like, my thing is I am making a I'm making an engine that I'm hoping people like, and if they make a thing, then I could either come in and say, like, "You owe me this much money, yada, yada, yada," and I'd have to fight for some of that, or I'm just like, you guys keep the stuff that you want to keep. Um, and you know what? I'm over here. You just say, hey, it works on Vagabond. Cool. I'm not gonna go like trying to scrape up every single penny.
Are you gonna have
You
like
know?
a compatible with Vagabond logo type of thing?
Yeah, I've got it. It's called Runs on Vagabond.
Oh, can I see it? I'd like to see that
Yeah, yeah,
because
yeah.
I've got a few different like powered by Nimble or like I've got some ideas, but uh, like from no, I've got a few different ideas, but I'm interested to see what other people are doing.
Yeah, this is one somebody asked for a specific type of look to it,
Let's see.
but it's very simple. It's
Oh,
just
that's pretty though.
thanks.
It doesn't look as
Yep.
good on when the transparency doesn't work.
Oh yeah.
There we go. All right. Yeah. Yeah, that's handsome.
Yeah, I just recommend to everybody like keep it if you are like if you're making a system like this and you have anybody that's interested in playing your system, like make it as easy for people to create for your system as possible. Like doing otherwise is only shooting yourself in the foot.
Are you gonna do like a black a grayscale version of that too? Like a
Oh,
white
I'll
one?
yeah, so I'll have a white version, I have a black version, and, I'll have, I'll just have variants of, like, "Here, you pick the color, whatever." But yeah, if it says that, I'm like, then that's the way that people will know, "Hey, it's not an official, like, Land of the Blind thing."
Mhm.
Uh, if, uh if I ever have to go to court over something that someone made,
Yeah.
literally all I gotta tell the judge is just like, "Hey, if it didn't have our logo on it, we didn't make it, and if it did have that logo on it and I didn't make it, then I didn't approve of this. So, like, now I got my own problem with this guy, so thanks for letting me know," you know?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, Critical Pixel, I got, you talking about sorcery, like, I've got, yeah, sorceries are really cool. I've got, like, right up there, a couple of boxes. It's such a cool, card game. Yeah, Taryn, if you haven't checked out sorcery, you probably should.
I think you're, like, the 2nd or 3rd person to tell me about this game in the last, like, 2 months.
I think I just told you about it twice. I think the other person was me.
I think Ben Milton was talking about it on his channel not super long ago.
Yeah, that's where I heard about it, when the
Oh,
first set
okay.
came out. Yeah, and then, yeah, I got a couple of boxes, and, like, it's pretty cool. I play with my brother-in-law. Um,
Oh, right on.
but, yeah, it's pretty cool, like, and the way that it packs, like, I think you'll like how the mechanics of the game work and how they word things. Like, it's like a master class in wording things, somewhat open-ended, but precise. Like, card games, you have to be precise because there's no GM, right?
Yeah.
But it's not like Magic, like, or like other card games where it's like legal text, a lot of like a paragraph of text for this like one card. It's like super short and sweet, and like, oh, I think I kind of get how this works, you know?
Mm.
So like a lot of that is really, really cool.
Yeah, that was kinda always the thing that deterred me in Magic was, like, I just kinda look at it and I kinda, I don't know, glaze over. I'm like, I don't know what's happening right now."
Uh-huh.
I'm too afraid to ask what's happening right now, like
Yeah, I will choose to play cards like, oh, this card has more words than that one. I'm not gonna play that
yeah.
card. Whichever one has the fewest words, that there we go. Yep.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's funny.
that's my Magic philosophy a lot of times.
Oh.
But
Uh,
I think you definitely dig sorcery. That one's really cool.
yeah, I guess if I need to find a thing that I need to spend another $500 a month on or something.
It's not, yeah. I wouldn't spend that much on it, but like, I don't know if you know much about Magic, but like every 2 months or so, like there's like a new set. Like
Yeah.
you could buy a box for like $120 or something. Like it's like like every month or every other month. But sorcery, like I think that like I think they're releasing one set a year. They're like, "Hey,
Okay.
we're not releasing, it's like not overwhelming amounts of content, like, play this for a little while and then go do something else." Like, this isn't
Yeah.
like an obsession where you can even spend that much on it, you know? So, like,
Dude,
their
that's the
philosophy is just, like, really cool, and they're paying artists to, like, make, like, physical art prints, or art, like, in physical media.
yeah.
So, yeah, I really like it.
That's man, that's part of the whole thing that, like, with the TTRPG stuff, whenever, like, whenever I hear about, they want D&D to be a lifestyle brand or something like that, I'm like, "Oh god, come on, like, just
Uh,
I'm cool with everybody playing other stuff." Like,
I've already got a life. Like, I've got kids, I got a wife, I've got hobbies,
yeah.
This is one of my hobbies. Like, I don't need I don't need a lifestyle brand. Um,
No, man. Like,
but I
I'm
get it. It makes money if you can get people obsessed with things.
yeah, it feels so parasitic. Well, man, apparently need to go fix some things on this, Hero's Handbook, but,
All right,
as
man.
always, it was good talking to you, dude.
Yeah, thanks for hanging out, man. It was good. I appreciate all the knowledge you're willing to share. Yeah, yeah. Anybody watching this later, check out Terran's stuff. Vagabond looks pretty cool.
Hey.
I think we're gonna be doing a Vagabond playthrough sometime to show that off.
Yes.
So
Now that now
when
that the
he's less
rules are
busy.
solidified. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. So all right, hey man, appreciate you hanging out.
Absolutely, dude. Have a good day, Evan.
All right, later.
Later.
All right. Twin Steel, Ross. Ross, are you around? Ross, Matt, Double King, if you're still around, if you want to chat. Yeah, let me know, you guys. I will be right back. I gotta go use the bathroom real quick. Hey, everybody. Nimblified by Nimble. That's right, Bruno. NFT. Now I need to find it. I don't know what that means. Picked up Vagabond for the holidays on Evan's recommendation. Cool. Awesome. Where'd my pen go? There it is. So I think I might do a little bit more drawing, but I might go over the feedback, some of the feedback. You guys, let me know. Do you want to see me do some more drawing, working on this map, or should we go over some feedback in the books, or keep going on the adventure? I've got so here's my list. I need to finish the level 3 adventure. I got most of the way done with that. I can review some of the legendary monsters. There's edits for the cool rules. That might not be that much fun to watch. Oathsworn tweaks or spellcasting, update spellcasting, like the upcasting things. Or we can draw. So you guys let me know. Feel free to vote if you have any thoughts. If not, that's fine too. Okay, so we've got a big circular room. It's like circles are hard to draw isometrically. It's a bit hard to draw an isometric view. At least for me, because I don't know how to do it. I'm gonna do this. So how are we going to do it? All right, so let's undo that. So I think the easiest way is probably to like make a circle. So I don't know if you guys can see. You guys can't see. Like in this. So there is like a really subtle grid that you guys can't really see. That's behind things. So that's what I'm using to follow. Start with a square, yeah. Oval with points to the diagonals of the isometric. Yeah. So what I've been doing is like drawing a circle that sort of fits in one of these little sections, and then skewing it. That's probably the easiest way to do it, and like fit like so I'm gonna rotate it to match the grid, and then scale it down to fit inside, and then doing a distort, skewing it thusly. It's like that's probably been like the easiest way to do it, but I don't know. Bruno, been busy from work. Hey, I was wondering how much time I got to pick up that bone until wrap up. Had a feedback on the Spellblade. I don't know. Oh, if you want a chance to read the raw version, can you shoot me a link on Discord, Bruno? I'll take a look. Spellblade. I think I might have seen that. If I recall, it looked pretty cool, but just like a really different direction. So if there's anything in particular, oh, uniform. Is there anything particular? Like I don't think we're at at a spot where I want to be changing like an entire subclass. But like if there's like a smaller change, so like I don't feel like the subclass is broken. So like if the subclass was like broken and nothing was working, I'd definitely be much more open to like a wholesale type of change. But I feel like we're not like if it does need any updates, I'm not convinced it does need updates. If it does need any updates, then I'd rather like scalpel rather than like just change everything, you know. So let's make this opacity a little bit smaller, a little bit lower. Okay, so I want to. So it's going to be from here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it's being a 9 by 9 circle. Yeah, then we'll have one in the middle. So here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 to here. Okay, so a 9 by 9. I'm just trying to get a sense of where the middle of this room is. This is a dwarven tomb, so they'd be pretty exacting. I made a homebrew. Which program? This is Procreate. This is Procreate on the iPad. It's pretty cool. Yeah, I don't know. It's just called Procreate. Look at the words a bit. Okay, cool. I'll take a look. Okay, so I'm drawing out the rectangle that this circle is, or the square that this circle is resides within, so that I can 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2. So which is the middle square? Not this one, not this one. Or this one. It's like this. Like this square does not look like the middle one, but counting it, it is. It's like isometric things are a little bit challenging to understand. Okay, actually, this. We could probably make it a bit smaller too. I don't want this map to be too large. Now let's make it a 7 by 7. So let's take this and this and scale it down. 1, 2. There we go. We'll scale it down to Yeah, I think like a 7 by 7 would be a little bit more reasonable. I kind of like a tight looking map. Okay, 7 by 7. Yeah, right there. I'm just trying to line up. There we go. Might need to scale a little bit further. Sorry, everybody. I'm trying to be precise. But maybe that's a fool's errand. Here. That's it's gotta be lined up here. Okay, so here we have this, and it looks like it's gonna be there. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah. All right, so that's gonna be the entrance and exit. Entrance and exit is gonna be there and there. I can get rid of this. So now we can. Yeah, and you guys let me know if you want to go over legendary monsters or some of the other things that I've got on my list. Legendary monsters or the adventure or some of the feedback stuff. Feel free to let me know. Otherwise, I'll keep drawing because it's kind of fun. I think here I wanted to do a little bit of like stairs down, because like this section here is like lower than this section. So how would I do stairs down? So probably. Let me see if I can figure it out. It's going to be. We're figuring out isometric maps as we go. Right, so the stairs are going to be like this. There we go. We're figuring it out. You have to zigzag the hallways. Okay. Tiggs, are you an artist of some sort? Okay, so if we do something like that and then scale it down by half, okay, so if we do like that, then it sort of lines up. Then we could, whoop, that's not what I wanted. So let's grab, let's erase this real quick. There we go. That kind of thing might work. It's like these stairs feel like huge right now, like huge giant stairs. Now, professionally, but I do like looking at artists while they work to understand the flow. Okay, the lower floor needs to be made lower than the first floor in relation to the rooms. I'm not sure what that means. So if let's take these stairs, All right, let's move the stairs over here. So I feel like things are lined up well, but I want to. So I'm going to do this. I'll pull this out to here. So I want to make them like not as tall, and I think this is how we're going to do it. Now I can scale it down again. There we go. Yep. Oh, hey, Earl. How's it going? Earl is one of the if that is the real Earl. He is one of the fantastic artists on the book. He's drawn the cover of 2 of the books, and a lot of the new art that you guys haven't even seen. So Earl's he's been great to work with. Currently working on some secret stuff for the future. Wow, Earl, it's what, 3 a.m. 3 a.m. where you are, isn't it? You're either up late or early. Nice. He's working on the Shadow Dragon piece. Yeah, that's super cool. Yeah, I'm pretty excited about that one. Secret though, it's not secret anymore. He told you it's a Shadow Dragon. That's okay. He can say whatever he wants. Earl can say whatever he wants. Shadow Dragon. Okay. All right, so we're learning how to do almost 4 a.m. Yeah, okay. Like watching you draw, but knowing that people were looking for more non-attack actions for legendary monsters as people. Okay, yeah. So we have 2, like, so basically, so I do like the idea. I think it was you, Edward, who was talking about and Earl, if you want to chat about Kickstarter stuff, now might be a good time to ask if you had any questions in particular. You guys, Earl is doing he's planning a crowdfunded book of his art, I think. So if anybody's interested in that, I think he was looking for some advice on that. But if you had any questions in particular about that, I'd be happy to chat about that while we're doing some drawing, Earl. Yeah, you gotta be careful going to Kickstarter. You gotta hide your wallet. And Earl, Angela says we will all back you. So yeah, we got a good crowd. So like things that are not non-safe for work will generally do better. It'll appeal to more a wider audience. So if you just want, at least in the U.S. Market, and the margins in the U.S. market are generally going to be better. So U.S. and EU. So there's Kickstarter, and then there's BackerKit. So actually running the campaign, I would recommend looking at BackerKit. I ran my first one on Kickstarter, and then the second one on BackerKit, and I liked how BackerKit worked much better. I definitely liked how BackerKit worked much better. And before you launch the campaign, I would spend at least a few months collecting email addresses of people who are interested. Like, hey, if you're interested, sign up here so you can be notified when the project launches. Because the first like few hours, You gotta watch out, Bruno. The first few hours of any Kickstarter campaign or backer kit campaign are the most important. If you can fund, if you can hit your goal in the first few minutes or hours of your campaign, then the algorithm will say, okay, this one's performing really well. Let's show it to more people. But if it takes you like a few days or weeks to hit your goal, then fewer people will back it. Like, oh, I might not back this book because it might not fund. I don't want to. So spending a good bit of time getting people to sign up. Hey, yes, let me know when you launch because I'm interested. That kind of thing is like the most important thing. But as far as content, if it as long as it because Oral has different kinds of art, as long as it is like safe for work, so to speak. If it's not too spicy, then I'd be happy to back it, and I'd be happy to help you promote it as well. But if it's a little bit too spicy, then I can't personally, but some people might like that. Yeah. And we're on Earl. If you want to join the Discord channel, I didn't know you're on YouTube. But if you want to join the Discord channel, once it launches, you can feel free to post a link there, and I'd help you promote it too if you like. Happy to do that. Super happy to do that. But as far as advice, the main piece of advice is to take your time and really get the list of people together who are interested in backing it, so that you can fund really quickly, like right when you launch. And that is going to be the biggest way to ensure your success and have a really good thing. Yeah, the Discord link is in the description, I believe, as well. Past Peculiar has a good tutorials on ISO maps. Ooh, send me a link, Critical Pixel. He structures the stairs in a wedge that is super helpful. So, like with isometric, there isn't really distance. Like there's not that kind of perspective. Let's see. So what is it called? Paths. Paths. Path Peculiar. Ooh, tutorial how to draw. Oh, how to draw. Oh, I see. Interesting. Okay. Ah, I see. So you don't really have to follow the grid line. So this here isn't following the grid lines necessarily. Like it's not following like the main grid, I mean. So it's just like I'm just connecting any two vertices, and then okay. This is the vertical distance between one room and two is equal to the length of your staircase in your image. Yeah, that's good to know. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I really like. Oh, I'm back here drawing. So I really like drawing, but I'm nowhere near as good an artist as Oral. I used to draw like a web comic for a long time. So like I can draw like much more cartoony things, or I can edit existing art. But like new like really good quality art is a domain for people who really have the time to spend on it. So let's align this back up with a grid. Critical pixel, that was very helpful. Keep your lines with parallel and be fine. Yeah. It's starting to click with my brain meat. So I think I just need to clean up some of these things a little bit. JP Couvert has good video on isometric drawing. You know what? Oh, I thought I had it. You know what? Is it this one? Yeah, I had that one up. Yeah. That one is a good one. JP Couvert's great. Like some things like stairs and stuff are like open questions. Like drawing circles. Will have missed. Hey, thank you so much. Again, I appreciate it. You really don't have to do that, but I thank you. Hope you have a good night. Let's see. All right, so there we go. So we have a staircase. We did that staircase because like this whole area, and probably the staircase should have been on this side. I feel like the staircase is a little bit wonky too. A little bit wonky. We could tighten it up a bit. It's like I feel like we need the staircase on this side as well. Let's see if we can just freehand it. Oh no. Oh no. I moved something that I wasn't supposed to move. Okay, so if we do this, all right, let's okay, down, and it's gotta be. I don't want it moved that much. I feel like I want like a little bit more high fidelity grid. All right, so let's just move this away for a second. All right, so let's go back to this. Copy image, paste, allow paste. There it is. Okay. All right, so that's cool. All right, so he goes down one. So he goes down 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so the up and down don't have to be equal. That's good to know. All right, so if I so I want to and so I want to go. So I'll just start all out here so that I don't have to worry about lining other things up. So if I want to go down 2 and over 3, that feels like a more reasonable size. So we're going to go down 2 and over 3. There we go. Okay, so now we can, okay, so we're going to connect this here. Connect that. I think I'm seeing it. I think I'm seeing Malaf. So that is what it would look like. All right. So now if I drag this over, let's make it 2 things thick so we can sort of change the scale. So we get 2 things thick, and then we have to, this isn't exactly straight. There we go. That looks pretty cool. And then we can add like however many stairs that we want here. Right? So how do we make it look like stairs now? So let's grab the other picture. Copy, paste, allow paste. Okay, so he doesn't really have like the uppy down, like the treads and the risers, the up and downy part. That's interesting. Okay, let's see if he has any other. Let's go back to this. Go back to this. Okay. Step 3, add weight. Step 4, add flagstones. I don't think we needed flagstones. Add shadows. Clean up. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I want more like this is how you draw a cylinder or a barrel that's like on its side, you know, that kind of thing. How do we do that? Oh, that's weird. This is interesting. Okay, so there's a cylinder. Okay, okay. Okay, so I think we're gonna do the skills, the upcasting spells tomorrow. Probably it looks like Matt's available to chat about his things then a little bit more. So, all right, let's use our brains. We're smart. We could figure it out. So that is the tread. Cancel. So if we just go down from each of these, so let's add a tread between each one of those. Just gotta make them parallel. All right, and then if we, all right, let's keep doing that and see if that works. My brain, my brain doesn't work. Okay. Oh, I see. I think I got it. So I have to draw a vertical line down across two of these. Like that? Is that correct? That does not look correct. All right, I'm gonna ask. I'm gonna send JP a message. Where is that guy? All right. We'll just scale that down to be 1 wide. The picture reference you were looking at gets away with straight names by drawing the straight up and down on the brick. Gives illusion of stairs. Yeah, I get that it's given an illusion of the staircase. I actually want stairs like this. You know, I don't think I want it looking like a ramp. I want it to look like stairs. And I understand I'm being a little bit picky, so I'm being a little bit peculiar. Yeah, I guess. And that's what I was trying to do initially, but I wanted like a little bit different ratio. This is like a, so this one here is like a 1-to-1 ratio, like 1 down, 1 over. This is a 2-to-1 ratio, which feels more pleasing. So this is more of like a learning thing than trying to be super duper efficient. So I'm just seeing if I can get my brain to understand what's going on. And so far I can't. So far I cannot. So here, so what if I just draw a vertical line on each one of these? Maybe that'll help my brain a little bit. Okay, and then we don't want it going all the way down. We just want it going over. Then we'll have to erase some number of these. We have like an MC Escher type of situation happening here. Okay, okay. Just trying to get there. That's like a lot. That's a lot of stairs. Probably way too many stairs now, but I think I'm getting it. I think I'm getting it. Ugh. All right. Let's not waste too much time. Could just do this. There we go. And we don't need this. Yeah, because I feel like it's sort of like going down. Like each step is like too high. You know, it's like not it's not making sense. This is definitely not the most efficient way to do it. This is a what I'm doing, not a how to do it type of situation. Oh, oh, I guess I could just circle this side. Yeah, we're getting smarter, everybody. Smooth brain's getting some wrinkles. Get some wrinkles today. Guys in the concept pretty fast. I appreciate the encouragement, Tiggs. Appreciate the encouragement, man. Yeah, so that feels like more like stairs should feel, I think. Wrinkle up that brain. Yes, we did it. All right, so now let's scooch this in a little bit because we don't need that much space happening there. Yeah, okay, all right, we're doing it. Now we can grab this thing again, scooch it over here without breaking it. And now we can draw it as if it has liquid. There, look at that. Appreciate you guys hanging with me and okay. So we got that. Oof, now we have to draw 8 8 equidistant pillars. Here we go. I'm gonna draw another circle. It's not the greatest circle. There we go. Is that also a secret passage drop? Yeah, there's a secret passage coming up, which I'm not looking forward to, but I think we can do it. I think we can get there. And we're going to distort this. You know, that's not that bad. We can sort of just like imply the rest of the thing, and then we can erase the back part. I think that'll work. There we go. We've got a pillar. It's a pretty sweet pillar. Let's duplicate that, and we'll scale it. Whoop, uniform. Scale it down by a good bit. Should probably make this canvas, crop and resize, settings. All right, so we added a few more pixels. If you guys didn't see what we were doing, just added a few more pixels. All right, we can duplicate that. Put one here. Okay, and we can duplicate both of those and put them over here. Oh. Well, I'll quit trying to be fancy and just do one at a time. Okay, so there's 4. I'm gonna get a few more. Duplicate. This will probably be here-ish. Duplicate. Here-ish. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One, two, one, two, one, two, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, perfect. Right, so we've got to move this one a bit. How's that? Looks like some pillars. All right, so let's combine all of those. And before we combine here, we'll erase what's supposed to be behind the pillars. There you go. Now it's looking like pillars, you guys. Yes. All right. So there is going to be a statue in this room. A statue in this room, like that. How am I going to draw a statue? I want it to be like super simple. So one guy who's, let me turn this off. One guy whose maps I really, really like. Where is it? This guy. This guy's map I really like. This guy's maps. Yeah. And I bought a bunch of his adventures, but they're in the mail. They're not here yet. So let's just see. Oh, here's a good one. Let's just see what we can see. So like not a lot of detail. A dude standing in the middle. Yeah, like how am I gonna draw a dude? Okay, so like here's a guy. Like he's like it's pretty simple. I do like having the doors on things. I did that for the other one. So like it's quite simple. There's like a thing. Okay, so like here's a statue. It's pretty straightforward. It's pretty straightforward. And that's what we had here. And I think if we add like a little bit of wateriness, like around these, it'll look more. Oh, I don't want to do it on that layer though. Let's do it on this layer. Because this place is filled with acid. I should probably like draw some plants and things around here. Maybe I'll do that next. Maybe I can. Maybe I can take this one, duplicate it. Yeah, this one is definitely pushing my limits, at least for what I'm willing to tolerate. All right, so now we can merge those two. I'm about ready to get back to designing some mechanics, some. Right, so that could be our like the platform, the pillar thing that it's on. I feel like it needs like a little bit more fanciness. So if we do this, do that kind of thing. Just follow me for just a second. this. And then I'm not loving it. So it might just need to be something like as simple as that. I don't know if that's gonna work. Ooh, it's not bad. It's not terrible. Get JP to do one. Oh, I drew it on the wrong layer. All right. I think I've spent enough time doing that. Delete. Let's keep that. That might be useful somewhere else. Just like a square shaped thing. Look good, I think small. Yeah, small scale, possibly. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Yep. Scale it down just a bit to be in the middle. It's not bad. Got to work on the weight, the line weight and stuff. But I'm so looking forward to watching this stream for you. Wow, it's gonna be like a 6-hour stream, my man. I hope you enjoy long streams. And a lot of chatting with Professor Taryn. Okay, so let's go back to here. So here, I think we need to have stairs going up. So, ooh, how are we gonna do stairs going up, guys? We just unlocked stairs going down. How in the world? Copy paste. All right. Layer empty. Okay. We're in the wrong layer. Let's go to the correct layer. All right. So let's just squanch all of these things down. Grab this. Copy paste. All right. So we drew stairs once. We're never again drawing stairs. These stairs are getting copied forever. All right, so let's go ahead and do. Make these a little bit narrower for the secret passage. There you go. Forever stairs. Then we can sort of erase. What about a ladder? What about a ladder? Would a ladder be easier? I think a ladder might be easier. Yeah, a ladder might be easier. Like the moment I get off of the grid lines, like my lines start to go all womply. I get all wompled. It's really hard to think in perspective like this, in like an orthographic type of way. Not orthographic. What's the word I'm looking for? Isometric. I don't know why I said orthographic. My 3D days are coming back to me. There we go. Cool. That'll work. Can you use the columns as a chute? Oh, that'd be clever. Yeah, that'd be clever. Now you got me thinking. Just open one of the columns just opens up. That's pretty funny. It doesn't line up exactly the way I would like. I have to move some stuff, but maybe we could. I think it's just easier to just use a. I think it's easier to just use stairs. It reads more clearly as stairs, but I do like where you're going. I like where your head's at. Chutes and ladders, yeah. Okay, so what's next? Ceremony room. So ceremony room is gonna be pretty big, and then the death briar room, like oof, I don't even like a weird shaped thing in perspective. Let's see how we do. I'm feeling a little bit more confident now. All right, so let's say. Okay, so this room comes off this way. So basically, I want to use up like this space here, rather than like using this space here and having like all this space free. So I want to use this space efficiently, like this one is. So what is this? There we go. Okay, so is it possible to show stairs going up here? So steps would be how would you do that? That might be a figure that one out later type of situation. All right, so first we can draw this room. What's that noise? I just got a, and I don't know where that noise coming from. Give me 1 second, guys. Get notifications. I don't know where they're coming from. It's from here. Oh wow! Hey, cool. Asmodee is buying 72 box sets. 72 box sets, 72 core rules, sets of books. Huh. That's pretty cool. Just got that notification. I just got a notification. Is that a Discord notification? I usually have my notifications off. I don't know where that comes from. I don't know. I don't know who's pinging me. Sorry if you're pinging me. I don't know. I don't know where that's coming from. So try again. Okay, so we're drawing the ceremony room. Okay, so we can actually grab this. What if we start? Oh, it's Twin Steel. Yeah, Twin Steel. If you want to hop on, feel free. Shoot me a thing. Was that you who was messaging me? Yeah, Ross. If you want to hop in, you can.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, how's it going, man?
That was not me. I don't know who that was.
Okay, I heard some notification from somewhere, and I checked everything. I didn't see anything, so. We'll see. All right, what's up? You want to chat about?
Oh yeah. Well, I thought I could tell you about our playtest feedback for the Oathsworn and
Sure, yeah.
the my mage player. His mage was in the game a couple weeks ago. Like transported off to a different place. So he's been playing something else in the intermediate time. So we only got to talk about the mana generation or the mana pool. But he and I talked about that, and he thought that was a really good idea as well. That dropping it down to something like you had suggested of the 3 int plus level instead of int times level.
Okay. Cool.
And that that he felt like if the elemental surge was based on will, he thinks he would seriously reconsider adjusting his stats to include more will.
Nice.
So those were good things. The
And what adventure are you guys playing? Is it just a homebrew adventure, or are you running through something
Yeah.
particular?
No, it's homebrew. We've been going since basically from level 1 to level 10 since we started off, and we've just been passing through the levels as much as we can. It's a campaign. There's a fungal hive mind warlock patron that's trying to take over an urban center by using doppelgangers and infecting people with fungal spores. So it's been going great.
Nice, classic warlock patron stuff. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, no worries. Then the hunter changes have been going very well. We have noticed that he's generating a lot of charges now, and that might be that could be fine. I mean, he's really enjoying it. But I know that in the past we were thinking, or at least previously, it was kind of more of a limited resource. So now that it's a lot easier, I just wanted to make sure that us generating 4 to 5 pretty routinely charges is still in line with what you want.
Like in an entire encounter, or
yes,
like
over an entire encounter, not in like 1 or 2 turns. It'd be over the whole encounter.
Gotcha. Okay.
And this guy also he tends to be pretty reserved with his things. So I only kind of noticed this because he finished an encounter and he's like, yeah, I have 4 left. I'm like, oh, well, how many did you spend? He's like, just 1. I was like, you should spend them.
Thrill the Hunt charges?
Yeah, he holds on to them.
Okay.
I don't know why, but that's how I knew how many he generated, because or I should say, that's how I started to kind of stumbled on this oddity. And he mentioned, he's like, maybe there should be a cap. And I was like, I mean, yeah, but maybe you could also just spend them.
Yeah.
But so yeah, we generating
do you think
5.
a cap would just like encourage him to use them? Like, oh, I can't earn anymore. Maybe I should.
Right.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mentioned in my feedback, I mentioned, like, if I don't know if that's really worth it, because it seems like the core gameplay loop is generate them and spend them for that class. So the cap could be there, but since you lose them after the combat anyways, there's not a huge benefit that I can think of to really holding on to them.
Right.
So
yeah,
we talked about
if
that.
He's having fun just generating charges and not even using them, then like I'd call that a win,
Yeah. I mean, maybe it's just, I said maybe we're still just kind of figuring out the pace at which to spend them, since he's been up to very recently having to be really conservative with them.
Yeah, makes sense.
So maybe we're just kind of learning the new pace. And then
how many common encounters are you having in each adventure on average?
So like by level or by session, or
like per session.
Per session, somewhere between. Sometimes we'll have like one really long encounter that has several waves, but usually somewhere between 2 and 3.
Okay, like 2 and 3, like good challenging encounters, or like some of those are easy?
I rarely do easy encounters. My players have. I asked them. I think in one of the feedback sessions, when they were asking for the mana journey, I asked the player it was requested that I ask the players to kind of give feedback on the difficulty, and they said on a scale from easy, medium, hard, so 1, 2, or 3, that we're pretty on average we're doing 2.5 to 3 level difficulty encounters, and 2 to 2.5 in terms of how uncommon it is for me to let them rest. So they have, from their perspective, they're fighting a lot and not getting a lot of rests.
Okay. Okay, that's good to
So
know.
yeah. The next thing, so I talked about the mage, talked about the hunter, berserker. The only thing I've really been enjoying where we've landed on that. I think the fury generation of with rage and intensifying fury has gotten really great, and it's also great to see the getting the cap there, so they have to spend them instead of holding
Right.
on to them to try and exponentially increase their damage. And the only thing that I've noticed is now Swift Fury, which gives you dex spaces of movement when you generate a dice. When you start off your turn and you're already raging and you can spend an action to rage, that can mean that you generate 3 dice and you can move, like our Berserker has a dex of 2, so he can move 6 spaces pretty routinely. So I just wanted to, since Fury generation was sped up but capped, I just wanted to point that out because I think it's generating more movement per turn than initially planned. Doesn't mean that it needs to change.
No,
Just
I
that
want to make sure I'm understanding. Let me turn this off. Okay, so if we go to Berserker, we have where's it? Swift Fury. Where's Swift Fury? There it is. When you get one of Fury dice, move up the dex. Okay, yeah, gotcha. So that's one of the. I mean, if that's one of the Savage Arsenal things that he chose, and he's like, I think that's cool. I think that's okay.
Okay, cool. I mean, I think it definitely helps because it means that they don't have to spend. They rarely have to spend actions moving during the turn.
Right.
So, that definitely makes the play fun. I just know that it was created when you were more likely to generate 1 or 2 per round as opposed to 2 or 3. So
yeah,
only pointing that out there just because I've mentioned it to somebody else. Like, I don't know if it's a problem so much as I don't know if it's something that has been considered since of the change. There's been a lot of changes with dice generation in terms of the Fury dice.
Yeah, so like my overall philosophy on that is if it costs something, then you can do it. So like just attacking for free or moving for free is like probably too good. So like Bloodlust, expend 1 or more Fury dice on your turn to move dex spaces for free. So you're moving for free, but it costs you Fury dice. This is you can move for free, but it costs one of your Savage Arsenal choices, right? So it costs something. So I think that's okay. I think that's okay.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I mean, of course, there's some limit there. Of course, you wouldn't be like, oh, he can move 7 times his deck spaces for free. Like there's a cutoff, and I don't know what the ideal for you is, but that's what I was.
Yeah, one point of clarification. So at the beginning of his turn, he gets 2 Fury dice. Sorry, I just stuck some almonds in my mouth. So he gains 2 Fury dice. So his dex is 2. So it says whenever you gain 1 or more Fury dice. So he'd only move 2. So it's not 2
so
per
in
Fury dice.
in the 1.97, it just says whenever you gain a Fury dice.
Yeah. So this is the next. So I did clarify that.
Okay, so that's good because that in the latest, so that's good to know. So you've already
Yeah, I think that was in the feedback document, and I updated it recently. I'd like to export all of the latest things today, so that everybody can have the latest versions. But yeah, there's been a few little changes like that. So I think I remember seeing that in the feedback document.
That was probably from me. That's good. Okay, good. I'm glad. And then let's see here. I think that's good because here's a question then. Whenever you gain a Fury dice, is that going to be Swift Fury? Is that going to be once per turn, or if you generate, or once per like action? Because when you start off your turn, you'll get 1, and then maybe if at the end of your turn you
Yep.
also rage, you get to.
Right.
Would you begin in both of those times?
Yeah, so beginning of your turn, you get like 1 or 2 or 5 Fury Dice or whatever. You can move dex spaces, so you can move 2 spaces. If you rage later, you gain another Fury Die or 2, or however many Fury Dice, you can move 2 more spaces. So it's like each
Okay.
time you gain any amount of Fury Dice, you can move that many times.
Okay, cool. Excellent. Then that sounds like you have taken that into consideration. And then let's see here. So yeah, the Oathborn. I mentioned to you and wrote out a day before yesterday or yesterday about the trying to figure out a way to differentiate it from other dice generating class, the Oathsworn, differentiate it from other dice generating classes, and more importantly, to kind of bring interposing back into focus for them, because my guy hasn't been interposing as much because it doesn't. Since he's in melee, he's usually getting attacked anyway, so he's not incentivized to interpose. Doing the option or suggestion that I mentioned yesterday, which was let them generate their normal dice, but if they interpose, generate an additional one. We tried that. Since it would end up being, you could imagine we'd be generating a lot of D20s. We just said that we would make it, you could generate 2. If you're vengeance, you can generate 3 as per normal. And with our little modification playtest, we said, well, then you could generate 1 when you interpose. Vengeance says you could generate another one. So I guess that'd be up to 5. So 5d12 has the same peak as 3d20. So we just dropped them down to d12s to not end up rolling 5d20 while we were testing it.
Okay.
And that couple things. One, the Oathsworn really liked it. He was initially kind of like, well, but that means that I'll have to potentially take more damage to generate more dice. And I said, well, yeah, that's true, depending on how you play it, but it's going to lead to you interposing more. And he's like, that's true. I haven't been interposing as much. So he kind of got back into interposing and playing with the class more that way, because it helps him jump around and help protect people. And he gets things like reflecting and things like that. So he actually said that even though it could potentially be seen as a debuff since we decreased the dice size, he liked it a lot more, and I liked it too, because it felt like it got more into the interposing. And since he was rolling, if he was getting hit himself, he rolled 3, and then if he interposed somebody, he'd roll 2. It still split it up and wasn't a huge number of dice. And even if he did it all at once, it would be off turn, so it didn't waste a lot of time in combat. So the speed factor was still good, and the interposition worked well for us too. So that was the core of the feedback I had on that.
Okay, very cool.
And then I think the last thing that I think this is the only other thing that I have, like when I think about the whole game, the only other class-based thing that I've been still wanting to see change is I really liked how it used to be when you had the storm shifter able to turn into a harmless beast, that as they leveled up and they got more chimeric boons, they were able to change it from, like, oh, this is a harmless land beast, to, oh, now I have winged, so I can turn into a flying creature. I can turn into an eagle. Oh, now I have a climber. I can turn into a gecko. Now I have Earthwalker. I can turn into a mole. Beast of the sea. I can turn into a shark. That kind of thing, or not a shark, a harmless one, a guppy. I thought that was just a really elegant way to manage making, like, to allow the storm shifter to have harmless forms that got to grow and do more things,
Hmm.
as opposed to starting off. If you can imagine, if you're selecting from a harmless beast, they're starting off with um, flight and water breathing and spider climb like things, like a gecko climbing up a wall. And I just really liked that as they gained the chimeric boons, there was growth, not just in what are called the dire beast forms now, but also in the harmless beast forms.
Hmm.
I thought that was a really elegant system, and the main reason we changed it was for the phase beast, because with Swift Shift, which is very good, and I really like that. Shifting in, there was this kind of exploit potential for phase beast into the harmless, back and forth, and like teleporting all over the place. And it seemed like, in an attempt to solve the phase beast problem, we lost this other really elegant piece of design that you already had in place.
Hmm. Hmm.
And you may love it as it is right now, and that's cool. But that's something that I haven't seen that voiced lately. I've voiced it a few times before. Most people, I don't know if you and I have talked about it specifically, but when I voiced it before, people have generally said that they don't agree with me, and that's fine. But I do think of that. I think of that regularly. It's one of the
Yeah.
things that I know that I miss a lot, because I thought that was just such a good piece of design.
Okay. Um, I'll think about that. Hmm, hmm, hmm. Yeah, that's a little bit tricky. Yeah, that's a little bit tricky. I'll think about that one. Cool. Any other feedback or anything else to report?
Um, I will post our thoughts on two things. I asked my Oathsworn player to tell me why, to give me a very clear reason of why he hasn't been interested in the Oathbreaker subclass, because I've shown it to him a couple times, and it wasn't just the story, but the actual kind of the class itself. He has seemed cold on. So I'm going to try and give you a fairly clear write up on that. And
Okay.
then our mage player has he's filling in with the commander at the moment, and so I'll give you his feedback. Though we have very little experience with that class, so I'll have to take that with a grain of salt. But I will get those to you as well. Otherwise, though, I'm very excited. I'm very much looking forward to seeing Project complete.
Yeah. Yeah. But I've got a lot of other things that I can't start on until I'm done with this one. So
Yeah.
I'm excited about that as well. Awesome. Yeah.
Um,
Appreciate your feedback. Yeah. Great feedback.
I no, I appreciate the time. Is there anything I can do for you? Any specific things you'd like me to ask my players about, or play test before you close this out?
If you want to do any sanity checks on any of the legendary monsters, that would be
Hmm.
bad. Like just getting a few more eyeballs on some of those would be a good thing.
Okay.
I mean, all the tests that I've done so far, they're in a good spot, but it's not bad to just get a little bit more,
Yeah,
um, feedback on those. Um,
absolutely. I've pulled a lot of them in. Um, a lot of them. I mean, all the ones that I've pulled in, they work great. They're very cool. The only things that I've gotten from the feedback wise from the players is that they feel like if you have mobs and a legendary monster, that a legendary monster going between all of their turns, it's not so much. I mean, yeah, they complain about, man, that thing has a lot of actions, but more along the lines of, they feel like if there are, you know, 5 players and there's a legendary monster and mobs going between different turns, they just felt like it really slowed things down. Um,
yeah, yeah.
but
I wouldn't
good.
recommend, just for clarity, I wouldn't recommend having legendary monsters and like regular monsters together. So there are. So I don't know if you saw this. I haven't published it yet. So I don't know. I don't know why you would. I don't know why you would have seen it. But so like for instance, so like there are like legendary monster duos. So like this is like a dude and his pet. So it's after each hero's turn, choose this guy or that guy to act. Right. So it's not both. So it's balanced so that like either one of
Okay.
the two legendary dudes could act. So that's how I would manage that kind of thing. And then we did make some updates to like how little minions and things would work.
Yeah.
So like as one of her actions, she can command her minions to attack. Right. So instead of her acting, her minions attack. So she can either summon more or she can command them to attack. So it's not both. And for
Okay.
some of the dudes who are like attacking too much, like this guy, I just rebalanced it so that each turn he's only attacking once. So
Okay.
like some of the monsters were attacking multiple times each turn, and it was just too
Yes.
much. Or it was like choose two instead of choose one. So I've rebalanced
Right.
those with that in mind.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, because when it was choose two and they were acting in between each turn,
But yeah, it was
and
too
then I
much.
think one of them, like this, I think it was one of the maybe a spider that when you like every turn, one of its things that it could do was summon more spiders.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, they were like that. We fought that one, and there was pacing issues. So it sounds like you've already addressed that.
Yep. Yep.
And then I don't know if there's. I really liked I can't remember its name right now, but the one that's like sort of like a fire giant creature
Mhm.
with a giant like
Okay. Did you
magma
guys play
sort of
test that
thing.
one?
Yeah, we fought that one. Let me look at the book. I can tell you all the ones that we've fought up to this time.
Okay. Cool.
Let's see here. Core rules, DMG.
And did any of them like not hit for you?
The one that I have, I had the most, like that I didn't like the most was the essentially not a beholder. One of the things it did was it had at least one or two ways to like daze the players, so like take away one of their actions, and I just like, of course, that they didn't like that, but I also didn't like that because it was like, okay, I'm gonna say, for example, with the Oathsworns, like I'm gonna interpose and defend, and then they get stunned, and they may end up having no actions to do on their turn, and I didn't like that, so I ended up just not using that particular attack hardly at all. Now that's some people like that kind of thing, but in most of the games that I've played, I tend to not like stun and daze and things like that. So I didn't like that, but that could just be a personal thing.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. And I think it's worded currently in female human. Depends on what kind of chicken nuggets. If you got some good ones, I'll take some. That's my wife.
Oh,
She's got chicken nuggets. So for we're talking about the beholder. So currently it is after each hero's turn. So it's a randomly chosen ray. So like if you roll like the petrification ray, like you rolled, okay, it's this ray, now I can choose the target. So if I know this guy only has one action left, like maybe I don't choose him, I don't want to like be overly unfun or punishing.
right.
So like maybe that kind of thing could help. But yeah, no, that's good feedback. That's good feedback. Like if there's this hunter, just he's not taking any damage and he's in the back, just blasting away, like maybe I'll start slowing him down.
Yeah. Yeah. I
And
mean,
that is
I think
like instead of damage,
yeah, it is, and I don't think it was a. I'm not even honestly concerned about like the balance of it. Mostly just it's
just the funness of it.
the yes,
Yeah,
and
that's fair.
I rolled that. I randomly rolled them, and I rolled that one like I don't know, maybe a few times. But I mean, I think
Oh, okay.
how many are there like 6? I don't know
Yeah,
how
there's
many. I
6.
can't remember how. Yeah. So if he's going in between most turns, and there are about what 5 or 6 players at my table on any given week, it was probably once per round we were getting that, and sometimes twice just because of how things rolled out.
Mhm.
And I was like, it left a bad taste in my mouth. But
Sure, sure.
stun and paralyze and all that, like those are classic mechanics in all kinds of games, and some people love that. I don't find myself liking them.
Yeah, I don't like stun
So
and paralyze and stuff, but like just limiting choices rather than eliminating them is a little bit less bad.
yeah,
But yeah, I mean, you're not
yeah,
wrong. It is definitely a downbeat.
yeah. And sometimes those are. I mean, you need those
Hmm.
for the upbeats to be meaningful.
Yeah,
So just making judicious choices about who you're applying it to is a good way to approach that if one were to want to keep using it. So
right.
I think that's fair. Um, I don't seem to have on my phone right now. Do you think you could flip through the different monsters on that page if I watch the video here?
Sure. Hang on, I gotta let my wife in.
Let's see here. We fought that one. We fought those two.
Oh, you guys are level 10, and you fought the level 12 guy, by the way.
Which one is it?
Uh, um, Beholder.
Yeah. So
Did you
that's
scale him down at all, or
like
did you leave the balance as written?
I left it as written. Isn't that made isn't like a level 12 solo, like if you had what a party of level 10s, that would be an acceptable.
I mean, it's supposed to be an appropriate challenge for a level 10 party, or
Yeah.
a level 12
So,
party. Sorry. So like the
yeah,
level of the solo dude. So
is the equal to the average level of the party, right?
right, right.
Yeah. So this would be like if I did that to them, it would be like a hard fight.
Yeah, yeah. It should be pretty quite challenging. What
Okay.
level were they when you threw Dravok at them?
I think they were 9 or 10,
Okay, all right, cool.
and there
Um,
are, like I said, I have 6 players. Though he does get extra actions, it doesn't get extra HP.
Correct. So
Uh,
it's going to be roughly 15 turns, 15 turns to get him to his last stand is basically the idea. It's like 15
yeah,
turns to get him there. So if you have fewer players, there's gonna be more rounds, and if there's more players,
yeah.
so that's really how it works out. Um,
So they did that one, and then going up, there's or going to the lower levels. There is that guy on the left, and
the Titan,
the flame guy.
you did those two.
Uh, I did no the up one more page.
This guy.
Yes.
Okay. Cool.
Um,
Did you do either of these?
the
These two have just I've updated a few of these as well, but not much, but some.
the scroll. Okay, there I go. Sorry, I was zoomed way in. I did the one on the right, and
Okay.
I think we did the one on the left, but that was a long time ago.
Okay. Yeah, those are levels 6 and 7. These two were both updated, so I'm not too worried about the feedback on those.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Did
We
you have you
used
done any of the harder ones? These are much less balanced
Yeah,
currently.
yeah.
So
So the hardest one that I've pulled in is I think I pulled in Azrael, Lord of Flame, but I because they were level 10, I bumped that one down. I
okay,
nerfed that one a little bit.
Okay. Did you use the chart, or did you just sort of like use your gut?
I eyeballed that one.
Okay. All right, that's fine. Just checking. All right, cool. Well, that's good feedback, man. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think this is great. I've been really really enjoying it. I appreciate your uh, receptiveness to the feedback and interest in the community's desire to support you and produce a truly nimble game.
Hey. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I appreciate you guys. You guys have been great. So 10 out
Thank
of
you very
10.
much.
9 out of 10.
Awesome.
We gotta leave a little bit of room for improvement.
Away, Nimble, Nimble's guide to everything. You can have improvement to a 10 out of 10.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. We'll get better. We'll get better. All right,
Right.
man. Well, I appreciate the feedback. If you want to hop back in later, if you think about anything else, feel free to let me know.
Absolutely. I will. I appreciate it, and we'll talk to you later.
All right, see you, man.
See you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, well said, Twin Steel, aka Ross. I think his name is Ross. I'm pretty sure his name is Ross. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Oop. That's the live stream. Push the wrong button. Okay, so let's keep doing some drawing, you guys. Oh, I forgot that I drew these on the same layer. So I feel like I'm getting the hang of how to draw some of these things. This one might be like one square too wide. Yeah, this one might be just a little bit too wide. So let's undo that. There we go. That feels a little bit less crazily big. um, yeah, there we go. Okay, so now I can resize this little circle thing and use that as a guide on how to draw this rounded. The end of this room is a little bit rounded. There we go. We can hide that, and now we can erase here. There we go. That's pretty cool. I like rooms that are a little bit wonky, a little bit different sized, you know. I'm concerned that this area looks a little bit like stairs. So I might have to scale those down, just so we have like a little bit of separation here. I don't want it to feel like, oh, there's stairs here that I can climb down. No, that's a different room. There we go. I think that helps. Cool, guys. That's starting to look like a pretty decent map. Let's add a little bit of these things. So you can tell it's looks like acid on oil. I feel like there should be something here. Maybe I can draw a little skeleton here. Like this one is supposed to be opened. Selection empty. So like the thing is, you can't rotate isometric things. I'm getting tooted again. I don't know where it's coming from. For you guys, do Discord messages go toot toot? Does it do that, or does Discord make a different sound? Makes that sound. Okay, so it's a Discord notification then. All right, so we can draw like the little skeleton. There we go. Hey, all right, Twin Still's gonna join us. I mean, Double King. Hey, what's up, man?
Hey there, how you doing?
Pretty good, pretty good.
Good. I remembered to mute the stream's audio this time, so I'm not all confused.
Yeah, that'd be like a little bit of a delay. I did that to myself earlier.
Yeah. So I got some more stats in there for you, some more data for some of the AOE things, and
Okay.
curious what your
Do you have any
headspace
like
is like for it.
high level thoughts or conclusions or anything like that, or should
Well,
we just jump into the numbers?
yeah, it looks generally like some of them seem okay. Definitely when you factor in AOE against a quarter of the listed level, or the heroes level, I guess, right? Those lines all go up as you level instead of down. But I was realizing, looking at this, that the important aspect of that is that while that is a real situation people would be in, I don't know that they would necessarily be upcasting in that situation, right? The extreme situation is like, well, we're a party 4 level 18 heroes, right? Like, and we're fighting some level 4 or level 5 guys, like a bunch of them. I'm still probably not upcasting Pyroclasm to 9th tier. Like, that's unnecessary.
Right. Not if they're a quarter of the level.
Right.
But they could upcast it, like they could, like they could upcast it at like 5th level or 6th or 7th, that kind of thing.
Right. But not all the way. Right. Yeah. Like
Yeah.
it's more of a question of like I think the intuitive thing, and a lot of that comes from D&D, right? That's just people's experience. The intuitive thing is like I probably don't need to upcast this to hit really hard if it scales on damage, but if it scales on area, or if I could scale it on area, I would probably cast it like tier 5, tier 6, something to encompass the area I want to. You know,
Mhm.
um, so I don't know. That it. I think that the graphs go very high. They go above 100% damage toward the end,
Mhm.
but that's because we're talking about hitting somebody with a tier 9 spell when they're level 5.
Yeah.
um, so I think that's okay.
Okay. So, should we look at some of the recommendations or suggestions, or?
Yeah, let's do it. I still haven't edited the suggestions after adding these other charts, but
Okay. Yeah,
but
that's
I'm up
fine.
for talking through it.
Okay.
Map's looking
So,
good, by the way.
oh, thanks. So what? So if nothing was changed, do you feel like the AOE spells are like in a like how good of a place do you feel like the AOE spells are at if nothing was changed?
I think that a lot of them should be given the option to scale by damage or another dimension. That's kind of where I'm at. I don't think they should only scale by damage, because looking at the lower level monster situation, like that's way overkill, and there is utility in other scaling.
So
Um,
you don't think they would be too good if they were given additional damage scaling? Hi, Gloria, by the way. Hi, Gloria. Hi, Sam. Daphne. My kids are watching.
oh yeah. I I think that they could scale to be very good, very powerful, but I don't know that a player would do that, I guess. Like that
Players will
that's
always
where
do the
what
most
I'm still
powerful
questioning.
thing.
Yeah, like if you were playing D&D and you were like, "All right, great, I've got a fireball and
Mhm.
I could upcast it to level 9, tier 9, whatever you want to call it, right?"
Yeah, same
But
thing.
you're fighting like some bugbears. You're not going to do that. Like, why would
Right.
a person do that?
Right. So there's all right. So let's take a look. Okay. So pyroclasm at facing things that are a quarter of your level. So at level. Oh, here it is. At level 10. Okay. So let's start with level 10. So you're fighting something that is like level 2.5, right? Which is like you're already well above bugbears. You're not fighting bugbears. You're fighting like something else.
Sure.
Actually, what is a bugbear?
Yeah, I don't actually know. I just
Oh,
pulled that one
yeah.
out.
So yeah, bugbears. So level 10, you're fighting a big old pack of. Uh-oh, did the stream die?
Still seeing you.
The thing just died on me.
Oh,
There we go. It might have just gone
might be
out for
delayed
just.
on YouTube.
Yeah, it might have just gone out for just a second.
Okay.
Okay, so at level 10, we're probably like level 8 or 9. We're facing down a pack of bugbears. And let's just see. They've got 30 hit points, medium armor. Yeah, so we're doing, yeah, okay, so yeah, we're doing like 100% of the damage, or like 90% of the damage, or of their hit points. Yeah, so like it would feel pretty good, like taking out a whole pack of bugbears with one pyroclasm at level 8 or 9. Um, okay, and then at level, let's say level 16, so it'd be like you'd be fighting level 8 thing, or level 4 things. Without upcasting, or even okay, so upcasting, ignoring the. So should it? I don't know. Should it should it scale? I feel like maybe a little bit of scaling. So the question is, if we do add damage scaling, um, like how a lot of the monster, or maybe some of the monsters are gonna have medium armor, so like maybe the damage scaling doesn't even do anything unless they're unarmored. Then we get into like weird edge cases like that.
Yeah. Yeah. And, you know, it was, of course, it's logical, right? But it was startling to me to run off to the right hand side of Pyroclasm here. I put the level scaling that I used for what those lower level monsters would look like, right? And it's like, yeah, it runs 1 to 5. Of course it does. You know, like that's what a quarter of the level of the on level monster looks like. But it's like that's very low, you know.
Right. So like low levels, like levels 8 to 12, like you'd be casting Pyroclasm like as a DPS spell, right? You know, you're dealing like most, if not all, of their hit points, right? At like much higher levels, like 15 to 20, like you're probably casting living in, what is it, Living Inferno? I don't even know what that spell is called.
Yeah.
You're casting the other one. You're casting Pyroclasm twice, basically. What is it called?
Right.
What is it called? Yeah, Living Inferno. So you're casting that twice. So if you're dealing, you know, roughly half of their hit points, then like you're still killing the enemies like with one thing. I think that feels okay. So I think as should Pyroclasm scale damage? I don't think so, but should some of the others?
Yeah.
And
Well,
that's
you
not a
know,
no. That's like I think because Living Inferno exists, I think Pyroclasm doesn't need additional damage. But some of the others don't, like none of the other spell schools have something like Living Inferno, right?
yeah. Well, and so, you know, I want to throw out there that like probably somewhere, at least my view, somewhere in between the two scenarios we've mapped out here, right? So the Pyroclasm against the 1/4 level monsters, yeah, it's going to do a huge amount of damage, and that's kind of the low extreme of what you'd likely be facing. You know, the most damage you can deal to an enemy, but the on level monsters like the regular chart from before, I don't think that's necessarily an unreasonable situation to use Pyroclasm in either. You know, you're like, all right, our group came on we entered a dungeon like the one you're drawing, right? There's like 4 skeletons or whatever, like, and that maybe they're on level for us. This is supposed to be a challenging encounter. You know,
Mhm.
if I could get them grouped up, I'm going to want to hit them with Pyroclasm. I'm not going to want to do Ignite one by one necessarily.
Sure.
You know, so like that, I think that's a realistic situation too,
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
account
Definitely.
for. You know,
Yeah, but then even in that situation, you're dealing you know 30, 60, like 120 damage. Like if you're hitting 4 things that are your level, yeah, you're doing less percentage of their hit points. And this is just me. I hope it doesn't come across as me arguing. I'm just like sort of thinking out loud.
oh, you're
So
good.
yeah, you're
You're
doing
fine.
less percentage of their hit points, but you're dealing like 120 damage if you hit 4 dudes, no matter what their level is. Like for just for context, like Condemn is like 50 damage, but that's like single target and like with certain like restrictions, you know. Um,
Oh,
so like it's like that's a truckload of damage, and like and dealing like more than that. So if Pyroclasm increases by what is it 10, 10 per level, if instead of saying the same, okay, um, so if we increase it by like 10 per level, um, so it'd be 31, it'd be 41, 51, 61, 71, 80. Like you're dealing like 2, 3, 400 damage, which seems like for a tier, even for a tier 9 spell, like it feels like too much,
yeah. Well,
you
and
know?
so yeah, I don't disagree with you. I don't
Yeah.
think my question is whether like the starting damage up here, right? Looking at Pyroclasm on the regular scale, you know,
Uh-huh.
on level scale, like this 35%, 30%, 27%, 24%, is that too high, right? Do we need to bring the kite down and leave the tail up somehow? You know,
I got you.
like that's why like this is appealing to me,
Mhm.
the alt 2 for Pyroclasm, because it's flattish, you know.
Mhm. So the
Like,
recommendation is start at 2d20, then add 10 per tier. Yeah.
and that still gets a little wild down in the lower one here, and like I'm just not sure how to fix that, right? But like I think leaving it how it is, the problem area is not necessarily the high levels; it's the low levels. It's that it
Yeah.
does 35% damage on the low level ones.
Yeah. So
So it's
so if we're level 8 and we're casting Pyroclasm, and we're facing like just some sort of piddly little like level 2, bugbears, a bunch of those. Would I be happy dealing 20 damage to each of them? Probably not. Like if I'm getting so like I've got a spreadsheet that basically like says like tier 1 spell, tier 2, like all the different tiers, like they should deal roughly this amount of damage.
Mhm.
And if I have to wait until level, so basically we're treating Pyroclasm as it is now as a tier 5 spell. And I think as a tier 5 spell that's like not quite enough. So what's 40? So 12. Yeah. It's not quite enough, I feel like. So I think
uh,
Pyroclasm is
uh,
okay. I think we should maybe look at because like Pyroclasm, like its utility is damage, like and only damage. And
right,
I feel
right.
like that's in a good spot. But some of the other spells, where some of the other spells might need a little bit of attention. Do mages scale less
Real
than
quick
other
on
classes? Yeah, go ahead.
I was just say real quick on Pyroclasm. Something somebody suggested on the Discord for it was potentially scaling at the same time, scaling reach, or whatever it is. I don't remember.
Hmm.
But also like with each upcast that you do, like being able to remove one of your allies from the damage or reducing the damage to your allies by that amount or whatever, like
Yeah, I mean that
softening the
is
blow to your allies.
that is something that I do want to be protective of other classes
Spell
lanes, so
chamber.
that's something that
Yeah,
like you can already upcast it at level 8 as a mage and say like I'm gonna make you safe from it. So like that's something the mage can
that's
already
true.
do.
Yeah, true, true.
Um, okay, so let's take a look at some of the other spells. Um, so fire really only has that one AOE spell other than Living Inferno, which is fine.
Mhm.
And frost or ice has glacial. So that's single. So cryosleep, that's not damaging, so that's fine. Um, Rime blades. I think Rime blades might need to deal like 1d6 damage as it like maybe upcast +1 space +1d6.
Mhm.
Um, so let's see.
Yeah,
Because it
I think that's a
requires
good
like
idea.
some other additional like actions, so its value is lower. So it needs some other things. So let's do. Wow, you got it all. Yeah, nice. Okay, so Rhyme blades. So it's a much smaller percentage, but it's like per thing, right? Um,
Right, right. But it's tricky to balance too because it depends on the size of the monster, right? You're hitting a large monster 4 times potentially and a huge monster 9 times potentially,
yeah, yeah. Um, 2d6 damage for each space they touch. Yeah, so it does go up exponentially. So yeah, we should probably be careful about that one. So this is this is assuming. Oh, this one. This is assuming that like a medium monster or a small monster, right?
Right. Yeah, this is a medium monster.
Okay,
1
so
hit.
against
Yeah.
a large monster, it's going to be 4 times that. So it's going to be 32. Okay, so actually, Rhyme Blades might already be fine. It might already be
Well, and
like.
yeah, I mean, I'll throw out too that like I agree, but I think that the times where you can hit a large monster 4 times with Rhyme Blades, like you've put planning in, you've made effort. Other characters are probably helping you channel that monster into that pile of spikes.
I mean, you could
It's
just
you
summon
should be
it
rewarded for that.
underneath.
I don't mind that. Yeah,
All right,
like
so let me actually think about that.
that's
Okay,
effort.
so
You know.
So you could otherwise ignite for 4d10. 4. This is going to be 20. So 20, 30, 40, 50. You do 50 damage there. And then with this, you could do what's 7 times 4? 42. Yeah. And it's difficult terrain. Yeah, so
7 times 4 is 28.
20, 14.
Isn't it?
Yeah, 28.
Am I
Yeah,
crazy?
yeah.
Okay.
No, you're
Yeah.
right.
Sorry.
So like 6. So it's going to be 7, 28. So you're dealing 28 damage unconditionally. And then like when they move, like they're going to be taking even more damage. And it's difficult and you're slowing them down. So 20, so like maybe 30 damage versus like ignite, which this is 2 actions, right? Rhyme Blades is 3 actions. Okay, so it's not exactly 1-to-1. So this Rhyme Blades is dealing 20, 30, 40, 50. Yeah, so 50 damage versus 30 damage. Yeah, I think that's okay. Hmm.
Oh, I lost you.
Did you lose me? I'm still here.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, I agree with you. I think Rampage is okay. I just as it trails off at the end of the levels, I worry that people are going to be like, yeah, it's not really useful to use against it was a cool spell. It's not that useful against a legendary monster or against a whatever. That
Yeah, it's like I
it
don't
just
want to add
doesn't do
additional
enough damage.
dice. Yeah, I don't want to add additional dice, but maybe just like a flat +2 spaces +2 damage. Like that's easy to remember. So it goes from 7 to 9.
Yeah.
So let's just round up to 10, just for the sake of. So upcasting. Okay, so let's go to the charts. So level 8, you get it at level 8, right? Level 8. So you get Rhyme Blades at level 8. And then level 9, it goes up to 10 and or 9. 9 and then 11.
So that's what's charted down here. That's
Oh.
2 spaces and 2 damage is this.
Oh, you did it already. Okay,
That
yeah.
was my
So,
suggestion.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
so I agree with
I didn't
you.
even see that.
Yeah, yep.
I didn't even see that. Okay, so 2, so 8. Yeah, so it's every other level. So how easy would that be? So let's pretend we're upcasting at level 20. So it's gonna be 2d6 plus, like, how would you even calculate that? Like that's so.
Yeah.
So 2, 4, 6. Yeah, so 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Okay, so you add 10 damage. I guess it's not that hard. So if for a large creature, it would be dealing 40 additional damage.
Right.
So it's going to be,
which is
so it'll deal like 47 damage to a large creature at level 9. Okay, I mean that's fine. Against a huge creature though, that's going to be pretty spicy.
What the chances? What are the chances of you hitting all 9 under that?
So let me let's grab a huge creature.
I mean, I guess if you spawn it all under it, right? That's really the easy answer to that.
You could grab like a dude. You grab a dude, like we'll do it this way, and just like I just put it under you, so like I can just automatically hit him for 9. Right.
Right.
So what does that do? So I don't want Rhyme Blades to be the best AoE spell bar none. I want it to be like best against really large creatures, or best when like there's a small creature we can move around a lot. Or like for like control. Man, stupid thing. Like I really don't want to update now. So it's gonna be dealing 17. So let's just do equals this times 9. It's gonna be dealing 153 damage. It's gonna be dealing like another 50 damage every time it moves too. I think that's gonna be too good, like way too good.
So
Yeah.
I was looking at spike growth because that's a similar. I guess that's just a radius, right? In D&D, and because my recollection is that a lot of these spells in D&D are when you stay in it, like at the end of your turn, or when you move into it,
Yes.
or within the area. Then you take the damage. It's not you can probably for that reason you can't just like immediately hit them with it, except for Moonbeam. I think is the only one I can remember that is like they get hit immediately.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense that like I want it to be a little bit different. Like you can summon it in the creature space.
Yeah. Well,
Um,
and I agree. I like your version of the spell better. I think that's how they avoided it.
yeah, yeah. I mean, I do like that. I think it's really cool to have a spell that like just deals truckloads of damage against like the large, heavy, fat dudes. Like it's just a bunch of knives coming out of the ground. It makes sense that it would deal more damage to that guy. So what would it look like if we did +1 space and +1 damage per upcast? I think that'll make it more reasonable.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll make it more reasonable. So, ooh, I don't know how you're. You want to math that real quick without breaking
Yeah.
it? I don't want to break your spreadsheet, so.
So yeah, the numbers in white up here are just totally like editable. They're not formulas at all.
Okay.
Things pull from them.
So that would be
So
8.
we can do 8, 10.
Gotcha. I'll let you do it.
It's going to be messy, but here. Too far.
So it'd be 8,
10.
9, 10.
What would that be?
So going up by 1.
Oh no, but it only changes each tier, right?
Right.
7, 8, 9. This is 9. You're saying? I got it. 10, 10, 11, 11, 12, 12, 12.
Okay, so equals this times 9. Yeah, okay. All right, 100 damage, dealing a hundo. That feels pretty good. You're dealing 12 damage on average to like a small or medium-sized creature, but you can like deal a bunch. Yeah, I think that like going back to the napkin, gut feeling type of thing, that feels about right. Like that makes it's a subpar thing without some way to capitalize on it. Large creature or like extra movement. Hey, Igor. Stim Hack asks, do mages scale less than other classes? No, all the classes scale quite well. All the classes scale quite well. Let me see if I can. I might have something. Keep going if you want to, Matt.
Range 1, up there like the updraft and things like that. That's like it's very tactical how you do it, right? If you do it the right way, you can get big damage out of it.
Yeah, I like
if
that.
you do it
like that.
just as a blocker, it's not a big deal, But
yeah, it's not going to deal as much just for free as Pyroclasm might. So let me see.
Yeah.
Reach 12. Ooh, the reach is really big. It's 3. Okay, no.
The range
I like
within
it.
which you could do it.
Yeah, the area and how far can you summon them? Yeah, I like that.
I think that makes
+1
sense.
space,
that's
+1 damage.
Because you want to be able to. I think you played this out on the stream at one point. You want to be able to like throw it down a hallway in front of you, right? Like that's one of the use cases that we want to hit.
Exactly. Okay, I like that one. So we have Frost Nova next. So this is 2 actions. So like basically the AoE spells that you can cast like far away from you, they cost 3 actions. The ones that you have to like be near, like within range of something else, they cost 2 because you have to move and then do the thing. So Frost Nova. So how does Frost Nova look to you, Matt?
Frost Nova looks okay. I had suggested adding 5 damage to each tier, but I was torn between. I know you have a preference for adding easy to add numbers, like keeping it simple and less fiddly in that way. And so I threw 5 in there, but I think that is honestly a little bit steep for what it is,
Okay.
So if you're good with stuff like 3 or whatever, like that might be a better way.
Okay. So so like you're not gonna be casting this often and upcasting it often. So like little bit more fiddliness is okay, but yeah, the more we can minimize it, the better. So
Yeah,
Frost Nova,
and it,
others within reach, take this. And they are okay. They're frozen in place. So a lot of this is like control. So it doesn't need to keep up as much with damage. So 4d6
right.
plus 10, that's going to be like 24 damage. Is that what we have? Okay, 24. Yep.
Yeah.
Uh,
And this, none of this, even the AoE stuff here, like none of it stretches over 100%. None of it's like, I don't think any of it's super out of whack, you know?
yeah. Yeah. So let's see. So reach 3. So let's say our mage is here if we're just using this spreadsheet as our thing. So 1, 2, 3. So it's going to be hitting all of these. Copy. So I'm using the 1, 2, 3. So I'm using this thing as our battle map.
Yeah, works for me.
All right, so you're hitting like all of those areas. So our mage is here. We'll call him O, and then just +1
Yeah.
reach adds how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 20. Like it adds like 30 or 40 additional squares.
Does it hit your allies?
I don't know. Others,
I mean,
yes.
that's what I can't remember.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
others. Okay.
does. It does, but like the mage can sort of control for that.
True. True.
Or like
It just,
strong, like if you have a strong ally, for instance, like yeah, they're gonna save. Like I don't need to worry about that.
yeah. Yeah. Well, and it just arguably, I wonder how much adding reach to a spell like this that, you know, starts, I guess it starts at level 5, right? It comes online at level 5. So we're not talking about that many tiers of upcasting. But I just wonder if you get the feeling of diminishing returns from adding reach, where you're like, I'm already hitting all the people on the battlefield. You know, like
Yeah,
that's a good
potentially.
sized dungeon right there. You know, like,
Yeah. What if it was a cone
oh,
instead?
it looks like twins on. If you wanted to chat with him too, I'm not sure. He
Uh,
posted in the chat there.
did he? I don't see it. Which chat?
He's on the YouTube chat at least. I don't know how long ago that is. I guess I don't have timestamps, but
Oh, the last one I see is Igor saying, "Hey everyone."
yeah.
This is
Oh, that
just
might have
not
been a while ago.
okay. So
Yeah.
looking
Okay. All right.
at no, that's fine. So looking at the this might be one of the cases where like being able to aim it might be cool, and it might be a good way to distinguish ice from fire. So like fire explodes all around. Ice can do cones. Like that might be kind of cool.
Yeah.
Um,
I have. That's a feeling I've had, is that I wish there were more codes in the spell book. You know.
okay, so like, what if? Can you see? You can see the spreadsheet, right?
I'm watching. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so like, what if by default it was a cone of 3, and then you can, like add. You can like add an additional, like you can make the cone, like make the cone further. That would add utility. You'd be able to protect your buds a lot more easily and like sort of aim it.
Yeah.
That might be cool.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm on board for that. I think that's an improvement for sure.
Ooh, I do like that. So it would be Frost Nova. It'd be like something else.
That's true.
Frost Cone is a bad name, but I'll
It is. It is a bad name. Snow cone. Do it. I'm totally kidding. Probably actually copyright infringement anyway.
No, if you have a W, it's fine.
That's true.
Snow cone. That's funny. So it's not gonna be snow cone, but I think that is that is so funny. Yeah, that makes it better, much better, I think. Yeah, that's really cool. Cone 3. Cone 12 seems crazy.
Yeah, that does seem like a lot.
Yeah, that must have been a holdover from before. Okay, yeah, I like having snow cone there. So I'll come up with a better name later. Okay, so Glacier Strike. Do you have any thoughts about Glacier Strike? +1 initial area. So that's one that you can cast far away from you. And this one is not. I'm not worried about you hitting your buds with this.
Right. Yeah, you're going to place it intelligently. I mean, I don't think I'm looking at the original one here. 23% HP damage to 14%. Like that's not a terrible drop off, you know.
Yeah.
To be honest, a lot of the ones that come online at later levels are not nearly as egregious in terms of like
Okay.
how low the damage gets at later levels. You know, so
Okay.
I'm not too worried about the higher level ones.
All right. Let's take a look at. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, I was going to say I think that there are some, like as we get into the lightning ones that can scale in cool ways. You know, like I put in the suggestions for arc lightning that that's what somebody else suggested on Discord too, was that allowing it to chain to more hits in addition to adding damage, you know, might be a good improvement there.
Okay. Arc lightning. Okay, so instead of more damage.
Yeah, and I would probably give the player the choice, right? You can, if you upcast twice, you could add 1d8 damage and add one more hit or something, you know.
Okay.
Again, to me, having a couple more in-depth spells, especially the bread and butter ones like Arc Lightning, that's not a problem, you know.
Sure, that makes sense.
But it's up to you, you know.
So Arc Lightning.
So, yeah, the original one scales 1d8 per tier, right? I had, just for comparison here, I put in 6 damage instead of 1d8. It's not a huge change. I dislike that it gets rid of armor penetration, and I feel like that's part of the cool thing about lightning, you know.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't necessarily advocate for that. Give me just a second. Hang on, okay. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no worries. Arc Lightning plus 1d8 damage or +1 target. Let me think about that. Well, I'll strike the next lowest target on a miss. Is that too good? This is tier 1. Dealing 3d8 damage to 3 targets. I think that might be too good. It's like anytime there's 3 targets, like this is like I think that's too good. Like it adds like 3d8 more damage instead of 1d8 more damage with like no additional risk. I think that is too good. Storm Stride, I think the initial reach needs to be much lower. Let's go over to the suggested changes. Biting Fog, now lacking armor penetration. I think it does have armor penetration. Current. So a lot of these ones that have utility, I'm not too worried about. And I'm going to be wrapping it up in the next 5 minutes or so, you guys. So if you have any thoughts or questions you want to get in, let me know. Storm Stride. So like Storm Stride has the utility of casting of like just you can move further for each additional mana. So I think I'm okay with Storm Stride. Electrickery, the range is already 12. So I think the range should be smaller. Electrickery is very, very good. Electrickery, Electrocharge, Ride the Lightning. I think those are okay. Let's go to the wind spells. Blustery Gale. It's like movement does deal additional damage if you set it up right. It's like each +1 movement is +1d6 of damage if you can smack them into something. So it's gonna be plus 1d6 or plus 2d6 damage if they're like smaller. Who's tooting at me? Eye of the Storm. Let's take a look. Let's pause that. That's distracting me. Yeah, I've been streaming for almost 7 hours, you guys. This is crazy. Single target. So I'm mostly looking for that AoE spells. I got a Storm, +1 reach. This is so it's only enemies, so that's fine. So that's
I'm back.
okay. So that one is okay, I think. So I'm looking at. So Radiant doesn't really have any AoE spells because they're like super duper just and like they don't like to have collateral damage. Well,
Yeah, they're
Pyroclasm
pretty
did extra
straightforward on
damage
that.
only to the initial target when upcast. So Pyroclasm doesn't have an initial target. Pyroclasm just explodes. Tin Man. So Necrotic might be a good one. So we did change Entice a little bit. Withering Touch.
Oh, what happened with lightning stuff? Did you make any changes there?
So for lightning, I think they give you just thinking through arc lightning, we'd have to really deeply rework the spell, I think. So if we upcast it to allow plus 1d8 damage or plus 1 target, so upcasting it like adding in a target would like always be the best thing if there's ever like another enemy, because you're adding 3d8 damage for every time you upcast it, you know. So I think that would be like way too good. So it's
That's
way
true.
better with like no downside. So the downside is like maybe you hit yourself, maybe you hit an ally.
Right.
But like
Right.
you would only ever upcast that if if you can deal like an additional 3d8. So 3d8 damage, for 1 more mana is probably too good.
Yeah, and it
with
definitely
with the action
adds.
economy.
Yeah, it adds another variable there that makes it a lot harder to balance.
Yeah, so I think the others are okay. I did tweak Storm Stride and Electricity, just lowering the range because the upcast increases the reach or range. So I think those are okay. But if my suspicions are correct, we could probably rework some of the necrotic ones. Withering
That was
Touch. Sorry.
that was another. If you don't mind me jumping in, that was another kind of general takeaway that I had from looking at all of these spells in depth was that I was wondering if, especially the AOE's that can potentially hit your allies, these have been in existence since before you like did the mass lowering of range and reach, like just of let's keep everybody closer together, let's keep everybody kind of more in the same region, keep the hunter closer, keep the which I think is a good change, but I'm just wondering if it would be worth doing a pass at some point and looking at those and saying like, does it make sense if we're trying to encourage everybody to stay together? Does it make sense? How far away would the mage have to get to use pyroclasm without hitting people? Would that be out of the range of a normal battle, or like, just I don't know what the solution is. I just want to throw it out there as something that occurred to me while I was doing this.
Right. Let me think about that. So, yeah, the more I think about it, I think plus reach is not the best thing for pyroclasm.
Yeah.
What if it was upcast, move? Like, what if it's like you could move afterward?
To like get out of wherever
yeah.
you had to get to. That would be really useful for sure. I wonder a little bit if that. I mean, and that's Living Inferno to me is still a little bit. It's a lot like Pyroclasm. Obviously, it's intentionally a lot like Pyroclasm, but that is kind of treading onto Living Inferno's territory. Just in terms of the speed boost for upcasting and stuff. I wonder if it's too samey. I guess.
Upcast +2 speed. So if we did that, we could just say like upcast Flame Barrier and Pyroclasm.
Oh, that's true. Just like use the upcast things from those. Yeah, that's true.
I mean, that'd be pretty cool. Because like flame barrier is like very good upcast.
Right. Yeah. And so then what's the play there, right? The play is you probably use your move to run in to wherever you're going.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's 3 actions. You probably don't do that, right? You probably have to
Yeah. So
pass it.
yeah, Living Inferno is 3 actions. So like the first turn, like maybe you have a commander, maybe you have something else, some other way to get into range. Somebody else is moving creatures to you so that you can do this, or somebody else is giving you Heart's Fire, or you have Electro Charge. Like you have some way to like position yourself.
Right.
You gain Flame Barrier and Explode. So like you're in the middle of things, right? Your creatures don't really want to hit you in melee because you got Flame Barrier, but they might anyway. But if they do, like they're going to gain Smoldering and they're going to automatically fail the next save. And like you can like move further into range, with some of these. And like during the rest of the round, your allies like this like fiery or Living Inferno is like a really big like teamwork spell. Like the Songweaver or other classes can like move like huddle classes other bad guys into the blast zone.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, and so you get in there, you blast, you're defended from flame barrier,
yep,
you move because you did pyroclasm,
yep,
and then you blast again at the end of your
yep,
next turn, and then you move out, right? Like that's kind of that's how it
yep,
works.
yep. I think that'd be
You,
cool.
you might want to just put free in the upcast for pyroclasm. I don't know if that as a key word is something people will be looking for.
Yeah, possibly.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
I like that.
I think that looks good.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to pick up with the necrotic spells later. The necrotic spells are different enough already. It's like plus DC plus reach, so it's like effectively damage. Creeping Death is plus 1d20. Gangrene Disperse is plus damage already. Vampire Creed, you don't really cast that for the damage. You cast that for the hit points. Greater Shadow has increased damage. And Gangrene Burst already has like reach up to 8, which might be too
Right.
much, but I think that's cool. Okay, yeah, I gotta call it there. Been streaming for like 7 hours. Gotta go see the family.
Yeah, absolutely.
All
Sounds
right,
good. Well, thanks for the time. Let
all
me know
right,
if you want
appreciate
to
it,
chat
Matt.
again.
Yeah, I'll look some more deeply into your numbers and stuff a little bit later, but appreciate it.
Sounds good. Yeah.
See
See
ya.
you later.
All right, everybody on the YouTube, thank you guys so much for hanging out. Apologies about the long stream, but it was sort of fun hanging out, chatting with people. So we'll, Lord willing, do this again tomorrow. So see you later, guys.